Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to day 68 of Brighter Shore. So today, main goal is to go get a ton of gather. We need to go get 197. However, I also want to dunk a bunch of the bones we've been getting. Of course, when the whole points is to put it into bone right, and yeah, we're gonna need to go put some of the points at some point into bone right, as we have been. But I want to go and dunk the bones first, so that whenever we do end up dunking them, we get a little bit more XP. Because we dunk them first, every time we put knowledge into it, we'll be getting a little bit of a better rate. And of course, we're still at the smithing AFK, probably will be for quite a while, as I want to be all geared up for when, you know, the update happens, when we end up getting a new combat rework. As even the tier 5s we have right now from our mining, like for iron ore and stuff like that, they go pretty far as what we can do. We might need to go like a little bit deeper in miner, but we still be doing the mining venture, stuff like that, so, you know, it's still going up. But, yeah, I believe some of the tier 5s go pretty deep. Like tier 5 iron alone, which is our lowest tier 5, goes to level 340. And to be able to do 340 with the plus 60 in next patch, we would need 280 just for our lowest lowest tier 5. So, yeah, we need to get that a little higher. But yeah, about 280 we'd get to our very first one because the, or we'd hit our very first limit. Because the perfect rapier is at 341, so the highest we can make out of that iron, at least for a rapier, would be a 340. And then for the throw blade, which we might be using some, depends if it gets a good special attack or however they end up doing it. But anyways, alright, so, game plan right now. Let's see, we have a little bit of that. I guess we go, gosh, I wish we could drop one singular potion. It's going to be kind of awkward to use the other thing. Because I think I have to go to Hopeport right now and go do a cooking run. Just because I can't bring, like, one potion with me. And because there's no equipable potions yet. They are coming, though. They said they were going to add them in a quest. The ability to equip potions onto, like, a pouch or something similar. Or, you know, on your, like, tool belt kind of thing. But it is still coming. Just not in the game yet. Alright, let's go do our cooking runs, then. Next hour reset should already be done. We got a bunch of stuff just sitting over here that we can easily go turn in. I guess we'll start with the sandwiches and just turn them into Melv and then actually go and do everything else we need to go do. But first things first, let me go get rid of all this mess. Alright, let's see. You know what, do we buy exact amount? I might buy exact amount and just turn this in. We get it to him pretty quickly since he's right across the street. So we could probably cook them all and drink it within the same cycle. And just go grab everything else we need to go and get. 7 of these, 7 of these, get our bacon. Alright, we are out of here. Oh yeah, today's poll question, by the way. Have you ever forgotten to leave your character in Brighter Shores at a passive activity? I'm pretty sure, at least for me, it's been like pretty much second nature to like always bring them. Hey, Shore Central's over here. But it's kind of been like second nature to always bring them to a, oh, I just realized there's like a shoreline at the bottom. That's pretty cool. But, it's always been kind of, second nature to always just, you know, bring them to a passive. But I'm curious if anyone has been forgetting. There's one time I technically missed it, but it wasn't on the main account. They ended up doing an update that changed how the combat AFK worked. And if you logged into the combat AFK and then didn't click on it again, your characters will not be doing the activity. This was only a glitch for like 1 day or 2 days until they fixed it. However, there was like one 12-hour period where we went like the entire stream and then I checked them. And it was like, oh no, they weren't gaining XP the whole time. Because it was like a bug that ended up happening for like a day or two. It has since been fixed though. But the main account, I don't think I've missed a single day yet on the main account. Even since day 1. As far as getting to a passive activity. Because we did Forager passive activity initially. Was that worth it? Probably not. But it is what we did. But, yeah. We ended up going down that route. But, yeah, the alt account's like the only one that has ever, like, missed it. And that was only because of a bug. Not even because of forgetting to do it. It was simply a bug that basically made it so they weren't getting it for about a day. Let's hello more zombies! Welcome, welcome. Half the time, you just can't be bothered getting them to a passive. You don't even bother with your ventures. Oh, gosh. I don't bother doing my ventures on my alt. That I definitely don't do. Unless they're, like, passing right by a venture, I don't normally bother. But I do always try to bring them to an AFK activity. There's quite a few that are really close to a teleport. Actually, one of my go-tos lately, if I just need one really shortly, is I actually go to the one in the mining district. I'm not sure if this is the closest one to a teleport, but it is pretty close. You teleport over here, and then you walk, like, right over here and start mining those. At our current level range, it's actually really good to do. The stonemason ones are pretty close, too, to a teleport. About the same distance as those if you don't have the mining one up. And if you want to get stonemason up, it's pretty close. I'm trying to think of what other passives are like really close. I guess technically the Herbalore passive Like if we were to work at this for the alchemy passive. That one's pretty close to a thing as well, though it's not always a good one. Because right now, to get good XP rate, I would have to be doing the weird potion, which is a lot less easy to do. Because it requires so many annoying components. Let me go get a couple potions that we need. We need 2 of these, we need 1 of these, and we should be good to go. How far are we to over-encumbering? We're at 162. We're about to. I guess I should use it preemptively just in case. And then I'll bring some with us when we go dunk the bones. We actually figured out when we were doing the bones earlier, it's actually close enough that 1 potion will last long enough. So we need to start utilizing that. Let's see what we have here. Anything good? Anything good? Wow, they really want grilled fish. They really want grilled fish. They're not going to get it, though. Do I bother with the hairdresser? It's a pretty cheap turn-in. I gotta go to fish. I definitely want that little Lucy one. Do I have to go for little Lucy for anything else? No. So I'm gonna have to do an independent little Lucy then. Because I have no way of turning it in with all this. So we'll do the fishing one first because it's more annoying and pays better. Alright, let me go grab all this then. Grab all the fish we need, grab all the ingredients we need, and then we go do the leek one separately down the line. And that should be everything we need, hopefully. We'll find out when it is or isn't. Yeah, the daily ventures do add up later down the line. Like, my mining one right now, because it's so close to my level, is actually giving some pretty good XP. Also, about a week ago, when they did the last update, or several days ago, when they ended up coming in, they ended up making it so you can actually 5% boost your ventures now. So when you do them, you get even more value than you did before, at least from an XP perspective. Obviously, the loot is still the same, but the XP you get from them is at bare minimum 5% higher now, if you go for it. Let's see, which has definitely made them slightly more enticing, on top of how much they already were. Oh, I know I just need 3 eel, if we count it correctly. That should be everything. Gotta do our little grocery runs. Hello, MK Jets! Welcome. Hope all's been well. But we were discussing earlier, we need to finally, after Old School RuneScape Leaks ends in about like a week and a half, we definitely gotta play like normal RuneScape again. We haven't done a single stream of it in like over 3 months. I've still been playing in the background, including every Brighter Shore stream perpetually. But we never actually streamed like all the more interesting things, and I have no clue what they've done patch-wise in the last like forever. They've done so many patches in the last 3 months, and I have not kept up with all of it. Mostly because of Brighter Shores, but also even slightly beforehand. I was just kind of busy. Or actually, I was more so sick. I was sick, like pretty much the month leading up to Brighter Shores. I was sick almost a full month perpetually. It was like the sickest I've ever been. Not sure what it was, but it eventually went away. But I had a really bad lingering cough. But, yeah, so I haven't played the game in like 3 months. Because Leagues is basically just a private server. A glorified official private server. So it doesn't really count as like playing the game. But yeah, there's a lot we need to catch up on the hardcore. So we do have a max hardcore. We could do like any in-game content we pretty much feel like. Well, I should say any. We're pretty under-geared for having max stats. Like, we're not like under-geared. Like, we could technically take out any raid in the game. But we're under-geared compared to best in slot. Because we have almost no best in slots. You know why? But merchants boring to you? Is it only you? I don't find it boring, but I do burn out on it really quickly, personally. I personally find it really enjoyable, though. But I burn out so quick on it. Just because of how much pathing and figure out with everything you have to do constantly. Oh, we gotta grill it. I forgot. It goes on this little thingy over here. Oh, you know what? I should have done these first. Would have been better. I just realized we're gonna get a first-time bonus. Oh, wait. Oops. I forgot the leaks. Oh, then we... Oh, wait. That is a problem. Let me drop all then. I completely forgot the leak. Max. Alright, now we can go grab it. And then do both of them at once over there. I don't know, do I bother potting just for the first time bonus? I'm pretty sure the first time bonus is pretty small for it, but... I don't know, 5% is 5%. I might just do it. So far I only cooked the rays anyway, so might as well. Oh, so hello, Kijar! The poll is rigged, no one-time option. I considered one-time under the few-time option. Yeah, I didn't specifically put a one-time. That's definitely a category for sure. Like, you forget once and then never forget again. So it's just defaulted to right tile. I think it's even funnier. I saw someone earlier doing the one in the corner, and it literally drags you all the way as far corner as you could possibly go. But given this room structure, it's kind of weird that they default to left rather than right. It makes so much more sense to have it to the right. It's like they coded it that way, but then forgot to, you know, what the room layout would be. So they didn't bother doing the other way around. That's definitely something in the quality of life category that definitely needs to happen at some point. These grills need to make you default to the right cooking spot rather than the left. Otherwise, the other one puts you in the corner, and that one just puts you further away from where you normally would want to be. Hello, Isabel! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Alright, what even is this cooking run right now? Are we even doing everything? Is this actually everything? This doesn't feel like this is everything. Oh, so why do I have one too many leak? Where did the extra leak come from? Alright, let me go deposit this. Can I even do all this in one run? Hairdresser, Captain, Big Sheen. Okay, this is pretty much just all East turn-in. The hooked hand. I'm gonna ignore him because I think we had something else we need to go down there for anyways. So I'll do him later on our other route. Double hairdresser. Is that the closest? Double hairdresser than Ella. Yeah, double hairdresser. Hairdresser wants the fish and the pie. The fish. And the pie. Alright, what else do we need to turn in? Ella, guard, and captain. Oh, captain I need to tally back for. That's fine, though. This gets fish. Other one gets fish. Here's your fish. And then we go turn in these two. And I'll need one more XP pot to turn in the other two then. This is on, what, North Tower or North Walls? Alright, let's see if we can get a skip on the goblin. Goblins are always annoying and never want to get skipped. Come on, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Come on, come on, come on. Make it, make it, make it. Yeah. No! He got me on the corner. Because he can hit all the way 30 elevation. No. Oh, well. Alright. He's still chasing me. He got us. He got us with that diagonal. The diagonal strikes again. Oh, did I over encumber yet? No, no, no. Alright, that's fine. Let's see. Teleport to Hopeport. Bring us into what's her name. Get another 2 potions. Should be good to go. And then we go head over with our whole stack. Actually, I might as well bring my whole stack of mining potion then. Because I'm going to be needing it for where we're going next. Because we're about to dunk some bones. That's hello, Mad Hatter as well. Hello, Kishar. Hello, Isabel. Welcome, 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 everyone. Hello, more zombies. You just like AFK skills and merch isn't for you? Yeah. You can technically AFK merchant a little bit here and there. Oh, wait, where am I going? Like, you know, with the passives. But yeah, it is definitely the least AFK skill in the entire game. The only way that you can kind of do it somewhat AFK is if you wait on the message board and get like a triple. You can kind of do it that way. Where you just wait for like 6 minutes at the message board. And then get like a perfect run. That's the closest you're going to get to making an AFK. Just wait there for like 6 to 8 minutes, get like a triple and turn them in. And keep doing that over and over again. You just gotta check the game like every minute and a half or so. Before each 2-minute reset. So basically every 2 minutes at a 1.5 interval. Or, you know, when it's at around that time. It's hello, Reptile! Welcome, welcome. Alright, what did I come here for? I need my entire stack of these. And just one of these. And whatever I need for the other dish. Oh, I don't know what it is, though. Oh, no, that's a problem. I don't actually know what it is. I know it's leek pies. I forgot how many it is, though. I want to say 5. Why does 5 sound correct? But the problem is I can't pre-buy it because I don't know the exact number. Which is really important. I guess I could have technically just brought 10. Oh, it's only 3. Alright, we'll go do this 3. Anything else I want to get here? Probably not. I don't think the 10 grilled fish is worth it. So we're just going to go get these leek pies real quick and turn both of these in. And that would be all of our cooking tasks cleared. And almost a cooking level. Not quite, though. But we're good in there. Alright. Yeah. So let's give us, what, 3 and 3? Boom, boom, boom. 3 of those. Where's the other thing? I'm looking for meat. Alright, we're out here. Oh, yeah. We didn't go to bed until, like, 3:30. And this morning I went for, oh, I forgot I need the leak. Ended up going for a quick walk. End up having one of those pre-made lobster bisques. I end up finding one that's actually like really, really good. I can't remember the name of the brand. I know the name, like the overall visual of the container and everything. But I actually completely forget the brand. But it's actually like one of the best like pre-made lobster bisques I think I've ever had. I've actually been getting it a lot the last few weeks. Is whenever I'm in the mood for something like quick, it's like, ooh, a nice soup. Maybe dip some crackers in there. Really nice. This was my lunch today. Alright, let's see. We'll drink that. Also, it was really cold this morning. It's almost getting too cold to even walk. Like, lucky in my area, it doesn't get, like, you know, like snow cold. But it's getting pretty close. Sure felt like it was like 40 degrees. Actually, it says it right there. 37 degrees, it says on the corner of my computer. Assuming that's correct. Which sounds about right. It definitely feels like 37 degrees out there. But yeah, this area hasn't had snow in like over a decade. Like even right now when it's like absurd cold, it's not even below freezing yet. Oh, a double telly. You were doing carpentry late into the night. Yeah, I was doing carpentry last night. I finally finished every last log. Except for, I think, a couple of the other thing. I'm just gonna go show it real quick just for the sake of it. Maybe even do one little set while we're there. Of the really, really weak stuff. But, let me check a show it real quick. But yeah, we did finally finish all the carpentry, by the way. We got to 72. I didn't have 72 banked, though. I actually had to use 2 knowledge points to get there. I only had 71.5 banked, which is kind of unfortunate. But, you know, we still got to where we need to be. I did have to waste 2 knowledge points that were otherwise meant for bone right though. But we did get to 72. Why 72 is relevant is that's our next tier. So we're currently at the woodcutting level and the carpentry level for oaks right now. So now we just need to go do oaks at some point. But we have both the carpentry and woodcutting level to go do oaks. It's a matter of actually doing it. Just for the sake of it, I want to show the bank. Actually, 2 banks I want to go show. Here's where our current storage is looking like for all the oak products. All the more recent ones pretty much being at 1,000, which is pretty nice. For whatever reason, we never had a lot of pines. Not sure what happened with pines. Hopefully they're not for anything too good. I think that's for one of my range weapons. I'm not sure what it's used for on the other classes. Or by other classes, I mean the other class. Because it's only used for stonemason and for smithing. Also, why is everyone doing carpentry? I just saw like 3 green names over here. Everyone's doing carpentry today. I'm not going to be doing carpentry today, though, or woodcutting. We do have a lot of other grind. Well, technically, we will be woodcutting some amount of tree if I'm doing the femur. They will be dropped rather than banked. But look at how clean this bank is. We're almost done. These are a bunch of tier 1s, which is kind of unfortunate, but they still make level 19. So even though the XPs for these are awful, you still get the full amount of knowledge. And you also end up getting level 19s you can make, like 0 to 19. Which is still relevant, even with the new plus 60 change. Even though higher numbers are more relevant now because of the plus 60 that's going to be happening as of next patch. These things are still nice because they can go all the way down to 0. Actually, I can't show it that way. But they can go all the way down to 0. Oh, still doesn't show it that way. I guess the final product does. But they can go all the way down to 0. Which is decently relevant if you want to do the 6 to 19 for the super free rarity. And is particularly useful on bone right equipment. Because bone right equipment is probably the most annoying overall to make. And this is bone right equipment. It's used for the bone right weapons. So if we ever need like a quick upgrade to get to like level 200 or 300, we can make like a 19 bone right weapon, then a really high smithing one, then a really high stonemason one, and then boom, combine it all together and we got ourselves a easy weapon. So there is that option going forward, especially if both of them go particularly high above it. Not sure exactly how I am going to be going with it, but we'll see. I'm personally leaning towards just staying at 200, 200 and just going all in on blacksmithing. But we'll have to see. Depends if you had some kind of dungeoneering mechanic where we're actually going to need those other skills. Because someone might want someone on their team that can do the production for like literally everything. I just feel like we're so far behind in that regard. Also, we should probably be AFKing bone right, not smithing if we were to do that. Which, maybe that's the pivot. Is kind of do a combination of both. Because the one thing I mainly have to see is after the combat rework, I need to see how effective off-class items are. Because Bone Right is actually really good for our green weapons if they're really effective. Because Cryonite currently has like nothing at all for green, and Bone Right fixes green if you're allowed to use off-character weapons. It would have to be at least 90% effective though. If it's anything less than 90%, it's probably not worth using over just doing range DPS with our bow that we already have. But if it's at least 90% or better, doing Bone Right actually wouldn't be horrible, as all of our green weapons would come from Bone Right then. And the only thing we'd really miss from not having yellow is like the two-hand that Hammer Mage has. Which would be nice, but not really required. Like, it'd be helpful to have, but I don't know, I guess it depends how good the special attack is on it. Also, gosh, these give like negative XP. I still want to get them out of the bank though. If nothing else, they do give the full amount of knowledge, oddly enough. Only combat really has that mitigation effect. Every other thing still gives you the full amount of knowledge, so even though we're getting like 0 XP per hour, we're still getting the full amount of knowledge per hour. Let me go bank these and then we're out of here. Where are we going? We're going to Bone, so I can actually just bank these as I'm over there, so that works out perfectly. Let's go dunk some bones. I mostly just came here to go check the bank. But yeah, we have pretty much finished the bank. Other than a few useless tier 1s that I do occasionally whenever we step foot in there. Like right now. Also, since I have 1 inventory space, are we going to get good RNG here? No, boo. Alright, let's go get our bones. It's bone time. We can finally do bone spikes. The main thing we're waiting on is 168. And we finally have that 168 now, so we are good to go. Oh, we couldn't do the straight line. You can actually go straight line through that room now. With the changes that they made to accommodate for 4 enemies in every single room. It's really, really, really nice. I kind of hate that you can't do the old pattern, because the old pattern was pretty fun. But it does actually make it quicker to go through that room now. Especially if someone's on that tentacle, as you can actually make a perfectly straight line through the entire room. Which is exceedingly quick. Unfortunately, we weren't able to that time since he wasn't actually attacking them. Alright. Well, let's go do bone spikes. How many do we have? What's the damage? Oh, no. Oh, that's a big number. I'm not doing all of them today, but that's a big number. I slightly underestimated how high that number was. I forgot how much bone spike we did yesterday. Like, I kind of just zoned out and got into the bone zone. Which we will need to go do some today, because I want to get at least 197 today. Which means we got to do 13 hours of... Or 13 hours. I mean, 13 levels of boning. Which is closer to, what, 4 or 5 hours? Depends on our XP rate. Because I'm probably doing bone spike the whole time. Just because of how much more convenient than it is than femur. I'll probably still pick up like 10 more inventories of femurs just to have a few hundred. But after that, I think we just go for bone spike only. Oh no, the femurs are giving like 900 more XP each. But you gotta go 1.5 miles to bank. It might be worth it. I'm not sure. I might just stick with femurs all the way. Femurs also give us more bone right XP. But, oh no, we're getting more knowledge per hour by doing bone spike. Because we don't have to go like 1.5 miles to go and bank. Which of course is more bone right XP as well. So even though the bone spikes themselves are giving less XP in a sense, they still kind of are doing more as well. Because they're giving you more knowledge per hour. Even if the XP per bone is lower, you're making up for that in knowledge points. So I'm not sure yet. The other problem with doing femurs, beyond like a few hundred... I don't know, we'll do some femurs today and kind of see how it feels after like half an hour to an hour. And if it feels good, we'll just stick with femur the whole way. If it doesn't feel good, we'll just abandon femurs and not come back to it again. Yeah, how have you guys been doing? I hope everything's been going well. We've still been going strong on Brighter Shores. Waiting patiently for all the updates. Whenever they're coming soon, TM. But they're working on it. They're working hard. It's just patches are going to be a little bit slower now that we're working on like really big features. Rather than just like purely quality of life. I'm still really hyped for trading, the combat rework, special attacks. All things coming in the pretty near future. Like, hopefully within the next few months, if not earlier. Though unfortunately, we don't have an exact time frame. I was one thing the Q&A was pretty bad at. Every single time a question on that came up, we got, like, the vaguest answers ever. On time frame. All we know that is happening sometime this year. Almost everything they mentioned. Like, are we going to be getting a boss? Sometimes after launch, sometime later this year. When is the game launching? Sometime this year. Though based on the AMA, it seems like about 3 to 6 months from now. Yeah, honestly, I have more questions from the AMA and the combat post that they did the other day than I do answers. Like, it literally generated more questions than answers. Also, we've been slacking. We're only at 134 hours played in the last 2 weeks. That was as high as like 180, 190 earlier. We've been slacking the last 2 weeks. That's all I wanted. I'm trying to bring up the discussion thing. Like this one in particular, I feel like brought way more questions than answers. The combat rework thing. There's so many specific details that weren't mentioned with this. Though, I do like the direction that this is trying to go in. It's a nice in-between of trying to keep the chapters, like, separate but still together. Or, you know, add them as, you know, connectivity and everything. I'm really curious to see how this combat rework works, or if they're even going to go with this, or if they're going to tweak it before it actually does come to fruition. But everything about it works out really well. The skill tree in particular, I'm probably most interested in. I haven't played a proper skill tree game in so long. The last skill tree game I could technically say that had a skill tree properly in it was literally a fitness game called Ring Fit Adventure that came out back in 2019. It had like a little mini skill tree, but then it kept getting bigger and bigger, and by the end of it, it's like, wow, this is actually a legitimate skill tree in an exercise game. It was actually a pretty intense exercise game. The main reason I've never finished it is because the game makes you do way too many squats. There's a lot of good exercises in the game, but if you're someone who doesn't like to do a super high amount of squats, it is not good. It is such a squat-heavy game. I feel like 30% of the game is squats. I've probably done more squats doing that game than I've done in my entire life outside the context of that game. I haven't really played too many skill tree games because I haven't played Diablo 3, I haven't played Diablo 4. I did play Diablo 2 though, but not for long. And that was like 20 years ago. You know, like, not the remake, like literally the OG Diablo 2, not the remake of it. But, yeah, I haven't played Diablo 3, I haven't played Diablo 4, I haven't played Path of Exile 1 or 2. It's like a lot of like the bigger skill tree games I've never actually touched. Or at least the more modern ones. So Brighter Shores getting one would be the first one I've played properly in a very long time. Skill trees are pretty straightforward though. It's basically just a way of organizing buffs. Like the actual premise of what skill trees do are obviously in so many games. It's just they're not laid out as a skill tree, they're laid out in some other system. Skill tree is just a way of organizing it. But I'm really curious to see how it pans out. The only thing I somewhat hate about skill trees is it generally makes you get buffs you don't want in order to get buffs you do want. As you have to path through the skill tree to get to what you actually need. But sometimes the stuff that you get along the way isn't what you need. So sometimes you have to take a bunch of junk buffs you don't really want just to get to the things you actually want. There's only a real big downside of skill trees a lot of times. I guess it helps prevent you from ever overly min-maxing. But it's always annoying when you have to grab something like almost completely against your build just to go and get something else. And this is organized by like type. Like all the damage ones in one section, you know, all the health ones in one section, so on and so forth. Where you might be forced to have to take max HP in order to get regen. But you might not be forced to have to take like weapon proficiency, or let's say you wanted like weapon proficiency. You might not be forced to take armor proficiency to go to get weapon. But you might be forced to have to take like max hit points to get regen. But I'll have to wait and see. That's pretty much everything with this game. The wait and see simulator. As you grind out every skill. But yeah, I'm still going for our goal. I'm trying to get 200 all before combat rework. Our main goals right now is obviously 200 gather and 200 bone rate. 200 gather we'll have tomorrow, 200 bone rate we'll have by the end of the week. And then I'm probably pivoting to alchemy. I think we're finally going for the alchemy grind to 200. I'm going to go do 210 leatherworker and then invest every single last cent into 200 alchemy. We'll probably still come away with money, but I want to heavily invest all the way to 200 alchemy. We're going to be going all in on it. And then after that, we probably pivot back to... I kind of want to unlock the fishing venture, oddly enough. The problem with that is I'd have to do fishing non-stop for like 2 to 3 days in a row. The reason for that is the XP you get from the venture is way better. And I kind of want to go activate the 107 venture. Not only will this make it so we can actually do this as a cooking contract, because it's kind of annoying otherwise because you need 4 items. But if you already pre-bought the lobster, you technically only need 3 items. But not only does that make that cooking objective actually like doable, but it also makes it so we get fishing XP from our venture. Because right now, this detective XP is doing basically nothing. Compared to our total bar right now. Until we get all the way to 287, the detective venture is actually pretty bad right now. It's in a really dead zone relative to our level, relative to post 200, because we don't have a post 200 venture for it. Mining luckily got at 231, but detective doesn't get it till 287, which is so absurdly far away. So I've been considering at some point taking like 2 or 3 days to go get the fishing grind done. I was not sure when I want to go do that. But it'll help us get a lot of free passive fishing XP and give us something for our cooking contract just to make it a little bit quicker. Otherwise, the lobster contract's pretty much dead in the water to even bother doing. Unless it's only like one of them or something. Unless it's like 1 to 3, it's not worth doing. Unless we have pre-banked lobsters. Yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of skilling over the next few weeks to the month, or even 2 months, who knows. We don't know exactly when the combat rework's coming out. Based on what they've said in the past, if they're still going by that schedule, trading should technically be the next big feature. Like if we're talking about like the next behemoth feature, as far as like size. It's probably not going to be the combat rework, it's probably going to be trading. Which trading day 1 is going to be so hilarious how that's going to go down. I'm not sure how many people are really going to be trading though. Because for one, half the game is basically going to stay Iron Man. And then the other half, obviously they're not going to be like perpetually trading. Like anyone who's playing at this point is probably playing like at least half efficiently. Like even people who are playing more casually right now, you know, they're still playing with like some kind of purpose. If they're still playing at this point. So I'm not sure how many people are just going to be standing around for like half an hour to an hour just selling stuff. Like literally getting no XP just standing in a town square. I feel like people will be trading more so in actual hub areas, like right here. Like people would be advertising like, hey, selling 2,000 tier 4 bone spikes, this much each, minimum buy 1,000. Like something like that. I feel like someone would be spamming here, like me. No, I don't think I would sell them. That's why I was to get like a really good penny for them. Like, I don't know, 20 silver each, 10 silver each. I'm not sure how much they would be worth after the price hike. But, I'm not sure how much they are now. I want to say like 5 each? 6? If you buy it like directly from the shop. They're likely going to sell even more than that. Almost everything should go for more than what the shops go for, unless they really price hike, in which case that won't be the case. But if they only mildly price hike, then they should actually go for more, not less. Oh, I did this wrong. I meant to drop that. The XP thing got me off. No! Hey, when I do that. We fumbled! We fumbled everything! We fumbled all the things. Man, our trading day 1's gonna be really funny. I wonder what people actually will be trading day 1. I don't know, if you guys are gonna be buying stuff, what do you plan to buy the second trading comes out? Because when trading comes out, the only thing I've really probably planned to do is, if he says it in advance, and he doesn't just drop it out of nowhere one day, assuming he says it in advance, like a couple days to a week in advance, kind of hinting at it, I will probably try to trade out a bunch of smithing stuff. You know, a bunch of, like, really high smithing things for other drops. The only problem with doing that, though, pre-update or pre-combat rework, is you can get a free 60 levels later down the line. So the best I can make right now, by the time trading comes out, is like a 240 smithing item. But by the time that combat rework comes out, we can make over a 300. Not just because our level's going to be higher, but because we get the extra plus 60. So making anything now and trying to sell them in regard to that is actually really bad right now, compared to waiting. Because if we wait, we get a free plus 60 on everything. Like the 4-star that we can make goes up instantly by 60. The smithing thing we can make goes instantly up by 60. Like everything goes up by 60 there. Including Armor Maker when it comes out in Chapter 5, though that's a while from now though. They're gonna buy 1,000 gas leechers. There's no way to bank them though. That's one thing we don't currently know. They did say that some things will be untradeable. And my assumption is anything that you can't store into a storage rift is probably going to be untradeable. This would include gas leeches. This would include slightly processed foods. Like, you know, the ones that are in, like, final step. You can't just trade it to someone in order to give them XP. So I assume, because they said some things won't be tradable, I assume anything you can't store in a bank will not be tradable. This also means merchant items will almost guaranteed not be tradable then. Basically, anything that can't be stored in a storage rift are likely to not be. They didn't specifically mention the whole list, but the most likely list would be anything that can't be put into a storage rift. Like, if there's no storage compartment that you could put it into, like either through the gear tab, you know, through the quartermaster thing, or through an actual storage rift. If you can't, basically, if you can't go into any of these two rifts, it's probably not tradable. Long story short. So that includes slightly processed food items, or merchant items, or gas eels, and a few other things like that. They didn't 100% confirm that those were the ones, but they did say that some items will not be tradable. And those are the most likely things to not be tradable, because you can never store them into a bank. You can only have like 24 in your inventory. You still are allowed to trade person to person that way, though. Like, you can trade your 24 for someone else's 24. Like, I could trade someone right here 24 bone spikes. But if we go to the Chronopolis town square, I could trade them 100, 200, 1,000, 2,000. Like, there's no limit to how many you could do. But it's only around Chronopolis Square. Everywhere else, you can only trade what's in your inventory. But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. They never specified, like, a whole list of here's what is and is not tradable. So technically, we would only need a non-tradable list. But my assumption is just anything that can't be put into a bank is probably not tradable. And everything that can be is. So if you can store drift it or quartermaster it, it's tradable. If you can't, it's not. You're probably doing Iron Man? Nice. Yeah, I think I have been convinced to pretty much go down the trading route. But if we still want to Iron Man stuff, we will. I want to have the option. We're going to be playing like a loose Bronze Man mode. Where we're still going to partake in PvP and some other things like that and other group content. But we're going to try earning everything ourselves first before we go and bother to, you know, buy it from other people. There will be some exceptions to this. Like, if there's a raid that comes out that has, like, 10 unique drops, and we have 8 out of 10, and we just keep going dry on the final 2, obviously I'll just consolidate the profit from the other 8 items and just go and buy it, rather than having to go dry, like, 4 times over the drop rate or something. But, for the most part, I do want to earn everything ourselves initially. So we're going to be loosely playing a Bronze Man mode, essentially. Where we're still going to be self-sufficient for a lot of things, but if we want to utilize trading for various things, we will. If we want to do some kind of, like, trade exploit that's, like, really, really, really broken, because why not? We could. Or just trading people for fun, or giving away items, or anything like that. Because they did mention, that was the other thing, too. They did mention that Iron Man will not be able to go and trade off their items. So I couldn't do, like, a giveaway to people of, like, tier 3, tier 4 spare items that we have, or stuff like that. So, that's one of the other reasons I kind of want to have trading enabled. Is, you know, whenever we're getting something like bossing or other stuff like that, we're going to be doing it so much that we're going to have a lot of spears. So we can give it to people who don't play as much and, you know, go from there. Just hand it out randomly on stream. I was mentioning earlier, like, maybe every 4th drop, we'll just hand it out to a random person in stream or something. Depends how common they are. Or uncommon they are. I'll figure out some system once trading and actual drops exist in the game. Because right now, the only thing we could realistically do is, like, 3-star smithing equipment for people. Which people could use either upgrade stuff or anything like that. But I wouldn't be able to do it until the combat rework. Because I don't want to mass make stuff until we have the plus 60 bonus. It just seems like a waste. Because why make stuff now when in, like, a month or 2 from now, we're going to have an extra plus 60 on all of them? There's pretty much no reason to really make anything at the moment. Like, the profit's still going to be the same, but the level range that you could use it at, or, you know, how far you can go is way higher after the combat rework. There's no real Iron Man when every skill is buyable from vendors. They did say that they're going to be price hiking every vendor in the game. And this would affect Iron Man as well. So when trading comes out, every single vendor will be going up in price. Or most vendors. They didn't specifically mention every single thing that's going to go up. They said that shops are going to increase in price when trading comes out. So which ones go up and by how much, we don't know. Could be a few percent, could be 10%, could be 2 times the cost. But all shops should be going up in price after trading, regardless if you're an Iron Man or not. So you'll still be able to do shops, but they're going to be a lot less viable in like a month or 2 from now. Or a couple weeks from now, whenever trading's coming out. They'll still be there as an option, but you won't be able to use them to like fully train. You notice prices are already up, are they? Have they changed? Did they shadow patch it? I haven't been paying attention, because I normally don't buy stuff from the shops. Have they already gone up? Because I don't recall any patch notes mentioning anything on it, unless they like shadow dropped it. But aside from XP potions, I don't really buy anything from shops at the moment. Because we just gather all our own stuff. Fully self-sufficiently. Like these bones. But no, honestly, I don't mind the shops existing. Because I know in old school RuneScape, you still use a lot of shops for things as well. You can train all the way to 99 crafting, literally only using shops in that game, as well as a few other ones. Like, you literally just camp a shop for an infinite amount of time and make infinite money. And just literally camp a shop forever for 99 crafting. You don't ever even need to leave the tile one adjacent from the shop. You can go there at like 20-something crafting, and then leave like several weeks later, 99 crafting, and have made a profit. Literally not remove. You would literally be one tile from the shop. You'd be right next to the shopkeeper talking to them, and you would go from 20 crafting to 99. It would take a couple weeks, but you would make profit, and you would, you know, get your 99 crafting. So, you know, it's not called, or, you know, it's not like completely abnormal for that to be a thing. If anything, at least Brighter Shores has balanced it a bit better. Because you can't do that in this game. You still have to walk quite a bit. There's a lot of walking. You can't just, like, camp a shop and instantly get 99. Vendors are pretty strong right now, though. But they are being nerfed once trading comes out. Even if you're still playing Iron Man mode. I just don't know how big the nerf is. Could be a few percent. Could be 2 to 3 times higher. They never really gave a specification for the amount that they're nerfing them. Rank 1 Stonemason has managed to train Merchant, train Leatherworker to get cash, and then bought every stone from the vendors, and is 20 plus levels higher than rank 2. That's actually crazy, yeah. It's more so to do with how much money Merchant makes, though. Merchant makes so much money. Not the most of any skill in the game, but it makes a lot for how quickly it goes. Not only is the quickest skill to train, but you're also getting a lot of money during that. Because even though it's scaled pretty similarly to other money makers, the rate at which you go through it, if you're really good at it, is quicker than the average skill. So even though it's scaled pretty evenly with other money makers, it's slightly higher because of if you play it really efficiently, you're above the curve of what they expected people to do. Because the efficiency of really good merchants is way higher than I think what they anticipated the average person to be at. Because they scaled it more so on the average person rather than like the absolute best people at merchant. So if you're really, really good at merchant, it's kind of crazy the XP and gold per hour, as well as knowledge per hour being the best in the game. And of course, you can dump all that knowledge into other skills as well. I believe Merchant is actually the only skill post 200 where you can get a level every hour consistently, 100% of the time. You somewhat can for combat, but it's not 100% consistent. But for Merchant it is. If anything, if you're getting only one level, that's almost on the low end. Because you can get almost like a level and a half. Or at least a level and a fourth. Which reminds me, we still need to go get one more leather tier. At some point. Which I think is like 233. Oh no, this is when we get to watch. 239. Oh yeah, I want to get to Perfect Bricks too. Perfect Bricks and Perfect Tiles. I'm not in a rush because Chapter 5 is still months away. Like 4 months at the earliest, probably. But once these ventures are functioning, I do want to go do them. We don't know how viable they are, but, you know, they're definitely Builder XP. What they're used for in Builder, we have no clue. But they're definitely used for it for something. The Perfect Bricks at 250, of which I do have one banked, by the way. From one of those random chests. As well as 322 for Perfect Tiles. Those I don't have banked yet. I do have one single Perfect Brick in the bank, though. I wonder what that would trade for. Wonder what someone would buy a Perfect Brick for. Because I'm probably just going to sell out all my bricks when trading comes out. Because whatever price you could get for them based on speculation is probably higher than what you'd be able to... Or, you know, it's better than the price you'd be able to get them for later down the line. When there's like a shop that sells them for like almost nothing or something. But after that, the shop nerf would have taken effect, so we'll see exactly what the shops are like in Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is actually going to be the first chapter ever released where all shops are nerfed by default, since all 4 chapters came at launch. But Chapter 5 will be the first one, not only with the combat rework, but also with the shops already pre-nerfed. Yeah, at the higher end, vendors do get pretty expensive. They're still usable at the higher end, though, if you have enough money. But the burn rate is pretty high. Tier 5 and 6 are kind of insufferable to do them for. You can do up to Tier 4 pretty nicely, though. But it's still pretty useful because it still gets you to 200. You could basically buy 200 without much of an issue, which will likely be doing it for alchemy as well. Like, you can buy 200 for any skill in the game right now without much of a hiccup. But the problem is post 200 gets really expensive if you're doing it money only. But by then, you can start using the passive activities and other stuff like that. But, yeah, to 200, you can get any skill right now to 200 without ever gathering a resource for it. Simply just buying them from the shops. And you'll, like, barely dent your bank account. You would still lose money on many skills, but it's a pretty marginal amount if you're already doing, like, merchant, leatherworker, combat at a high level. You already make enough from those, so you don't really need it. Let's see... he beat me. Gosh, I'm a slow typer. He even got an extra word and still got it out quicker. Someone was asking how to get more untuned storage. And that is the Branolf inheritance quest. As well as, they did mention during the Q&A they're going to be adding more storage in the future as well. But currently, the only way you can get any amount more storage is you could double your untuned storage by doing Branolf inheritance. Which is 61 cooking, 50 alchemy, and the ability to kill a level 50 enemy? 55? You can kill pretty low, though. You can kill it at, like, level 20 or 30. It's like a 50 or 55 enemy. It's pretty cheesable, though, as long as you have 25% heals or better. As you can kind of just corner trap him over and over again, because the room's really small. I don't know, maybe this is one of the polls that we do at some point. Is like a vendor poll. Because honestly, I don't mind vendors. I definitely do look forward to them nerfing it slightly, like they mentioned. But vendors overall in their current state, I don't really mind too much. I personally don't utilize them that much. But once they do the price hike, I feel like they'll be in a pretty good spot. Where they're there if you want to use them, but they're so egregiously expensive, especially at the high level range, that you basically never are. It's basically like a nice way if you want to offset it, if you're going to buy like a few, like, you know, a few dozen or a few hundred. But you wouldn't buy like thousands, otherwise you would lose way too much money. So it kind of helps you if you just need like a few more in a pinch. But don't want to have to go through all the trading channels to do so. I'm really curious to see how active trading is going to be in this game. I assume it's not going to be that active at all. And a few things that will be traded are likely just gear for gear. Or just gear for money. I don't, I'll have to wait and see. Oh, so it's actually giving us a lot of bone ray XP. I somewhat underestimated how much we would get from all these bones. I also slightly underestimated how many we have. I did not realize we have that many. We still got to go to 200 as well. These are the really good ones, though. This is like the whole reason why we even did this. Like, we were mentioning this a while back, the 166 bone spike for the 199 weapons. This is like the item that we wanted. Not to mention it goes all the way up to 282. And what's relevant about this is we can make up to 260 with 200 bone right after the combat rework. Which means these will also be able to make 260s. So not only can you make a 199 out of them, but you can also make a 260 out of them. So it covers basically everything you would ever need. It is so nice. Well, assuming you're not a Guardian. Though even if you're a Guardian, the weapon it makes is good as well. It makes your best two-hand green weapon. So basically everyone wins with this resource. Guardians get their best green two-hand, which I think is just their overall best DPS weapon. And non-Guardians get the upgrades they need. Either 199s or 260s. Or if they want to go a little bit further into the skill, up to a 282. which you would need 222 bone rate for after the plus 60 buff. I do wish you could click on all 3 of these, though. You can for smithing, you can't for bone rite or stonemason, though. Because the thing that you're interacting with is still being interacted with. So you can't queue up another action on it. But it works for smithing since it's 3 different objects. And one thing I love about this is you never accidentally only put in 5. I'm not sure if anyone else has had that issue, but I had that issue so many times in the past. Where I would accidentally move a little bit early and only dunk 5. Or accidentally go here too early and, you know, not get it. But that's completely fixed now. There we go. Nice bone rite boost. Come on, bone rite. You're almost there. 30 levels to go. You're so close, yet so far. Gosh, I wish you could queue a drop, though. The amount of times my input for drop has been eaten is so high. I think it's over 100 times now. Where my drop input has been eaten. But yeah, we really got to do the leatherworker grind again at some point. I need to get to 210. There's so much money being tied up there that we can just get for free. That we really need to go get. Because we are kind of low right now. We're at like 8 gold. And I need enough money to buy 200 alchemy. I don't know the exact math on how much we need, but I know 8 gold is not enough. So if we want to start pivoting over to alchemy soon after gather and bone rite, yeah, we're going to need some money for that. And the only way I could think of, other than doing merchant, is spam leatherworker to 210 until we get hide blocked again. So sometime next week we will be doing that. The only problem is it takes quite a while. I don't even think a 12-hour stream gets it done, so I'll probably be splitting it up and doing some off-stream. Because I'm pretty sure even a 12-hour-long stream doesn't get us from where we are right now to 210. So I'll probably do several hours off-stream and just try to get the rest done on-stream then. For one day next week. And then afterwards, we finally go do 200 alchemy. I might even go do all the math on it just to figure it out. I'll probably do a rough estimate, though, because getting exact math's not worth it. But basically, our path to 200, if we were to do it, like, right now, assuming we had, like, infinite money right now, or, you know, the money from all that leather worker, is we would do the plus 60 arbor rays. And keep in mind, I'm going to be keeping all of them for trading. I'm not selling a single potion back. So whatever money we're putting into a potion, we completely lose until we either use the potion or trade it. In the case of the arbory potions, probably trade. But in the case of the, of some of the other ones, obviously use, like the cryopots. But basically, we're going to be doing 62 to 77, doing only the strength arbory. Then 77 till, gosh, 104, doing only the cryo and A1. So these are the ones we actually care about, so that actually works out pretty well. Because these are like our bread and butter kind of boost pot. Then we get a bunch of fears, which give us basically infinite fear for the rest of the time. Especially when they're equipable and everything. As the amount of fears that we're going to get at this threshold is going to be so high. I'll make a few of these and these because we have a couple banked. Not a lot. I think we have like 69 of these and 23 of these. But these are mostly a skip in favor of fear potions. So that we get an endless supply of fear. I have a little bit of these, but not a lot. So we might still be doing fear at this rate. Because these are way too expensive to buy. So we'd probably still be doing fear even at that point. And then we do these mining ones. These mining ones are super cheap. I think they're almost like 1 silver each or 1.3 silver each. They're basically free to make. And they're really good because you can use them on bone rate whenever you go use a level. Or use it to expedite mining and smithing or whatever else you want to use it on. As long as you're not using it on combat. But literally there's no wrong choice other than combat when it comes to this chapter. As long as you're using it on anything else, you're pretty much good to go. But there's so many good things you could be using this on to go boost everything. And it's really, really important. Technically should have done it before we even did all this grind, but we're going to make a ton of these. Which is great because we have to do them all the way from 131 until Stonewall Hill. And then at 158, honestly, we were talking about this earlier. I am almost considering doing Stonewall Hill XP pots from 158 to 197. Because I'm not going to have the foraging to go to 164. I will have some Mine Fighter stuff, but not enough to go make as much as we need. Because I haven't done the Mine Fighter grind. So, and of course I also haven't done the other Hopeport one. So our only option until we get to 197. I believe I have enough of those banked. That's what we were getting when we were doing the ash trees earlier. Those were those little catkin things we were getting the other day. While we're doing the trees and doing gather simultaneously. But with that one really chill room too. I actually really like the new gameplay loop in it with cubable action. It's actually really fun. But yeah, we should have enough of those to go from 197 to 200. So that's basically my game plan. Is go through all the normal channels for alchemy pretty much. And then at 131, we just make this XP pot all the way until the next potent XP pot. And we make that potent XP pot for almost 40 levels, 39 levels, until we get to 197. And then from there, we just tip it over with the potions we already have banked. There's going to be a lot of Stonewall Hill XP pots, and I intend to use them, or probably use them all. We're either going to sell them for a pretty penny, or use every last one of them. I haven't really decided yet. I would have to sell them for at least like 30, 40, or 50 silver each for it to be worth actually selling compared to using, though. Because we were doing the math, and at 20 silver each, you would only be making 1.4 gold an hour making the potion. So I probably wouldn't sell less than like 50 each. And because that's way too expensive, I'm probably just keeping them myself. Unless there's like some mega players who are going to be actually buying them for that much. But I feel like the people who have that much money are just going to be buying the 10% from people who have 490. They're not going to bother with a wimpy 7%. Even though you need a 470 to make an 8% and a 490 to make a 10%. That's one of the other reasons for doing so many of them. Is how many people are going to have 470 or 490 alchemy? Obviously some people. But it's not like all they're going to be doing is making these potions over and over again forever post 500. So, realistically, most people are going to be using 7% when Chapter 5 comes out. They're not going to bother with 8s or 10s. It's just not worth it. So I want to stockpile thousands of them. Worst comes to worst, we use them ourselves. Best comes to best, we sell them for like over 50 silver each. We'll see where the market is by then. But if the market doesn't want enough for them, I'm just going to use them myself. On Armor Maker, on, you know, everything in that next chapter. Mostly Armor Maker and Builder, of course. For, like, the two big targets. But yeah, we're going to be making them for 39 levels straight. I will be putting some knowledge into the skill during that time. So technically it's not exactly 39 levels, because some of it will be covered by knowledge. But we are doing it for 39 levels straight. Not counting knowledge. Counting knowledge is like 30 levels straight, I guess. It's going to be a lot of them, though. I haven't calculated out exactly how many it is. But we're going to have like 30, 40, 50 gold tied up in 7% pots. Because I think they cost like 6.3 each or something. However, their sell price back to the shop is almost break even. So if we truly needed to cash them back out a little bit, we could. Losing almost nothing. Though I do plan to hoard them for Chapter 5. Either to sell or to use myself. Which is to be determined based on, you know, the week of the chapter. If they're going like so much the week beforehand, maybe I'll sell them. But otherwise, I intend to pretty much use them all. On Armor Maker and or Builder. Depending on which one seems more viable. Because oddly enough, Armor Maker might not actually be that good beyond 200. Because at 200, you can make up to 260 after the combat rework. So if you have 200 Armor Maker, you can make 260 armor. And by that state of the game, what on earth are you going to need armor better than that for? Like, you can kill 500 enemies or 490 enemies with 260 armor if you really had to. With all the extra perks you're going to have on the perk tree. Or, you know, on the obelisk tree, the skill tree, whatever you want to call it. The obelisk buffs after you reach beyond level 40. All of those are going to make it to the point where you probably could get away with 260 armor. Plus, you would be getting drops, too, from your enemies. It's not like you're not getting any armor. It would just be easier to get, like, the, you know, the starting armor that you kind of need. Because you can consistently have some 3-star, 4-star armor in that category. Compared to now, where it is absurdly hard to get a 4-star armor. Let alone a 3-star sometimes, especially post 200. Well, we don't know how good the perks will be. We also don't know if you'll be able to 1-0 an enemy. Because there's a lot of enemies you'll be able to 1-0 with range, depending on how much ammo they give, or how speed increase works. You'll be doing less DPS, but you won't need any armor buffs. So you can put that all into range DPS, or, you know, into whatever your elemental damage is, and anything else that can buff it up. But it comes down to, does Chapter 5 have a enemy like Chapter 1, 2, or sorry, Chapter 1, 3, and 4, where it is a completely stationary enemy that if you just kept ranging over and over again, you could just kill without it ever hitting you a single time. Because we don't know currently if Chapter 5 has an enemy like that. The assumption would be yes, but we don't know for sure. Or it could be like how Chapters 2 is, where it has a stationary unit, but it's a ranged stationary unit, which is redundant, or, you know, kind of irrelevant to kill it. Because, you know, it's ranging you. So even though it's stationary, it doesn't really help much because it can still hit you. Whereas the other 3 can't. Technically the other 4, there's actually 2 in Chronopolis that are stationary. Due to a bug, exploit, oversight feature. I'm not sure which. They haven't patched it in almost 2.5 months now. I assume they would by the combat rework, unless they just want to keep it in the game. In which case, we'll definitely be utilizing it, because we'll be right at the level range to go utilize it. Just go range down the wasps. And they can never attack you back. Which should make any... If they don't change it by then, Chronopolis 500 should be so free. Since it's the only chapter with 2 completely stationary units that never hit you back. Because you're not going to need armor if the enemy never hits you. Because currently no armor has offensive stats at the moment. Down the line, they probably will, once you could put, like, enchantments and stuff on them, or whatever their buff system's going to be. They have mentioned that they're going to be adding such a feature. Oh! I got a thingy! Okay, so I've actually been... I haven't actually mentioned it yet this stream. I'm actually AFKing a tree that could do the forestry events in Old School RuneScape. It's basically a new feature that they added not too long ago that basically makes woodcutting a little bit more interactive. And I finally got the fox one. This was the one I said I was like 4 or 5 times over drop rate on. And yeah, I just got an event for it. Nope, Fox, don't go over there, don't go over there, no! Fox, don't do it, don't do it, no, don't do it! Unfortunately, this is extremely non-AFK. Don't do it, Fox! Please, stop putting the traps right on top of the fox! Alright, there we go, there we go. Hopefully we get the fox whistle so we don't need to bother with these. It's so much less AFK than normal woodcutting. But I'm so dry on this. I'm like 4 or 5 times over drop rate for the fox whistle. It's the only thing I'm missing from forestry. After hundreds of hours of forestry in the game. And I still don't have it. Let's see, actually I could go show it real quick. Where is it? There it is. Right there. Is it showing up? There it goes. But basically we're disarming a bunch of traps so this fox doesn't end up going in it. And there's a very small chance you get a fox whistle. Which if we could ever stop going 3 times over drop rate for the woodcutting pet, basically transforms the beaver pet for woodcutting into a fox. But, yeah, we don't have either yet. We don't have the fox whistle, nor do we have the pet. Let's see, did we get it? We're just disappointed. Oh, no, the event's not over yet. Never mind. No, don't go in the trap! Oh, no, one more time and he dies. No! Don't die on me. Stop trying to die. They made this event a lot harder. It used to be easier in the past. Now, if you're AFK for even like half a second, or if the fox just moves weirdly, you like auto-lose the thing. Did we get a fox whistle? No, no fox whistle. Sad. I forget what it is at my level range. I want to say it's like a 1 in 25 at max level. I forget. All I know is that we are way too over drop rate on it. But they added a bunch of random events to woodcutting. That's the only one I care about, though. Because it's the only thing I'm missing. There's a lot less AFK than doing redwoods, but I figured we switch it up a little. Because we've been still going so dry on beaver pet on redwood. Oh, so hello, Booty. Welcome, welcome. You're not on, so can't check leaderboards. Are we still top 10? No, we were never actually top 10. The highest we ever technically was 12. But that was when a lot of people were opted out. Our actual true rank has been pretty much around 25 for like the last month now. Which is everyone else is hidden. But we are technically 19 right now. Based on visible people, we are currently 19th. Soon to be 20th, because I'm pretty sure this person's grinding more than me right now. But, yeah, we're currently 19th in the game. We're probably going to be falling from every leaderboard once True Leaderboard comes out. They never really gave any exact time as far as when's that could be happening. But True Leaderboard is, probably coming in about the next month or so. Maybe in the next few weeks. I assume that's going to be pretty soon. They said they're still working on it, but they didn't give, like, any time frame, like, at all to go by. It doesn't seem like that'd be something too hard to implement, but maybe it is. But hopefully they'll get around to it soon, because I know a lot of endgame players want to see it. But we won't have any top 20 at all once that leaderboard does come in. We will have 0 top 20s. Not even for Minds of Matubin. However, once we start doing combat again, we just kind of skyrocket up. We've done very minimal combat for someone in top 20 right now. There's a few other who also done pretty minimal combat. But combat's like the second quickest skill in the game. Possibly the quickest after combat rework. It could potentially be even quicker than Merchant. No, the highest we had earlier was rank 12. And that was when a bunch of people were hiding near the top of the leaderboard. We also technically, day 1 also had rank 12. Because when everyone was opting in, by the time I opted in, we were actually around rank 12 when it happened. We knew it was going to go down, but it didn't go down as much as I thought it would. Because when leaderboards came out, I thought we'd be like rank 50 or 100 or something. Or maybe we need to grind to get to 100. I was really surprised that on day 1 we were as high as rank 12. And by the end of it, we were like rank 18. When leaderboards first came out. Currently we're rank 19, but based on everyone in the game, I think we're closer to 25 or 26 right now. If you count all the hidden people up there. Currently, by the way, on our current poll, also if you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. It helps people find the channel. And as far as our current poll, have you ever forgotten to put your character in Brighter Shores at a passive activity before logout? There's 43% at the Always Remember, 33% at the Forgot Once or Few Times category. I didn't bother putting a Forget Once category. And then at the lowest is Forgotten Many Times at 23%. So it does look like most people do it then. I definitely advise doing them. They're really good. And they can be 5% boostable as of about a week ago. So you can use 5% boost pots or any boost pot you want. Though, of course, 5% being the most accessible one. Because that's something else I'm going to do once I get 131 Alchemy. It's actually one of the other reasons I want to go get Alchemy up. I need to start 7% boosting my Brimstone. My tier 5 Brimstone. It might not seem like a huge amount, but that's really going to add up to be a lot of XP over time. If we basically get a free venture every, like, 25 days. It doesn't sound like a lot, but one single venture, I think I'm getting like 400, 500k XP. So get a free one like every 25 days or so is pretty solid. Just for using a slightly different shaped potion. A 7% instead of the 5%. Those things are pretty free. It is actually cheaper to use a 7% potion than it is to buy a 5% potion. The problem is you can only make about 110, you can only make 110 of them per hour. Whereas the 5% you could buy instantly within seconds. So even though the 7% are cheaper, they have the production time attached to them, which technically makes them a lot more expensive. Because if you had to account for production time. I'm curious how much they'll be when player trading comes out, though. Because if they're only like 5 silver each, they're actually kind of worth mass buying. I'm pretty sure they could be like 10 silver each or more. I'm definitely keeping all mine. The only one that I'm not completely sure on is our Chapter 5 potions. But people would have to want like a really high number for me to bother selling. Otherwise, I'm just using them all for Chapter 5. I'm probably not going to be using them on Chapter 5 combat, though. Just purely on Builder and Armor Maker. I really hope they do some adjustments to armor, though. I wish you could see all the invisible stats that they have. And I also wish they had set bonuses for 4-star. Because they're adding special attacks to 4-star weapons, but they're not adding anything to 4-star armor. There's currently no additional perks that you get for 4-star armor, which is going to leave armor way behind where weapons are. There's also no armor in the game that currently gives you extra damage. And generally in games like this, you almost always want to wear DPS armor. But right now, all armor is just tank armor. There's no such thing as DPS armor at the moment, or utility armor of any kind. They're just simply all tank armor. Which for now is fine, but by the time Armor Maker comes out, I hope they kind of adjust that a little. So there's a bit more diversity between the 3 armor types that every class has. Because right now they're really, really samey. Like you get like 3 different options, but they're all basically identical to each other. Or is it 2 different options? I'd always think you keep thinking it's 3. Isn't there only 2 different sets of armor? I don't even remember. Armor's a weird category. Yeah, that's one thing that's gonna be really funny when the combat rework comes out. Because armor you can almost just completely ignore. Like you're still gonna have to wear something and not nothing, obviously. But whatever you're getting is like the really cheap, just 1-star, 2-star stuff is probably enough for every encounter. You're not going to need anything fancy. Because your amount of extra DPS will make up for it. Since damage is basically your life bar in this game. Because the quicker you kill the enemy, the less damage they do to you. And since you full heal every fight, you don't really need to worry about tankability a lot of times. As long as you kill them before they kill you. It doesn't matter how tanky you are. As long as they die before your HP bar hits 0. Because that's the only weird thing about full healing after every fight in this game. Is you don't need to conserve your HP. You simply kill something and you just full heal instantly. Not sure if they're ever going to change that in the future, like when they add like dungeoneering equivalents to this game, like with raids and such. But the fact that you full heal after every fight is kind of broken. When you compare it to some other games. There's definitely a lot of games where you heal like some after killing an enemy or something similar. But in Brighter Shores, you literally get a full 100% full heal every time you get a kill. Like you reset all the way back to max. So you don't really need mitigation to make sure that your HP stays high because it just always does after a kill. So you basically just use a kill as a full heal every time. But yeah, I kind of forgot how many bones we have. I slightly underestimated the stacks on stacks on stacks of bones we have. They are actually very plentiful. But I kind of have to do them first so that we can get better bone rate investment. Because we're going to have to do these eventually. Might as well do them now before we invest all of our knowledge into it. I'm still putting knowledge into it, though. It just gives us slightly better value overall. But yeah, after this 200s, I am really considering the 200 alchemy grind. We've got to finish 210 leatherworker first, since we have the money for it. That's probably our game plan. I do still want to get the fishing venture operational, but it's just going to take too long out of my current plan to really do it. We'd have to spend like 2 or 3 days doing nothing but fishing. Which I haven't really been in the mood to do at the moment. We definitely will eventually, obviously. But no, I haven't been in a fishing mood. I definitely have been at some points in this game where we literally just go there just for the fun of it. But I think the main thing that's making me not wanting to do it at the moment is we basically have to go catch manta rays. And manta rays are just kind of annoying. They're really far apart from each other. And I almost feel like just sticking with like eel puffer. We're at a level range where eel puffer isn't as good. Like we can't really go back to eel puffer until what? Wow, actually a while. We can't do it until 76. Ouch. Yeah, we're in a really dead zone for fishing right now. Honestly, I almost feel like putting knowledge into it. I almost feel like putting knowledge into it more than alchemy. I might actually... You know what? Maybe when we're doing alchemy, I put my knowledge into fishing. I'm almost considering that. We burn more money doing alchemy. But we get more potions out of alchemy. And we do need the potions. At least once we start getting to 77. Because every potion we're making beyond 77 we need. At 77, we get the main boost pot that we're ever going to use. Because we're not doing 260-something alchemy anytime soon. So this will be our primary boost pot for most things. Then, especially bossing and stuff whenever that comes out. Then after that, we have 104 fears, which will give us infinite fears for the rest of the time. Especially when they're equipable and everything. Then after that, we get the 7% that we need for Mines of Matubin, which is one of the most valuable things we could ever do, and it's basically free to buy from the shop. They're like 1 silver each almost. Like around there. So these things are so absurdly good. And we'll be using so many of them. And then yeah, we just get Stone Mall Hill prep after that. Where we basically do the Stone Mall Hill all the way to max. Or 200 when I say max. Not literally max. Because that's another thing to consider too. One of the reasons why I'm kind of pivoting away from the whole 35% heal pot thing? I know these will eventually be useful, but the combat rework actually makes these a lot less viable. The 35% potent potion. You will be able to increase your max HP with some of the perks, so technically they heal more than they ever have before. But you're going to have less of a need to heal compared to now. Like right now, whenever you're taking on a slightly stronger enemy, you pretty much always need one health potion. Maybe not that big of a health potion, but you definitely need one health potion. But you're not going to need that after the combat rework, most likely. You likely take out a fight without healing a single time, or using a boost pot. You just click on them and they die. You don't need to range them, you can just click on them, boom, dead. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how that pans out, because these are a lot less needed now. Obviously when bossing and raids come out, these just skyrocket like crazy. But at this exact moment in time, and the fact that we're not getting that kind of stuff until like half a year to a year from now, we're just gonna be skipping them for now. They're way too much of a long-term investment when we're still an early game in this game. Early game. Quote-unquote early game. And I feel like that's where all the tryhards will be like in about a year from now. Like you're an early game if you're not 200 all. I can see that being a thing. Because I feel like that's almost the way that it is in old school RuneScape. Like in RuneScape 3, if you're not maxed, you are literally in tutorial. In old school RuneScape, if you're not like max combat with at least like 80 all or 90 all, you're pretty much in early game. I can see that being that way for Brighter Shores. Obviously 200 all is an absurd grind. But I can see in a couple years from now 200 all being considered like, oh yeah, this is like when the game kind of starts. 0 to 20 is tutorial. 20 to 200 is like that mid-game area. But 200 all is where the game really starts. What's kind of crazy is we're still not going to be 200 all until like 2 months from now probably. At current rate. Though we do start speeding up a lot once we're done with Bone Right. Because we don't have to do Bone Right anymore. We're almost done with every slow skill. I would say the slowest skill we still have to go do is, what, fishing? Though is fishing quicker than cooking? I'm not even sure. But I'm pretty sure fishing is the slowest skill we still need to go do. I guess technically carpentry as well. But carpentry, if you do it all with woodcutting and actually bank a lot of stuff, it's not too bad. We're going to have to knowledge some of it, but the actual XP rate isn't horrific as long as you're using the highest plank you can do at any given time. If you're using lower is when it's bad. But as long as you're using the highest tier you can, you should be fine. Like right now we're doing 76 oaks and doing the same oak as 72 carpentry. So we're at the perfect point to go do woodcutting if we want to continue. And then whatever gaps you have in between from doing other stuff, you can just go do with knowledge. Because once you get 200 woodcutting, you basically have 200 carpentry. You might have to put a couple dozen knowledge points into it, but you will get it there. Yeah, one of the XP goes down. I never noticed that. Have you guys ever noticed that? That's kind of cool. I'm not sure if that was a coincidence or if it always does that. Whenever your potion expires, the, you know, minus boost goes from top to bottom. And whenever you use a new one, it goes from middle to top. So basically it rises when you're getting a boost and it goes down when you're getting debuffed. I never noticed that until just now. 68 days in and I just now noticed that. Because they both happen pretty much at the same time. But yeah, whenever your debuff goes away or your buff thing goes away, the number goes down. Or, you know, the thing moves down that says that your debuff went away. But whenever you're buffing, the text moves up rather than down to indicate that's a buff as well. That's really cool. I've never noticed that. That's a nice little touch. But yeah, boost text moves up, unboost text moves down. Nice little intuitive motion with it. I never paid much attention to it. The only reason I even noticed is because they both happened at basically the same time. That's really something I would pay attention to otherwise. But when they're right next to each other, it looks really obvious. Yep, I thought I clicked on it already. Yep, there it goes. It goes down. And now this one's going to go up. Yep, it goes up. Wow, I've never noticed that. I don't know, have you guys seen that before? But yeah, whenever you get a boost, it goes up, the text. And whenever you get debuffed of the boost, it goes down. That's a nice, cool little touch. I can't believe I just now noticed that, though. Obviously, that's been in there since day one. It's one of those small little things. Oh, so hello, Tyrion! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Anything been happening in Pokemon news lately? You're my main source of Pokemon news, normally. I know the last thing was the shiny Rayquaza, which we did end up doing together. Oh yeah, did it spawn? Forget that, by the way. Because I know we did it together at one point. Pokemon Go stuff only. Aw. Yeah, I still never played Pokemon Go. I never tried it when it got, like, really popular, and I never played it, so... At this point, I'm pretty much, like, never getting around. Oh, nice. You did end up getting it? Nice. Hey, you never noticed, but you don't consume performance-enhancing drugs? Yeah, I've been starting to go really heavy on the 5%. Like, the later you get into the game, the more you realize you should be chugging them every 5 seconds. Well, technically every 2 minutes. But, yeah, they're actually really good to keep at perpetually active. At least the 5% anyways. Above 5% go into sketchier territory on how worth it they are. But, 5% are 100% worth it at their current price. There are a few exceptions to that, though. But generally, if you're doing any activity that has downtime where you can drink it for free, or as a processing skill where you have a really limited amount of supply, aka these bones, it works really well. It's really bad on anything that has a perfect infinite loop, because the amount of time that you're spending to drink the potion pretty much negates any effect of the potion, at least at 5% anyways. You had 30 shiny Sprigatito last week? Nice. Yeah, I'm really hoping the next Pokemon game has cool shiny hunting. Legends Arceus got me into shiny hunting for the first time ever. And I'm really curious to see how it's going to pan out in the next Pokemon game. Because one reason I didn't do it much in the most recent one is they didn't do an audio cue. It was purely a visual cue. And the strain on my eyes made it literally impossible for me to play. So I just didn't bother. Like, obviously we finished the game and everything, but you know, as far as shiny hunting, I didn't bother. Because it's purely a visual cue and no audio. Plus, it doesn't make, like, a huge flash like it did. But hopefully they bring back the big flashy visual and audio cue. As the most recent Pokemon game had neither, which was really annoying. Is you had to strain your eyes looking at like every single pixel to see if something was shiny or not. I did finally get the Steam Deck, by the way. I was still hesitant on it because we're getting the Switch 2 later this year as well, or whenever it's coming out. But, yeah, I did finally cave in and got the best Steam Deck. It was like 70 bucks after shipping and everything, and tax and everything. But, it should be coming in the next few days, hopefully. Very soon, TM. I'm actually going to probably need a stream off of it if that's even possible. Because when the floors get done in this house, there's going to be a couple days where I won't be able to do things normally. So I would have to like stream off our phone's internet. Which I'm not even sure if we'd have a stable enough connection to even do that. Probably not. We're definitely going to try though, just for the fun of it. Otherwise, there's going to be a couple days where we're just going to be able to not stream. Our streak will finally end. Our almost 100-day streak. Like, there's just going to be a few days where I don't have home internet. Because they're going to be replacing the floor and everything in the room. And I do not have a good cellular connection. I have like some of the cheapest plan you could possibly buy. I think it's like $20 a month or something. It also has limited data, which is another factor too. Like you'd probably do one stream, it'd already be like over capacity for data. You just have some kind of data cap on it. It still lets you keep going, but it like throttles your connection afterwards. Well, the problem isn't getting it to the device, it's that the device itself would be unplugged. Like, my router's literally going to be unplugged. And not doing any internet at all. So I'd have to do it off my phone. I don't know, I'll figure something out for it, though. I think the funniest solution would be using a McDonald's Wi-Fi or something. Stream off the McDonald's Wi-Fi. Or something else nearby. Because honestly, it'd probably be more stable than my phone connection. That was one of the reasons why, when I started this channel, I actually didn't start streaming until a couple months after the fact. Because my connection at my other house wasn't that good. Like, it was good enough to post YouTube videos, but it wasn't good enough to stream off of. Go mount it to a shelf? I don't know, we'll see. Because I'm still not sure how they're going to be going about it, if they're doing it all in like one day, or if they're trying to like segment it out. We're mostly replacing the floor because of someone here is using a wheelchair. and the thing keeps getting caught up on the ground. It like tears up at the carpet. That in between the dog and everything. So we're just getting everything replaced with wood instead of carpet everywhere. And of course this whole room is currently carpeted. We've gained so many bone rate levels from this. We've gained already like 4 levels, almost 5 now. I was guesstimating we'd only get 5 total. And at this rate, we're going to be close to like 8 or 9. It's counting the knowledge we're getting along the way, though. It's still not bad at all, though. Which is way overestimate. We're actually way closer to 200 bone rate than I thought. Because we still don't even have our bones. We still got 16 levels more bones to go get. This is even our last that we're going to be getting. Have I ever played MTG? Magic the Gathering? No. There's quite a few card games I have played. Like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Mostly Yu-Gi-Oh! Especially when I was younger. I actually used to do local Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments. At like card shops and everything. Never got as into Pokemon though. I collected it but didn't really play it. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Was probably like physical card game wise, like the main one I ever got into. Only when I was a kid though. But beyond that, the closest I would say in modern times was Slay the Spire. I really enjoyed Slay the Spire, which is a pretty like roguelike card game kind of thing. Slay the Spire 2 is coming out this year as well, and we'll be playing it a lot when it comes out, especially the first week. But no, I've never played Magic the Gathering ever. As far as the main card games, it's mostly just Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! These days though. Again, as far as like super like card games kind of like that, mostly Slay the Spire and Slay the Spire 2 when it comes out. It's more like a roguelike than a card game though. It does have card game and deck building elements, but it's set up pretty much as a roguelike rather than like a standard deck builder. Yeah, there's another game that came out recently that a lot of people suggested we play that I still haven't. Path of Exile 2. I'm not sure if I would get into that though. I like RPGs, but I generally don't play action RPGs. I need my non-action. I crave the non-action. I don't know, action RPGs looks like so, I don't know, there's just too much going on visually. Like, there's too much visual clutter, I feel like, in a lot of action RPGs. Or ARPGs. Have I gotten any IRL friends into Brighter Shores? No. Actually, I don't think I've gotten a single friend into Brighter Shores, oddly enough. Because most of them don't play MMOs. Like, I have almost no friends that play MMOs. Or if they do, they're like so in deep in an MMO that they would never play a different MMO. Your two work friends weren't impressed with the early game of Brighter Shores. Yeah, I don't really feel like it makes its impact until at least like chapter 3 or 4. Not that the first 2 chapters are bad, but they leave like an incomplete picture of what the game is like. Like if you tried playing only free-to-play of this game and try to get like an idea of what the game is like, I feel like the average person, you know, wouldn't really, I wouldn't say not like it, but they don't have a full picture of what it's like just with chapter 1 and 2, but how it's currently set up. It's something that hopefully gets addressed in the future. Is chapter 1 and 2 alone doesn't give a good full picture of the entire game. It's a nice little snapshot to see if you kind of like, you know, the endless grind kind of concept kind of thing. But as far as like all the systems in the game that like really matter are all in the later chapters. Especially once we get to Armor Maker in chapter 5, obviously all the weapon making in chapter 3. Like the only really core mechanic that you get access to in the first 2 chapters is potion making, and that's it. Because cooking doesn't do anything. Woodcutting, carpentry, and gather don't do anything until you get to chapter 3. Like literally the only core mechanic in the game is just combat and alchemy. That's it. You don't get weapon making, you don't get armor making, which isn't even in the game yet. You don't get the really cool unique skills like merchant or detective. The ones that are actually rather unique for an MMO to have. That aren't just like generic mining or woodcutting or fishing or something, but actually something pretty unique that most games don't have mechanically. Yeah, I feel like the only problem with the combat being revamped, though, is it's not going to fix a lot of people's other main concern. Is a lot of people are, like, way into PvM these days, especially if they're coming from, like, old school RuneScape or RuneScape 3, where they're basically just bossing simulators now. That this game probably feels a bit off-putting, because this game is purely a skilling game right now, and then it's going to be turning into a skilling PvP game. AKA what RuneScape was way back when. Before it really had any substantial PvM. That's basically where Brighter Shores is now. But that's not where old school RuneScape or RuneScape 3 are now, or even most MMOs in general. That are a lot more combat heavy. There's a lot more of the classic kind of style where you basically do a bunch of skilling. And maybe do a little bit of skilling to go do a little bit of PvP if you want to have some fun. And then you just go back to skilling. Where you don't really do everything for bossing. Because everything you ever do basically in old school RuneScape, and I assume RuneScape 3 as well, but definitely in old school, like everything you ever do is because of PvM. The reason you skill is because of PvM. The reason you quest is because of PvM. The reason you do PvM is so you can do better PvM. But this has a lot more of a skilling and eventually a skilling into PvP loop, rather than a skilling and PvP into PvM loop. But it's a lot more heavily focused on the skilling aspects rather than everything you ever do being because you want to go kill a boss. I don't know, it'd be interesting to see where it goes. I really hope that when he does add dungeons and raids like that, I hope he incorporates a lot of other skills. Based on what they've been saying, it seems like it'll be the case. But I hope it's like, not necessarily exactly what dungeoneering was, but you know, dungeoneering style in the sense of you need a lot of skills to be able to do it. Like, you could go there with only combat, but you're going to need people that are other skills in order to assist you. Like, you can't solo, you're not going to be able to solo the raid if you have, like, only combat skills, basically. You're going to need all the other utility skills to make equipment during it, or make potions during it, or make food during it. As well as gather all the material you need for it, and other various things. So you're going to need at least one other person on your team who can actually do that if you're going combat only. I feel like Old School RuneScape tried to do it with Chambers of Xeric, but it failed pretty hard. It'll probably be one of the few things that we do when we do go stream Old School RuneScape again. In like a week or two after Leagues. Is I want to try the new run energy change they made. They made a new run energy change about a week ago, and I haven't gotten to test it on anything. Pretty much that whole stream will probably be testing every single thing you can do with it, as well as everything else they've done in the last 3 months. Because they've added some pretty broken things in the last 3 months. Like Varrock being able to hit through prayer. That one Barrow's armor from 2005. It was actually a bug that's been in the game for 2 decades, and they finally fixed it like a week or 2 ago. The Andrew Gower and his team coded it incorrectly at the time. And it took the more modern RuneScape devs basically another like extra decade before they finally fixed it. But after 2 decades, it has been fixed. It finally works the way it was supposed to back in 2005. 20 years later. Yeah, all endgame in Brighter Shores doesn't currently exist. It's currently a game with no endgame. Everything is just prepping for endgame. But honestly, that's like my favorite part. The journey is better than the destination. But once we're finally at the destination, we just keep obliterating the destination. It is something that's going to be really funny by the time raids do come out, though, in this game. Because based on their current time frame, we could expect, like, late Q3 or Q4 of this year. So basically almost the end of the year. And if that's the case, anyone who's been playing since day 1 is going to be, like, bare minimum 200 all, pretty much. And in our case, probably almost, like, 300 all. Or multiple 500s with a lot of things at 200-ish. Because we're talking like 9-ish months from now. Is probably when we get our first raid, roughly. If we even get one by then. That's a lot of time to progress. Like, that's like a lot of time to progress. By the way, I'm actually doing all these bones. It'll take about another hour and a half. Or actually, most are almost 2 hours, actually, now that I'm looking at the stack. I kind of underestimated how many bones I had. For some reason, I thought it was way less than this. I forgot, we went pretty hard on bones yesterday. I kind of zoned out for hours on end, not realizing how many bones we got. We needed every single last one of them. It's not like we grabbed excess. Actually, we still need to go get more. But, yeah, it's more than I was anticipating. I did not realize we had that many. But yeah, I gotta process them all before we can do Gatherer. Otherwise, I'll be wasting knowledge XP by not using my already banked available XP. And if you're wondering why I'm not doing them in any product, the main reason I'm not doing it in product, 2 reasons. I don't have the woodcutting carpentry level, but even if I did, I would want to save it for when we actually need upgrades. That's why I'm actually not making these into anything. Same as all the other lower tiers. Because I plan to make them into weapon upgrades and shield upgrades in the future. Whereas using them now would waste a lot of their value. Just for a little bit of XP that we could easily just knowledge. At least this activity's pretty chill. It's actually kind of grown on me. Because it doesn't have any of the downsides of like all the other activities. Where half of smithing requires gas and all of stonemason requires gas. And the smithing bank is quite a bit further than this bank. It requires no gas and has the closest bank out of any of these activities. Had no XP waste doing an AFK activity. Oh, I didn't click on it. Oh no, hopefully we make it in time. We're up against the clock. Got it. I keep thinking that time is way tighter than it is. We actually have plenty of time normally. There's like a good 3 to 5 seconds there. I keep thinking it's going to be like 1 second, but there's actually quite a bit of time there. More than I keep anticipating. Yep, he's back. I wonder what Bone Tier is doing. Because I only did tier 1 and tier 2 cement. When's the first post 200 cement at? I think it's like really deep at like 280 something or something. What's the next, or the first post 200 cement? I think it was like 288. Sounds correct for some reason. 264. 264 is when you could do the first post 200 cement. It's pretty deep. And that would be used for builder AFK. Assumably. Given the material that it is. But at like 250 to 270 builder, you'd be able to use that as an AFK thing. It really comes down to how viable is post 200 builder. Because that's something we don't currently know. Like, is builder a skill you're going to get to 200 and just ignore? Or is it actually legitimately worth getting to 200? I mean, to 500, I mean. Because honestly, I think, oddly enough, Chapter 5 might be the first chapter we 500 all. I've actually been considering it lately. Because everything there should be pretty straightforward. It has a gatherer that you're likely going to need to feed into the other skills anyways. Combat, we're probably already going to have 500 watch person queued up before the combat rework even comes out. Or not but before Chapter 5 comes out. Like, between the combat rework and Chapter 5 coming out, we should have 500 watch person in that time. Or 500 Chronopolis, whatever you want to call it. But we'll have this max, basically, which will make our obelisk give a bonus to Chapter 5. So not only will we have a fully boosted Chapter 5 to go do combat with, it has Armor Maker, which you're going to eventually want to have the 500 anyway, similar to Smithing. It has a easy-to-do Gatherer skill, most likely, that you need to do probably to feed into Builder regardless. And then Builder, which we don't know the viability of Builder, but if Builder turns out to be like one of the top 3, top 5 best skills in the whole game to go train, I think we're 500 alling the chapter. Because Armor already is. Shield Breaker we're doing to 500 regardless. The Gathering one probably feeds into Builder to some degree. And then the only other one then is, what's the other one then? And then the other one is, yeah, Builder itself. Because we already mentioned Armor Maker. Because Armor Maker we already know is like top 5 skill in the game. Shield Breaker is already going to be boosted from what we have. The Gatherer should be pretty straightforward. At worst, it's like as bad as Gatherer. At best, it's as good as Forager. Or even better. And then you feed that into Builder so you can go get 500 Builder. The only thing that really is on the line right now is we don't know how viable Builder is. Like, we don't even know what it does. It builds things. But we don't know what that means. Or how viable a certain level range is. Like, is it going to be like Detective, where after, like, you know, 100 levels it's, like, useless? Whereas Detective is basically useless after 83? Or is it going to be completely useful all the way to like 490 or something? There's things we don't currently know about it. Well, there's a lot we don't know about it. There's so much we don't know about it. Out of any skill, next chapter is the one we probably know the least about. By far. It'd be funny to see someone get a skill from 0 to 500 with KP only. Well, technically it would have to be 20 to 500. Because you can't start putting knowledge into something until 20. I've basically been doing that with my alt accounts. If you count passives as knowledge points, every single post 20 they have is all knowledge. With a few exceptions, like sometimes getting a weapon upgrade. But yeah, it takes about 9 months. Give or take, depending on if you like manually train some here and there. But it's about 9 to 10 months to get a skill from 20 to 500, or even 0 to 500, because it doesn't take that long to get to 20. Easily do that in one session. But yeah, it takes about 9 to 10 months to go from 0 to 0 to 500, using effectively only knowledge and AFK activities, but mostly AFK activities. They're getting really close. They're almost halfway done with the Lost and Found requirements. Is it worth it for them to have done Lost and Found? I have no clue at this point. Probably not. But I'm in too deep to back off now. So we're going to complete Lost and Found with both of them and then train them to 500, which should be done by October this year, I believe. The quest should be done by the first or second week of February on both of them. And then them having 500 in their respective skills should be by like late October or something. Unless I manually train to 200 some. Which I probably won't, though. Because manually training to 200 bone rate a second time sounds insufferable. I'd rather have to wait a few extra months than have to train to 200 bone rate again. Manually. After having just done it. Because our main doesn't even have 200 bone rate yet. We will soon, in the next week or so. At this exact moment in time, it doesn't say 200 yet. Yeah, the community manager for the game did say Chapter 5 is their favorite chapter. So I'm really curious to see what's in Chapter 5. Hey, Chino's here as well. Oh yeah, he did say he's finishing up 200 bone rate. I wonder how close he is. He should only be like 10 levels or less, based on where he was before. Let's see. Oh, he hasn't really touched the other chapter yet. I'm surprised he didn't do that before Bone Right. Yeah, he's at 191. Oh, he might be finishing it today. Nice. He's probably doing that power grind right now. Manually doing it just to push it over the edge instead of knowledge. Probably bought up a bunch of bones from the shop. But he definitely didn't gather them because he doesn't have the level for it. But he might have bought it from the shop with spare funds. Just to speed up the final levels, just to get it done with already. He got a lot of money from doing cooking. He's been at, like, cooking for forever. I assume he got 200 cooking recently, right? No, only 134. Really? I feel like he's been there, like, every day the last week. I'm surprised it's not 200. Is cooking really that slow? I always thought cooking was quick. It feels like I was barely getting any levels per hour. Like, it felt like we were getting, like, 2.5 an hour. Which is pretty bad. Like, there are worse rates in the game, but 2.5 an hour is not that good for levels. As I say, as we're probably getting about 2.5 doing this right now. Not counting knowledge. But I'm really curious to see what happens with episode 5. I'm really hyped for it. And I'm considering 500 all for it. As long as Builder is actually good, I'm highly considering 500 all. Because at some point we'll need 500 armor making anyways. 500 shield break I plan to do because every chapter 4 and onwards I plan to get 500 on. I don't think I'm gonna bother with the previous chapters though. We'll basically my game plan for combat after the combat reworks, once we have special attacks and all the changes and everything, is 200 guard, so we can assist that with 200 hope farce, so we can assist that with 200 mines of Matubin, so we can assist that with 500 Chronopolis, so that we can then get 500 in every chapter therefor. The only downside of this is if they ever put content in chapter 1, 2, or 3. Is the only big downside. As we'll only be level 200 in those 3 locations. But that's currently my game plan for combat route. 200 all from chapter 1 onwards. And then every chapter therefor if we do 500. For the rest of time. That'll just mean that our free-to-play areas are going to be bad. I might eventually double back to go to Mines of Matubin, though. I don't think I would double back for Hope Port or Hope Farce, though. Just because free-to-play gets access to anything that's in there, which makes them a lot less desirable. Because when it comes to a trading economy, anything in these 2 categories would be worth way less compared to anything Mines of Matubin later. It's the other thing that's got me questioning if I should go for 500 Mines of Matubin before 500 Chronopolis. If I knew the exact date that Chapter 5 was coming out, we could make that determination. Based on what we currently know, I'm probably just doing 500 Chronopolis instead of 500 Mines of Matubin. It's probably not worth it. We'll also have to see how many buffs you can actually apply to the next chapter. I guess that's the other factor, too. Like, how many buffs do you get for 200 compared to 500? Because if it's a lot, then it might matter. If it's barely any, then, yeah, we could almost ignore it. And just come back to Mind of Matubin later. Hey, that reminds me, I actually do need to go do post 200 bone right, don't I? I might need to start doing the bone right AFK. I didn't even think about that. I was mentioning this earlier. But let's say hypothetically we are like hard pivoting into 500 500 all for chapter 5. Let's say hypothetically that happens. It might not be that hypothetical, but let's say hypothetically that happens. There's actually one thing I need from Bone Right that actually applies to next chapter. Or, you know, to chapter 5. And that is a cement. And we saw earlier, the next cement's at 264. Which I believe is tier 5 cement? Superior, whatever superior means. Which I think is tier 5. Which means, theoretically, I need 399 Bone Right! Obviously, that's not, like, required. But I am considering pivoting off of smithing a little bit so we can go do that grind. I've also been considering getting stonemason up so that we can actually do whatever stone we have next. It seems a lot more annoying to do, though. I'm just not sure if I should go evenly on all 3. Or just keep going all in on smithing. I still feel like I should go all in on smithing, though. Because worst comes to worst. No, my alt wouldn't have it by then, though. I was gonna say my alt would have it, but no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be that high by then. It might have the 200 something one by then, though. But not the really high one. It's probably not that required, though. It's only for one AFK activity that you would do, like, 6 times. Like, you only have to do it 2 times post 200. I'm pretty sure you can just power level through and just ignore it. Plus, there might be a shop where you can just buy it for an upsold price. Might just be a little expensive, but you can still run it. It would just burn a lot of money. I just realized we never got a pop-up during all that. I'm actually surprised that we didn't get it in between there. But there we go. But I think I still keep 200-200s going all in on smithing. As much as I want to get all three of them up, it just makes more sense to only focus on smithing for now. Because doing post 200 bone rate sounds insufferable. For anything other than like the AFK activity. Or if we're doing post 200 gatherer. But that assumes we're going for like 500 gatherer. There's actually a golden age of gatherer. Like the golden age. It's a really high level though. It's 433. At 433 you've reached the end of gatherer. Because anything else you get beyond that's like a 10% XP pot. Or useless femur shard that you don't really need unless you're a guardian. But 433 is like the golden age. It's the highest tier of the easiest to bank bone. But for obvious reasons, that is not a quick thing to go do. Can't just casually wake up one day and be like, let's go get 433 gather today. Our goal for today is 197. We're not even at 200 yet. But ultra long term, that's like the goal of gatherer. Kind of like the goal of foragers, like get 490 for monument. The goal of gatherer is get like whatever numbers this is, 436 for bone spike. Max tier bone spike. You can technically camp that all the way to 500 if you want to. And you'd bank so much bone rate XP. There it goes. Finally, the pop-up. Took forever. There it is. Alright, 1,000 bones to go. Actually, a little over 1,000. We're getting there, though. Honestly, by the end of all these bones, we're going to have, like, what? 177? 178? Probably 178 counting all the knowledge. Which is actually perfect, because that's when we could do our next bone tier. I can actually do the femurs at 178. So that's actually going to work out perfectly if that does happen. Because our next bone tier of the femurs is at that level. So maybe I'm going to do femur then. I might actually do femur. Because there is one upside of femur. Even though it takes longer to bank, you don't have to bank as much while you're doing bone rate. And what I mean by that is since every full inventory is giving you more XP and you have to do less overall trips, it's going to cost us some banking time initially, but it saves us time when doing bone rate. So even if the gather XP is about break even, it technically saves time in that we don't have to keep going back and forth as much. It's less overall knowledge per hour, but I think it is overall slightly quicker. It's hard to tell. Because it's hard to calculate out for the amount of knowledge that we're missing. I think is the biggest issue. Compared to doing femur, compared to bone spike. That's the thing that's really hard to calculate out for. Because we can calculate out like the XP rates for gatherer and for bone rate. But it's a lot harder to calculate out the amount of knowledge we're missing from having a lower knowledge rate per hour. Even though we're getting more gatherer and bone rate XP per hour. But we're getting less knowledge. Which might overall be less bone rate XP per hour. Oh, we're almost at our max shield. We were mentioning earlier we can make up to a 177 for that one shield. With the planks that we got earlier. We're almost there. 2.5 levels. We don't need it at the moment, but if we did, we're pretty much there. The main one that matters is 178 though. As that should be the femur. And that's when we can start dunking the femur. Which is exactly what we can start gathering at 184. That's why we're doing this to begin with. So we can actually dunk the femurs then. But we need 178 bone rate for it. But the rest of these bones should get us there. If we are slightly short, you know, we just put knowledge into it while we're getting the femurs. It's not too big a deal. Oh, so you know why it feels like we have so many bones as well? I actually wasn't knowledging gather earlier. I was actually knowledging bone right. Which ended up working out pretty well. Same thing would happen if we do woodcutting carpentry while knowledging carpentry. But you could do similar with like gather and do bone right. And just keep upgrading bone right. And obviously similar with mining into either smithing or mining into stonemason. Where as you're doing the activity, you're dumping the XP into the production. Because some of the times I was putting it into the gathering skill, which still works. But the downside of doing that is you're getting rid of a lot of the material that you otherwise would be collecting. As it's being replaced with XP rather than material. So unless you're getting really close to an upgrade, it's not as worth doing. For how much slower the production is. Just because it requires so much more material and everything. And is normally short even if you get all the material. Yeah, 197 is our goal for today. I know we haven't even started it yet, but that's my main goal for this stream. You know, 2 hours in, having not even touched it yet. Our main goal is to get 197 gatherer. You know, that thing we haven't done at all today. That's our main goal for today. I just gotta do all these bones first. And then we could focus on the femurs. I just realized clicking on that bank's actually not worth it since how we're potting. It's actually not even worth queuing up. Because you can't queue a deposit at all. You don't need to queue opening it. We're almost at 50% on the poll, and if people remember to do their passive activities. But it means at least half people have forgotten at least once, if not multiple. Because that was the main thing I wanted to know from the poll. Yeah, passives in this game are so good. You basically get bare minimum 1 level every night. And if you have a normal job, 2 levels every day. 1 when you sleep and 1 when you go to work. And then you'll just give 2 free levels into any skill you want. Which is really convenient. It allows you to still catch up. Even if you're not like constantly playing. Obviously not to these kind of levels, but you know. It allows you to skip whatever grinds you still want to go do. Like if you want to do spider nest quests, like a single week without even training carpentry and boom. You get all the carpentry you need. Takes like 6 days. Wouldn't have to do any carpentry beyond 20. And in those 6 days, you would only have to play for a few minutes. Obviously, you could play more than that. But it would only take a few minutes to go from 20 to 32 carpentry over the course of 6 days. Whereas in any other MMO, you'd have to grind out that level. But in this game, you can just AFK until it's there. Might be a little bit later than anticipated, but at least you don't have to manually level it. And they become way better post 200 as well. Like 4 times better. There we go, 175. 3 to go. Though if I still have any amount of bones left, I might still keep dunking them. Because at that point, we're only going to have like 100 or 200 more left. We might as well just do them all at that point. We're pretty much already there. But the main goal is 178. Is then we can start dunking our femurs. Which would be our next best bone. Or right at the gatherer level 4. Oh, so hello, B! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. On the bone right grind? Yeah, we're trying to get 178 for our next tier. And then we're getting 197 gather. And then finishing out the rest tomorrow since we're going to be doing a smaller stream like we do every Monday. But tomorrow's stream goal will be to get 3 levels into gatherer, which should be very doable. And 1,000 bones to go. But yeah, tomorrow's goal is 200 gatherer. Today's goal is 197. But we have a bunch of bones, so I figured I'd do the bones first so we get better XP for them. How long is the stream today? Probably another 5, 6 hours? 7? Because gather alone is going to take, what? 197, math, 4... Yeah, gather alone is going to take like 4 to 5 hours. If we're dumping all the knowledge into bone right instead of gather. Could take almost 5 hours. And the rest of these bones are going to take like another hour and a half. So, what is that then? Like 6, 7 hours, probably? More than what we already did. So we're probably going for about another 6 or 7 hours then. Because my 2 main goals right now is to run every last bone spike we have in our bank. And to get 197 gather. So however long that takes. Which is roughly 6 or 7 hours. Give or take a little. These bones should take another hour and a half, and then we just gather for the rest of the stream until we get 197. And then we finish 200 tomorrow. We're also probably dunking a bunch of the femurs. We're not going to be able to hit 200 bone right tomorrow, though. But we will get 200 gatherer. We'll be pretty close to 200 bone right, though. Especially after we dunk all the femurs and all the knowledge up to that point. We'll be at like 185 or 190, around there. Yeah, we don't have any cooking bounties right now. I should probably go get them. We're basically just teasing level 100 right now. You know what I almost feel like doing soon? The base 100 all grind. I'd just rather do things that we actually need, though. Like the 115 woodcutting, the 110 carpentry, the 200 alchemy, the 107 or whatever it was fisherman. But we're getting pretty close that we could do 100 all grind minus combat. Though, of course, the main goal is 200 all. But if we ever won, like, a small little mini goal, which is a lot of the levels I actually need, these skills are above 100. Like, for woodcutting, I need 115. For carpentry, I need 110, both for the Suave, Tier 4 Suave. Whatever Tier Suave it is. Actually, I think it's Tier 3 Suave, now that I think about it. But yeah, 115 for woodcutting, 110 for, carpenter. And it's Tier 3 Suave. Or Suave, however you say it. We need like 107 for the fishing venture. Forager could be any level, doesn't really matter. There's no real goal we need around Forager. Our current route can actually pretty much completely ignore Forager. It's kind of weird. But it can almost completely ignore Forager existing. Other than maybe for the potato. So after we finish this Gather Bone Right grind, though, I'm really heavily considering the 210 Leatherworker into 200 Alchemy. And the reason we have to do 210 Leatherworker first is so we can afford 200 Alchemy. Because the route I'm taking is a little bit more expensive, but it sets us up really nicely for Chapter 5. As it ends up making a lot of 7% Stonewall Hill potions. Which might sound like a waste, because they're like 6.5 silver each, that's just tied up in potion. But, we're probably going to need them. I'm still considering the 500 all for Chapter 5. As long as Builder is good, I'm really heavily considering 500 all for Chapter 5. Especially since it only has 4 skills instead of 5. Though there's a good chance we'll also do it for Chronopolis. Because I'm eventually going to need 500 Leatherworker to even support 500 Armor Maker way down the line. So that's definitely something to consider beforehand. Of course, there will be the player market, though, so to some degree we won't. But to some degree we definitely still will. Because we can't depend on buying all of it that way. We can definitely use the passives a lot around that time, though. The problem is I probably won't have 500 smithing by then. Or technically 440. Because for most things, you actually only need 440. Like, if we only had 440, the only exceptions of what we can't make is a broadsword, the metal heater shield, the throwing axes, the battle axe, and the metal bow. And I think it's good special attacks, almost none that is relevant. Like, all of our really good blue weapons come before the 440 range. And we can make those into 500. Like, all the ones we really care about, of course, the meta might be different by then. But the ones we currently care about, like Rapier, we'll be able to go to 500 at 440. The throwing ice things will be able to be 500 by 440. And the other one, which was the longsword. Just somewhere's in here. Yeah, the longsword. Which barely makes it before 440. With the extra plus 60. So all of our 3 core weapons, not accounting for special attacks because we have no clue what they do, but the current best 3 weapons do not require it. The only really good one that kind of does is we'd have to go to 449 instead of 440 for the broadsword. And that would put us into full best in slot blue in the entire game. All 3 of the best blue weapons in the game would all be by 449. So I might have to push those other 9 levels, but that shouldn't be that bad. Especially since we get a new AFK right beforehand, which will help push it up. Yep, I forgot. That delays your action, doesn't it? I keep forgetting. Almost everything delays your action when it comes to queuable action. I hope they tweak that in the future. It's definitely under the quality of life category, though. They're probably not doing it anytime soon. There's definitely a lot of weird quirks with queuable actions that do need to get adjusted eventually, but they're fine for now. There's ways to work around them. But yeah, we're probably going for about another 6 hours, however long it takes. 197 Gatherer and 178 Bone Rate are the 2 goal. We're technically doing every bone spike in our bank, which we have about 900 left. And then the big grind will actually be Gatherer then. Because I'm not putting any knowledge into Gatherer as we do Gatherer. I'm going to be dumping it all onto Bone Rate. And that should bring us pretty close to 500 then. I mean, not 500, I mean 200. Like at most, we should only be like 10 levels away by the time we dunk everything from 200 Gatherer. Might be even closer than that. I haven't done that yet. Oh no, I ended too early. I can't even pot up because I ended too early. Oh, I've never done that yet. No. At least today, anyways. I ended our cycle before I finished the ball. I still had a set of 6 laying there. Unfortunate. There's some guy called Bone Garage just doing the Bone AFK. And he's back. Oh, so since we've gotten level 2,500, we actually didn't gain that many levels yet. We only gained 41 since then. We gained more than that in 1 day. Now we're like 2 or 3 days since then, and we only gained 41 levels. Oh no. I definitely feel like we've been going slower than other people. People keep passing us. Every time I look, I see someone like a billion miles ahead of us. But I don't really mind if we get off the leaderboard. It's a fun thing to maintain while we could, but there will be people that will always grind more than however much I'm willing to grind. We grind a lot, but not that much a lot. But on average, we've been playing for about 40 hours less per week lately. Or I mean, per 2 weeks. So like 20 hours less per week. Which is still a lot of time. Just 20 hours less. But you can make a lot of progress in those 20 hours. It's like an extra 80 levels a week, roughly. If you're pre-200. which is why it comes out to so much of a difference. Because if you do that for 3 weeks straight, which it pretty much has been because of the holidays and everything, but 3 weeks straight, that's like 250 levels, technically 240. So that means we'd be like right around here, like right below rock stat. If we're actually playing the same amount that we were before, we'd be like just under rock stat. Yeah, we do still have a good number of low-level stuff to train. Combat in particular is the main one. Not everyone on leaderboard, but a lot of people high on leaderboard do have 200 all combat, which is the second quickest skill to train, only behind Merchant. The only reason I haven't been doing it is because it could be like quicker than Merchant after the combat rework. Unless they really nerf down the XP rates or something. But after the combat rework, combat should be quicker than Merchant, or similar speed to Merchant. Whereas right now it's a bit slower than Merchant. So I've kind of been holding off on it. Even though it's good, it'll be even better later. And I'm waiting till later. Because my goal is to try to have 200 all skilling before the combat rework. We don't know exactly when it's coming. Could be a couple weeks, could be a couple months. Could be tomorrow. But I do want to try to get 200 all skilling before 200 all combat. And by then the combat rework should be out, fingers crossed. I'm not sure what we do when it does. Like, what happens if I get 200 everything but combat, and the combat rework's still not out? That's really unlikely to be the case, but I'm actually not sure what we do then. Might just be Merchant Leatherworker, to be honest. Yeah, we can stack up some gold for equipment and everything. Actually, I'm not sure what I would spend a lot of spare gold on. Like, if trading was out and I had 100 gold, I'm actually not even sure what I would buy. Like, let's say trading came out tomorrow and I magically somehow had 100 gold at the exact same time. Honestly, I'd probably just throw it into a max pickaxe. I wouldn't even buy anything from trading. I'd want my level 50 pickaxe. Because I can't really think of anything I would buy other than maybe a weapon upgrade. Or I try to buy like the stonemason and bone rate equipment slot from other people. But beyond that, that's all I'd really need. Is like trade my smithing, high level smithing equipment for high level bone rate and stonemason equipment. Oh, our ventures are ready. I should probably go do our dailies. And then come back here. No, we'll do it after this inventory. And don't forget, you can 5% boost your dailies now. This was added about a week ago or so. The last major patch they did. Or no, the most recent patch they did. Made it so you can 5% boost dailies now. Or ventures, I should say. Which is really worth doing because they stack like 12 hours of EXP at once. It's nearly the equivalent of using an AFK potion for 12 hours. Actually, maybe not quite exactly that value. But almost, honestly. But you get it for the cost of only 1.5% or whatever percent you're using. I really need to get the bigger ones. It's one of the other reasons we gotta go to alchemy. I really need those 7% pots. It's impossible to get them until trading comes out or you get the alchemy level. There's just no shop that sells 7%, and even if they did, they'd be way too expensive. Way too expensive. Compared to making them. Oh, he's using the AFK potion. Haven't seen someone else drink one of those yet. We have many times, but I think that's the first time I've seen someone else do it. He drank his potion and went straight into bone rate AFK. That's kind of interesting because he's using it pre-200. I don't feel like those are worth it pre-200. The 5% AFK pots? Post-200, yes. Pre-200, I'm pretty sure they're not worth it. You're burning too much money. If we were like loaded, I guess. But you burn far too much money doing on a pre-200. You're getting 4 times less effect from it. Hey, we got a mammoth. Let's go ahead over there. Oh, that's actually, yeah, I do need that one. Normally I take it the other way around, but sure, we'll take this one first, I guess. But yeah, this is the one I want to replace with my fishing venture. Technically a venture with those merchant ventures, but the fishing venture is better XP than what we'll be getting from this. It'd be less XP, but it'd be for a better skill. Maybe not a better skill, they're both pretty useless. But it's a harder to train skill. If nothing else, at least helps keep my detective level a little bit more in line with my combat. Hey, so when we get 500 watch person, I will be trying to get 500 detective alongside it. Gosh, there's so much XP, especially with that extra 5%. That's so nice. Actually, next time we take it later tonight, I'll probably gain a mining level. But I don't even need to do any mining. Just solely from doing this activity. The venture alone. It's about to earn an entire mining level. The problem is we're in a kind of dead area for the next 3 unlocks. It's either Stonemason AFK, or it's either Stonemason XP, Stonemason XP, or Stonemason XP. We're in a pretty big dead area until 262. If I want to try to avoid Stonemason. Still not sure what my final verdict is on that or not. Alright, let's play the chess lottery. We get nothing. So much nothing, our gold didn't even move up 1 silver. The number didn't even move. Yeah, back to the grind. Now, how many bones do we have left? Okay, we got about an hour left of bone. Which means I do have enough potions in my inventory. Or on the ground, technically. I was wondering in the back of my head, like, do we have enough? Yeah, we do. We do. I'm really surprised how much bone rate we banked from this. I was not expecting to reach 178 out of these, which is a really relevant number because that's when femur is. I'm not sure if I ever showed that yet. We did check this the other day, but I don't think I showed it this stream at all. But if we go check femur real quick, we can actually see right here. Femur. It's 178. And I believe our bone spikes get us there. As long as I keep remembering to drink this pot every time. And obviously dump all the knowledge into bone rate. And even for slightly short, it doesn't matter because you just get it from Gatherer. But even without any of the Gatherer knowledge, we probably will have enough. Just between the bone and the bone knowledge. Because within that time, we should be getting about 4 more meters. Which is basically a whole level. Which means our current amount of bones needs to give us the other level, which it should very easily do. Might even overshoot a little. So one nice thing about this, once we finish out this bone bank, I have every bank cleaned. The only 2 banks that aren't cleaned are my cooking bank, because there's some excess of some things we need. As well as our alchemy bank. But the alchemy bank's in like a weird in-between, but once we go get 200 alchemy, it should finally be cleaned. That's one of the other reasons why I want to go do alchemy. Because my paranoia of cleaning out every bank is still in the back of my head. And the only problem with that now is after I clean out the alchemy bank at 200 alchemy, I'm still going to have to figure out how to clear out the cooking bank. The problem with the cooking bank is I can't clear it out properly until trading comes up. There's physically no way to do so. Luckily, there's only 2 junk items that should ever be there. Potato and... because I don't plan to bank like almost any of my fish. Like barely any. So it should mostly just be leeks and potatoes in there. Though I could technically get rid of the leeks at a certain range. Because once we don't need them for cooking contracts anymore, I think we just make them all into dishes. Yeah, we can sell them when player trading comes out, but honestly, I might just make them into stuff. The only problem with that is it might be worse XP than something else we already have. But it's the only way I could realistically cash them out. Oh no, we'll see when we get there. Because I don't have that many, it's only gonna be like 100 or 200. Let me double check. Not that. Web browser. I want to check something. Cooking. Or chef, technically. I always keep calling it cooking. Wrong game. You guys know what I mean, though. Chef, cooking, same difference. Let's see. 1 second. I don't believe the leeks ever get reused on, like, the potatoes. Where's the leek dish? Oh, fine, we'll put it in the bone right. There we go. I'll go double check. Somewhere's around here. Yeah, there it is. Tasty leek. Is this the profit? What is this? The sell price? So we're making about 2.4 each. Because you gotta get rid of the leek. Because the leek we're getting for free. Which there's a way to isolate the leak. Let me go double check. Yeah, take 5.1. So it's 0.7. So it's 5.1. Oh no, 0.7 is what I need to take. So we're getting 2.1 profit each per leak thingy that we make. Is that really that worth it? Not really. 2.1 silver each is not a lot. What's the XP rate though? 124 compared to bacon sandwich that's currently at 160. Yeah, it's not even worth making them. We just gotta just wait till player trading or drop them on the ground or something. Or sell them to the shop for like 1 silver each or whatever. I can currently cash them in for 1.3 silver if we do buy sells. But yeah, that's all. The only thing we can do with our spears is sell them for 1.3 silver. Unless we want to wait until trading comes up to cash them out. But it means I can't clean my cooking bank until trading comes out. It's funny looking back when you thought that 32 carpentry grind was a long grind. Now you're going for base 200s? Yeah. Honestly, 32 carpentry is still an awful grind. The time when it expects you to do it within the game is really bad. I still wish they would lower it to 25. Yeah, I'm going to be making a bunch of 7% Stone Molehills. You lose like 6.5 silver each, but you can sell it for pretty much break even. But I want to have them because we're going to be using them a ton in Stone Molehill. Worst comes to worst, we use it for Armor Maker. Best comes to best, we use it towards 500 Armor Maker and 500 Builder. Obviously don't have enough to do it on that though. But if we use them only on knowledge points, we would. You're too lazy for potents. I don't know, potents are pretty chill. Actually, if anything, I want them to be even more active. I was joking about it earlier, but I'm probably pretty serious. We might do a half and half screen thing again. Where we do like a 12-hour stream. Where I do Alchemy minigame in Brighter Shores while doing Old School RuneScape's new Herblore activity that they added a couple months ago. And do both simultaneously. I just do it for like 12 hours straight. Maybe 2 days in a row. Literally nothing but Alchemy just so we could power rush it. And that would help keep my attention a lot more to actually power rush it down. If we're multitasking it with a billion things at once. Because it's in like a weird in-between where you can't AFK it. But it's also not exceedingly active. So I need more action. I need like everything happening. So what better way than to take the hardest alchemy activity in both games and do them at the same time? That's gonna be my game plan when we do it. Like 2 11-hour streams. Maybe not consecutively, but probably consecutively. Where we just power grind alchemy in both games at once. For the potion making skill. Hello, ACS. Welcome, welcome. How's the grind been going? Good. We have under an hour of bones left, and then we can finally go back to gather to 197. With 197 gather being our main goal for today. You can tell because we're 3 hours in and we haven't even touched it yet. But it is our main goal for today to get 197 gather. You know, that skill that we haven't touched at all. But really need to after we finish these bones. But yeah, there's the only big downside of the potent potions, because there's like no AFK time during it. But the problem is, like, the potent ones are in a weird in-between. Where they require your constant attention, but you don't need that many inputs to keep up with them. Which puts them in a weird in-between. Where you can't really AFK them, but you also can't, like, do them actively. Because you're still waiting around. They're in a really weird in-between. Or you're still waiting a solid several seconds. But you can't just go away, otherwise you've ruined the potion. Oh, you haven't been using points to unlock the AFK activities? Honestly, that's something I've been meaning to do. Is unlock literally every AFK activity. It's a complete waste to do so, but it's not that bad. It's completely pointless to do. Unless you're going to be training all of them, but I kind of want to do it just in case for whenever we do eventually do it. Just so whenever we do post 200 for anything, we're already good to go. Just like a little completionist thing to do. It would only take a couple days to do it, but that's a couple days where we're basically getting 0 knowledge points. Because we're effectively just using an AFKs that we're never going to use. Or no time soon. All of them are useful post 200 though. But unless you're actually going post 200 on a skill, you're not going to need it immediately. You're rank 880-ish in guard? Nice. Have you done all the quests there yet? Because they give quite a bit of XP towards your guard level. Oh, I got another Fox event. I should double check what the rate of this even is. Oh, I got it. This is the second Fox to the stream. I think it's like a 1 in 25 chance or 1 in 35. I need to go double check the wiki later. I know they adjusted it because they changed the rate a couple times. And now it like scales on your woodcutting level and we have max level. Yeah, let's see if we get it. Let's see, I might as well put it on screen too, why not? Might as well. The Fox saving side cam. Out of bones. I don't know, did he not do the other trap? Oh, he put a trap on top of the trap. I see what happened. Wasn't watching, so I couldn't say. But yeah, we are so dry on this. It's hard to calculate exactly because we've been on 2 different drop rates. But there's no way we're not like 4 times over drop rate on this thing, if not more. It's like literally the only thing I don't have from forestry. Which is like their new random events for woodcutting kind of activity. To make woodcutting less AFK. You can still AFK it like we always do though. It's like a new thing to kind of make it less AFK. To reward you for extra reward. Let's see if we get it. Though we still don't have any beaver woodcutting pet suit for it to go with though. We're at like 70 mil woodcutting and still don't have it somehow. We will get it though. So we'll be putting that screen away in a second. Just figured while we're doing this. Did we get it? No, of course we didn't. Yay! I gotta double check the wiki. I'm actually curious. What is the drop rate of this thing? After the rework. Oops. Alright, there we go. Let me double check something. This is what we're doing it for. Fox Whistle, I believe it's called. It is a, let's see. It's a 1 in 45. And I've done the event easily over 150 times. Just to stream alone, we've done it twice. And we have not seen it a single time yet. We'll get it eventually, though. It used to be even rarer. But now it's based on your level, so now it's only a 1 in 45. It's still really rare, though. Like, we've been trying for it for 3 hours, and we've seen 2 events. And sometimes you can go hours without even seeing one. And every time you see one, it's a 1 in 45. And if you go dry, it will take forever. And that's where we're at right now on it. Wait, we do need to actually go stream Old School RuneScape again sometime soon. We haven't streamed it a single time since Brighter Shores. Last time we streamed it was like mid-October. Or early October when I wasn't sick. Because I got really sick in October. As of course, that's the game pretty much closest to Brighter Shores right now. If I was to compare like any one game to Brighter Shores. Which it definitely gets compared to a lot. There's kind of no way to not make comparisons. Since Andrew Gower did originally make, you know, RuneScape. And Old School RuneScape is literally based on like peak Andrew Gower years of RuneScape. Obviously it's been changed a lot since then. But the overall general feel of the game is still pretty similar. Other than the fact that it's a bossing simulator now. Like, there were bosses back then, but they weren't, like, the entire game. Like, bossing back then was, like, what? Fight Caves, Barrow Brothers. I guess technically God Wars Dungeon was, like, the most advanced thing you'd ever have to do. I would love to see a Fight Keys equivalent in Brighter Shores, though. I'm not sure exactly how it would work with the current systems, though. It's basically a wave-based combat system. Old School RuneScape has done that 3 different times now. The Fight Keys, which was still during the Andrew Gower years, and 2 since then, being the Inferno and the Coliseum. The Inferno and Coliseum being some of the hardest things in the entire game. But Fight Keys is a pretty entry-level one since it was made back in like 2005, and Power Creep has hit it really hard. It used to be an achievement to get a Fire Cape. Now it's like something you do to go from like early game to mid game. Yeah, that's something I really want to see in Brighter Shores. I want to see a lot more quests. Have I tried Path of Exile 2? No, I haven't tried it. Had quite a few people asking if I would, though, but I never got around to it. No, the last time I played a game like Path of Exile 2 was when Diablo 2 was released. And I'm not talking about the remake, I mean like the original Diablo 2. Like 2 decades ago. That's the last time I've played a game like Path of Exile. And I never really cared for like the action, hack and slash kind of RPG kind of style. I have played a couple here and there, both indie and like bigger ones like the Diablo series. Mostly Diablo 2. But, yeah, I've just never really got into the genre that much. Like hack and slash action RPG kind of genre. I played games in the genre, it's just not a genre that's really hooked me much. But no, I would love to see more quests in Brighter Shores. There were times where he was adding 1 or 2 quests like a month back in the day. I would love to see that happen again. Which I can actually go show it real quick. Let's see. If I do this. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, these were like the rate of quests back during like the Andrew Gower years. Like the peak Andrew Gower years. Let me go bring it up real quick. I know you guys can't see it at the moment. I'm trying to bring it up while still doing this. Let's see. Trying to multitask. But this is like how many quests he was adding back in the day. Obviously the game was a lot simpler then compared to what Brighter Shores is, but they did hire a new animator to help with this. They mentioned it earlier. But let's see, like, this is what the game launched with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in 1 year. And then this is like all new quests in the following year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And then the next year, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One I didn't even do yet because it's wilderness related. That's a whole thing in itself. And then when it was actually ported over to better graphics. So this is a year that should be technically less, but let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. But yeah, it's basically consistently been over 1 a month back during like peak Gower years. And I hope he does that again for Brighter Shores. Like a quest every single month. Because I mentioned during the Q&A they hired like a dedicated animator to help with questing and everything. These quests require so many unique animations. But yeah, during peak Andrew Gower years, he was adding 1 to 2 quests a month. And there's a good chance he's going to go back to at least 1 a month again. He hasn't confirmed that he is. Oh, good. We got the Fox event again. I'm not going to show it on screen, though. But this is Fox event number 3 for keeping count. It's a 1 in 45 chance. Hopefully we'll get it at some point. Just so I don't have to do normal woodcutting ever again for the entire rest of old school RuneScape. Or at least on this account. We still need beaver pet, but that's like AFK woodcutting. This is like non-AFK woodcutting. Well, it's still AFK, just not as AFK as the most AFK options. I hope I get it already. We still don't have a pet to go with it. It's literally just a transmog for a pet. But I don't have the pet that it transmogs. We will eventually, though. We're trying for it for over 1,000 hours and still don't have it. The glorious of going dry on a drop rate. Oh no, he's gonna hit one. No! I think we got it. Barely. Luckily, he can get hit 2 times before, the 3rd time is when he actually dies. So he could fail twice and still get the reward. Let's see, did we get it? Nope. Wonderful. The 1 in 45 grind continues. One day we'll get it. I think the worst part is when you go like 5 hours in a row and you don't even get a chance of rolling it. Because pure RNG if you even get the event. So far we're at 1 per hour, but you can easily go like 3, 4, 5 hours seeing 0. You found another 146 andesite and a 151 carb from what, the chest? What level are you in the chapter, by the way? There's one thing I don't currently understand is the level range at which chests scale on. Is it based on like your highest level in a chapter, or your total level in a chapter, or like some other number? I know they scale based on level, but I'm not sure exactly how. Or if they scale based on your absolute highest level just across the entire game. I believe the way I understand it is it's the highest level within the chapter is what it scales based on. So my chest would be scaled to level 235. Doesn't mean we're going to get 235 loot, but it's scaled to 235. Whereas if I take in Chronopolis, I believe it's scaled to 237. Oh, you meant the requirement for mining them. Never mind. I thought you meant you found another 2 within the chest. I keep forgetting. Every time I do that, I keep forgetting you can't queue it up when you're doing a queuable action. Whenever you have a window open like that. The, you know, the tab where you have, like, multiple options. It's a bug they'll probably fix at some point. But it stalls the multi-action command. Indefinitely until you close the window. So keep it open. It's like, wait, why is it not going? Yeah, if I keep this open, the next action won't queue up. There's some windows that don't do that, like having this screen open. But having something like this would make it so you don't move on to the next action. We'll likely fix that bug in the future, though. It's more in the quality of life category than something that needs to be fixed, though. They're definitely going to do it eventually. On the long list of things that need to be tweaked. It is one of them. But it looks like we should be able to make it to 178, which means I could technically go dunk our 23 femurs. Just to see what the XP drop is. Because we know what we're getting for Bone Spike. It's, well, we will as soon as we see it. We're getting 7226 for Bone Spike with a 5%. Femur should be over 10,000? I'm pretty sure it's over 10,000. If it is, it's definitely worth collecting over Bone Spike. Just for how much less we have to keep going back and forth here. Even though we do have to waste some time banking. The overall XP rate, I think, is worth it. If the femurs are giving like 9,000, 10,000 plus, especially 10,000 plus. I'll have to wait and see. Because we're actually going to know. There's one more knowledge point will be there. And we're definitely going to get that from how many more bones we have to go do. So close yet so far. I'll probably wait until after next knowledge, because the bone spikes will give us even more XP then. Or the knowledge point will, I mean. If we did the bone spikes first. And at 178, I'll check how much our XP is for our femur. It should be bare minimum 9k. If it's over 10k, then it's absurdly worth doing. 9k is still probably worth it. Which is a little annoying how much further we have to walk. But between the extra gather XP, the fact that we get some free woodcutting XP and everything else is probably worth it. You just gotta walk like 40, 50 tiles to a bank. Or, you know, between the back and forth. Which is a little bit of a walk compared to one tile. But, it's probably worth it for how much extra XP and everything it is. Plus, we already have a lot of bone spikes banked. Like, what, 3,000 now? We did like 2,300 this stream and then like already had like 1,000 prior. We're gonna have a lot of them. That would never hurt getting more. Because we don't get more of these bone spikes or, you know, the higher level range until, oh, actually, that's the wrong thing. That's when we make them out of bone, right? But gatherer-wise, unless I'm doing post 200, we don't get them until 280. And I'd have to do Thistle all the way from 248 to 280. It's only if we're going to be doing post 200 alchemy. Would that really matter? That grind? Because that's when we get our plus 80 boost pots. The only thing I'm going to need those for is bosses. And there's no bosses yet, so we can ignore that grind for now. But when we do, we need to go get 248 Gatherer. As well as 277, I believe, for alchemy. Yeah, 277. Which is not easy to do. That's actually a really high alchemy level. Right after that, we can make our best boost potion. It's only worth it once bosses exist, though. There's nothing strong enough to use them on currently. Alright, I think the inventory after this one, that should be 178. And then we could try the femurs. And while we're here, I don't know, do we just finish all the bones? I might just do it, since we're already here. If we came this far, what's a few extra 100? Though if we do this few extra 100, those will be the last that we do all stream. And just focus all on Gatherer then. And then about 4 hours into the stream, no. Then about 3.5 hours into the stream, in about another half an hour from now, we'll finally be able to go and actually start the whole goal of the stream. We still haven't even touched a single gathering node this stream yet. Despite it being like the main and only goal I had for the stream, other than ducking these bones, obviously. We will get there, though. And it will take a little while as well. If we don't put any knowledge into it, I think it's like 5 hours of gathering. Or maybe like 4. Like 4 to 5. Depends what the XP rate's like. It's like 4 to 5 hours of gathering you still gotta go do. And we're going from bone to bone. We're at Femur Shard, we're going to Goat Horn. Seems like the best way of doing it, at least pre-200. We're not gonna be able to do that later down the line though. Because going from this bone to that bone is like over a week grind. That's not something you do in one game session anymore. Pre-200 you can. Go from bone to bone. Post-200, not even close. If we did gather for a week straight, we'd like barely reach it. We're not going to though. I'm done with it until at 200. At least for a while. We probably don't need to gather again until Boston gets announced. Like, if he says ahead of time that if he teases a boss, like a week or two ahead of time, that's the exact moment we go panic do gatherer. Okay, we can go do femurs now. Alright, let me go test how good femurs are. Alright, this needs to be at least 9k, ideally 10k. This is why I grabbed them earlier, so we would know what their XP rate is. Yeah, this has to be at least 9k. If it's not, we're doing Bone Spike. And ideally it's over 10k. But is this like an 8.9 or lower? Then honestly, I might just stick with Bone Spike. Yeah, we're about to find out. It is 8.7. That's not good. Only 8.7? Really? Like, yeah, that's better than Bone Spike for how much longer it takes to bank and everything, though? Barely. Yeah, I might just do a few hundred and then just go back to Bone Spike. Do femurs to, like, 186. And then this Bone Spike all the way to 197. Because, yeah, for the extra banking time and everything, that's not really worth it. And for how much less knowledge we get per hour, that could just be dumped into bone rate. And the fact that the bones are more, the spikes are more important anyways for as far as what you use them for. Maybe I'll do them to like 186, but after that, yeah, I think we go all in Bone Spike. Which is kind of sad that that's going to be our best way. Unless we want to do a non-bone. I could technically do Bitter Fruit at 189. Should we? Probably not. Could we? Yeah, I guess. Not sure if it's worth it or not, though. Because we'd be banking 0 bone rate XP. For effectively, what, 8 levels? Oh no, is that worth it? Probably not. I'd rather just do Bone Spike at that point. I don't know, we'll see what its XP rate is like. Maybe it's like so high that it would make it so we would. I don't know, we'll see when we get there. But for now, let's finish the bones. But yeah, we're definitely not doing that many femurs then. I'll bank like maybe a few hundred. 186 should be a nice cutoff for it. And however many we have by then is how many we have. So I'm gonna need more binding boost potions. We've been going through so many of them. My entire stack, we were at like almost 12 gold earlier. And every single bit of negation to that has been purely from buying XP pots. Like nothing else, just XP pots. I guess we did buy like a few dozen of the U-log. That's pretty negligible. It was pretty much all XP pots. And we're about to run out again and need even more. So even more of a hit to the cash due to XP pots. I'm really curious if they did a price hike for shops, how much the 5% XP pots will go up by. Like 1 silver, 2 silver, double. Dude, we've just been chugging through them lately. That reminds me, this entire time I haven't been taking any cooking contracts. It's starting to bother me how close we are to 100 cooking. I keep peeking at the bar occasionally. It's like, wait, it's almost there. It's not quite there, but it's teasing the bar. We don't get our next upgrade to 102. So getting 100 technically doesn't mean anything other than making the number look a little bit more even. And I guess technically the level 100 cape. What is that? 13 more inventories to go. Now counting whatever we pick up today. Though we're not running any of the bones we're picking up today. I'm not dunking a single one of them for the rest of the stream. After we finish what's currently in the bank. That's an issue for a different day. Like tomorrow if we have enough time. Or off stream if we have enough time. Whatever's in the bank right now is all we're dunking today. Because we've already done almost like 2,500. Just today. This wasn't supposed to be a dunking stream, but I want to get these out so we can get better XP whenever we put it into bone rate. The other alternative is just to use on gather, just to expedite on gather a little bit. Problem with that is it makes bone rate take longer. I love the little animation when one goes up and one goes down now. Seeing them both at the exact same time. Because there's not too many cycles in the game where you get like a perfect cycle like that. Where you're drinking a potion at the same time that you're consuming another. Or, you know, you're basically redoing the buff at the same time the other one goes down. Normally they're not perfectly at the exact same time. But the cycle is pretty much perfect for it. Which I'm glad that it gives enough time. It's actually the only one of the 3 skills that gives you enough time to do it. It takes too long to do for stonemason and for bone rate. I mean, smithing. Mostly because the bank is so much further. This bank is like right on top of it. It's 3 tiles away. Both ways. Whereas smithing's closest one is like 8 tiles away. And stonemason, gosh, is like 12 or something. 12, 15, it's like a mile away. Same as the smithing one all the way in top right. We have to do the gnome furnace. That one's just like a mile away. But yeah, bone rate's the only really close one to a bank. Which means the processing of the material is the best XP rate for bone rate compared to the other 3. Because all the extra knowledge you get along with it. Just due to its proximity to a bank compared to the other 2. Particularly the other 3 if you count both the 2 smithing locations. It's one of the reasons why we're even dunking all of our bones for gatherer. Why we did it this way to begin with. It's actually really beneficial for how close the bank is. Doesn't make a huge difference, but definitely adds up. Alright, 10 inventories to go. Technically 11, but the final one's like one single dunk. Alright, 10 more to go. Well, 10 more inventories. Luckily, I do have enough potions for it all. Do need to go buy more before we go to our next activity, though. The bone garage I was doing the AFK earlier is now doing active training. He was doing cement earlier. So what's the highest level bone right now? Pretty sure whatever I went for, it's going like crazy high on it. Yeah, 451. That's kind of insane. Oh, Bone Garage is actually rank 4. Oh, that means he was doing the 268 cement then. We were talking about that earlier. Interesting. There's only a few people in the game that can even do that right now. Like 5 people. Yeah, that's crazy though. 451? All they've done is Gatherer and Bone Right. I like dumping all the knowledge from Gatherer into Bone Right. They haven't even touched Stonemason. They have 0 Stonemason XP. All they did was go through their main storyline, spam Gatherer to go feed Bone Right, and then dump all the knowledge into Bone Right. And they're probably buying the carpentry supplies to get even more XP out of the bones. Also to be able to cash them out so they can keep continuing the cycle where they sell the supplies in order to go buy carpentry supplies so that they can keep continuing it over and over again. Where they gather the bones, then dunk the bones, then spend money on the carpentry supplies, then combine it all together so they could sell it so they could buy more carpentry supplies, and they continue cycling. I wonder if that actually makes profit. I think it does. If you gather the bones but buy the carpentry supplies, I believe in the current state of the game that it does profit. So you're actually not even burning money doing that. You're basically breaking even, but I don't think you're burning money when you do that. If you gather the bones but buy all carpentry, that might be like right at break-even point. And if you are losing, you're losing very little, but I'm pretty sure you're slightly profiting. It depends on luck, obviously, of the rolls. So sometimes you'll profit, sometimes you'll be more break-even. Because there's quite a few things that only need like 1 carpentry supply. Like it needs 3 or 4 bones, but only needs like 1 rod. Like he's probably not training off of shields, for example, that require 3 and 3. He's probably mostly doing the ones that require like 1 and then 3 bones, or 1 and then 4 bones. Yeah, we're really overshooting our goal. I wasn't even sure if this would get us to 178, and it's about to get us to like 179 and a half. Counting knowledge. I think I underestimated how much XP would get from knowledge within there. Is counting the bones themselves, it wouldn't have gotten us to 178. It's all the extra knowledge that pushed it over. Alright, this dunk will be the other level. Nice, nice. So close, yet so far. I still never checked what bone right level we need for the other bone. Probably go check. We don't have to do it for that long, but Probably not even banking that many. But I might do it all the way for the 3 levels. We're already going to be there. The long goat horn. Let me double check real quick. Ah, there we go. Got a level. Long goat horn. Uh, 192. I'm not going to have that many to dunk, but we can start doing them at 192. Which would get us 193 or 194. And then everything beyond there, we'd have to go knowledge then. So we'd have to knowledge about 6 to 7 levels at the end. After we finish dunking everything. You know, after our 200 grind. That's not too bad. It's roughly 28 knowledge point, give or take a few. Oh no, we gotta level up so we got the delay. Still got it in time though. Oh, not what we wanted. Wrong order. Yeah, we're almost there. We can almost start Gather. The only bad thing about Gather is I almost feel like putting knowledge into it. Oh no, we'll see where we are by 189. Because the only big issue with Gather right now is I'm probably going to have the Bone Spike almost entirely to max. Which means the EXP rate we had at like level 166 was our max EXP rate. Which means it's going to get a little slow at like 185-ish. So I might have to bring out the big guns and actually go do the Tangle Fruit. Or the Bitter Fruit. Whatever useless fruit it's called. The only problem with that is we're banking 0 bone rate. Or actually we're banking 0 anything. We're just dropping them on the ground. Oh no, cue ball action got me again. We got frozen. Yeah, the final 100. And then we never need to dunk another bone today. And in the next few days, we're never need to go dunk another bone again. At least for a long while. Could be another year before we dunk another bone after a few days from now. Unless it becomes a really important reason why we gotta go do bone right. That just like arises out of nowhere. Like if the skill tree allows you to get 95% effectiveness with off-class gear. Because then we actually need bone right to fill our green gap in our damage that we'd have for blacksmith or for crown knight. Because our biggest gap is in green. There's one thing that is going to feel a little weird, though. Like, what do we do after 200 all? Like, I know things we should be doing, like merchant to 500. Leatherworker up a bit. So we could eventually support our 500 armor maker. But we're going to feel lost for a little bit. And by lost, I mean we don't want to go do merchant. I really do need to go do the 500 merchant grind then, though. And then hard pivot the second the combat rework comes up. If we even get that far by then. I just don't really know when it's coming. Is merchant useful for episode 5? It is and it isn't. If you have player trading enabled, you probably don't need merchant. But if you are playing completely Iron Man, or want to be self-sufficient with it, you're definitely going to need merchant. Because you need the leather. All armor requires leather for all 3 classes. The exact specifics of like how much leather or how much of other material you're going to need is in question. But there's a 100% chance you need leather for all 3 armor types. Crown Knight might be one of those weird ones in between, but I'm pretty sure we'll need it for Crown Knight armor as well. Like, every single thing for armor maker should likely require leather, to some degree. Maybe differing amounts. Like, Crown Knight armor probably requires less compared to, like, you know, like Guardian armor. But it definitely requires some amount. And to be able to get that leather, you either have to trade someone else for it, or make it yourself with Leatherworker. Which means, technically, in order to prep for next chapter, we would need 500 watch person, 500 leatherworker, and 500 merchant. And along that way, we would probably have gotten 500 detective. So basically, we almost need base 500 Chronopolis. That's kind of funny. The KC guy's ahead of his time. The guy who's nearly at 500 all Chronopolis. Because honestly, the best way to prep with the current meta of what we know for Chapter 5 is literally just a 500 all Chronopolis. The only thing you technically don't need is Detective. But you're likely going to get that while doing Watch Person. But yeah, the best way to prep for Chapter 5 is literally just 500 all Chronopolis. Because doing combat in Chapter 5 makes the Obelisk buff better for Chapter 5. Or sorry, Chapter 4 makes it better for Chapter 5. Doing Leatherworker feeds you into armor. And to be able to properly do Leatherworker, you gotta do Merchant. Well, you don't have to, but it is generally advised to do 500 Merchant before 500 Leatherworker. Well, technically 490 Merchant before 500 Leatherworker. Well, technically 490 Leatherworker. You actually don't have to max it. Though at that point, you might as well. If you went that far, 10 levels is not going to hurt. How many oxy pills does 500 Chronopolis take? It is the freest chapter in the entire game to get 500 all on, though. Merchant's the quickest skill in the game. Leatherworker's the highest profit skill in the game. And these two can be multi-skilled together, while also being one of the other high skill training skills in the game. The only thing that's annoying to train is Leatherworker. Leatherworker is by far the slowest thing to train in Chronopolis. Not because it's necessarily slow, but because everything else is so much quicker. Yeah, there's no way we 500 all Chronopolis before Chapter 5 comes out. Unless Chapter 5 is coming out in like 6 or 7 months from now. Right, unless it's 6+ months, there's no way we actually get that done. But we can get close to it. We can get closer than we are. We definitely won't be able to go all the way, but we'll be closer than where we currently are now. Alright, there we go. One more set, and we have officially finished every last bone we have in there. A nice clean bone bank, once again, has been achieved. Now to go ruin it by doing gather immediately. Now that we have a nice clean bank, let's go make it dirty again. But yeah, honestly, I might cave in and just not get as many bones. We have 2 routes that we could do. The get bones the entire bone route, or the entire time route, where we get like a couple hundred femurs, and then do bone spike all the way to 197, then do 197 to 200 there. Or we could do the EXP route, which is go all in on bitterfruit, go all in on dandelion, and just take whatever our highest note is. You just drop them on the ground. That's quicker, but it banks like nearly 0 bone rate XP. As well as no crafting material for later. As well as no value at all. But I guess we could technically bank the dandelions. I don't know, how much is the component for dandelion? I know this is the weaker fear potion, but it's the one you can make quicker. Let me double check. This is like the AFK fear potion. Let me go check dandelion. Actually, let me go check fear potion. Actually, let me go check alchemy so I can check all of them. I want to see something here. Alright, where's this fear potion? Should be like right below the other one. They're 2.5 each. Is that worth it? I don't know, maybe we do that actually. Makes it so we don't have to keep doing these strength things as long. But those things are so much better, though. What's the XP difference? Let me double check. 60% more XP per hour. Yeah, maybe we do that. Or 60,000 more, not 60%. It's like 40-ish% more. 30, 40, somewhere around there. But, yeah, maybe I actually do bank the Sunshine Dandelion, just buy the Violet Goblet. It's actually not horrible. Oh, so I'm about to dunk 1 bone. 1 singular bone. But yeah, I might bank the dandelions for 3 levels. It's actually not horrifically bad. Alright, anyways, let's go get our contract, go buy a bunch more potion. And we are out of here. Oh yeah, let me go look at my clean bank before we do. Let's see, let's look at that nice clean bank. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. That is so beautiful. Yeah, there it is. Nice, clean bank. Alright, let's go ruin it by doing some gather. But first we gotta restock and everything. But yeah, I think we might cheat. I think I'm going to go and dump knowledge into Gatherer. So we also have those 5% bonuses occasionally. But I think we're going to cheat on the grind. This is going to make Bone Right a little bit more annoying down the line. But otherwise our XP rate's going to be kind of too low at that level range. What to do, what to do. I'm going for it. Nope. Give me those pots. Alright, what am I looking for? I'm looking for mining XP. Let's see what our contracts are, if any at all. Which, what time do we have? Oh, perfect! We're actually at a perfect time to go grab double contract. Perfect. Look at that, a minute to spare. Oh, that's free. That's free. That's a bit of an in-between, but we'll probably take it. That one's... Oh, it's Sentry, though. Ah, it's Sentry. I gotta take it. It's Sentry. If that said any other word other than Sentry, wouldn't have taken it. That's too much value. I believe it still profits, oddly enough, too, even buying it from the shop. They're like 2.5 each. It's actually still profits, oddly enough. That's more for that hefty XP drop. And hopefully we'll get something else on route. Because going there just for that's kind of clunky, but as long as there's one other thing on route, should be fine. So where do these bacon sandwiches want to go? North Wall? I might just turn that in now. Just because of how annoying that's going to be. Hopefully I get like one other bacon one that's like 6 sandwiches. That'd be perfect. Or any amount of them that isn't more than what we have. And then we can go do our Gatherer grind. I'm sure Central is here. How's he been doing? I think he already finished 500, so what's he up to now? Though, did he ever make a video on it? I don't think he ever did on Finished Monument. How do I check again? And I guess the easiest way is to go to Forger. Let's see, what rank did he get when he went for it? He got 10th place. Yeah, he still hasn't gotten to chapter 3 or 4 yet. He's basically not even touched chapter 2 other than just to get the quest done. And Storage Rift, of course. But he actually hasn't finished Spider Nest. He started it, but didn't finish it. But yeah, is that 500 Forger? I assume he's working on 500 Alchemy then. Obviously he's working on cooking right now, but you know what I mean. Oh, we got another Sentry. Okay, Sentry is a lot more worth it now. How many numbers do we have? I need to do some math. It's gonna be too much fish to get in one go, though. Oh, we got a South Wall. I could turn that in while doing that. I guess I could try getting all the ones that are just over there. Since we're already kind of here. Because we're already going to be at the North Wall, so we can just do South Wall. Hairdresser, we probably skip. It too many of them. Scrap Merchant, we can go get when we come back. Okay, let me go sell 6 of these. Go get everything we need for the other thing and be good to go. Just make sure I don't oversell here. Alright, should be good to go. Alright, next order of business. Let me go get the leak thingy. Then we go turn in both of those. Oh yeah, let me go grab some XP pots while we're at it. Also, did I over encumber on fish? I don't believe I did. 10, 18. Yeah, we're fine. We can grab that when we go over there. Alright, give me, I don't know, 2, 3? I'll grab 3 just in case. Or they have too many and not enough. Alright, let me grab everything we need for the leaks then, and we'll do like a triple run. Alright, give me 4 of those. 4 of these. Obviously the other 4 in the bank. Otherwise we probably wouldn't be doing this. But they're already banked, so might as well. We're already gonna be at North Wall, we might as well go to South Wall. Also makes it so we don't have to cycle it next time. Alright, give me 4 of those, thank you. I just realized they both want 4. North Wall wants 4 and the South Wall wants 4. The fight of the bacon sandwich versus the chicken and leek pie. Who shall win? Also, we're almost 4 hours in. I still have not started my main goal for the stream yet. Even Marvel reasons, I kind of want to pot it up. We still haven't started it yet. It's kind of crazy, actually. Let's go get our 100 cooking level. Then we go turn in everything else next cycle. Oh, I forget what my other task was, though. I'm probably going to have to go grab it. Just in case it's fish related. Otherwise, your shop is too far away. I don't want to have to double trip to fish. Thank you, barrels. The barrels have saved me. Good job, barrel. There we go, level 100 cooking. We can now wield the cape that we don't need. Oh no, don't do that. Nice, aggro skip, we got him. Let's see if we can get this guy too. Nice. Huge. Hopefully stalled enough that I can get up this ladder without him hitting me. Come on, don't do it, don't do it. Yeah, I made it. And he can't get up here. No, he can! No way! He grabbed aggro from me. Even though he can't even reach me. How does that even work? He can't even hit me from there, but he still grabbed aggro. Unfortunate. Thought we got away with it. Apparently not. And let me go double check what's on the board. Take anything that seems even remotely worth it. Gotta make sure not to over encumber on fish though. Scrap merchant. I don't think we could do that in one trip, can we? Let's do some math. No. 6, 15. Oh wait, can we? Hold up. 9 is 18, 21, no. We'd have to not do one of them. That would just have to double trip it. That's kind of unfortunate. Let me double check. If I get rid of Thieves Den, is that fine? 9, 9, 18, 5. I think I gotta get rid of Thieves Den then. Alright, we're doing it. Abandon. Everything else is a one-step cook anyways. Alright, so we need 17 mana rays. These are the most we ever needed. Oh no! I brought too many XP pots with me because I still have the other one from earlier. What do we do about that? I guess we come back for it? Because I'm not coming back here to go buy these. You better not despawn my 192 potion. We shouldn't take that long. Okay, so that's every mana ray, I believe, and then we need 60 of the thing. Where are they? These little guys. Man, it should be everything. Oh, you better not despawn on me. Oh, so we will be turning in Cohen last. And I'll grab the potion on my way over to him. You know what? We actually should boost here. I was gonna do it for the other thing, but it's actually better to do it here. With how much XP we're getting. Oh, if that's the case, I can actually start with Colin. Oh, wait, that'll work out perfectly. And then I can go head over. Because that boost should still be going by the time I turn in on Colin now. Hopefully. Maybe not, because it's going to take a little while to cook them. If we don't get it, it's not too big a deal, though. It's the smallest XP turn-in. The main ones that matter is Scrap Merchant into Century. Oh, that means I can also grab my potion on my way over. Oh, that'll work out perfectly. Oh, we're not gonna make it in time. It's fine, though. Not gonna bother repotting for him. If we had two, we could. That'd be a bit overkill, though. At least we got the 5% on all the stuff that was cooked. There's more XP than the 5% on what we handed into him. And now we can go grab our potion. And then once we go turn all this in, we should be good to go. The only thing I'm not sure on is, did we count the correct number of mana ray? Looks like we have 17 on this. And how many do we need? 17, perfect. Alright, grab our potion. And we are out of here. Because as soon as I get to Sentry, I can just teleport to where we want to go. Which is Femur Shard. We finally get to start it. It took us 4 hours, but we finally get to start the whole goal of the stream. Which was to go get 197 Gatherer today. I got a bit distracted, mostly with, whatchamacallit? With, dunking all the bones. Oh, that's a high-level guard right there. That's a tier 6 longsword. Yeah, there we go. Off to the femur. Don't do it. Alright, we should be in the clear. Hello, femurs. We have returned. And 180 bone right. So what's our gathering situation right now? Let's go reevaluate where we are right now. What's the gather situation? At 189, we could do bitter fruit. Bitter fruit gives you literally nothing but XP. We'll try it and see what happens when we get there. I think is the verdict for now. We'll try it once there. And if we like that, then we can also bank the dandelions, which will help with some of our hole in alchemy. We're going to do it for 3 levels, though. And then we do the other bone tomorrow for the other 3. I don't know, we'll see. Does mining seem to take longer because the gathered items are supporting the stonemason and the blacksmith skills? Without an upgraded skill or a tool, it is a little bit longer. But yeah, it does double dip into what skills it feeds, but there's quite a few others that double dip it too. Like, Gatherer feeds into Bone Right and Cooking. And Alchemy. There's quite a few that double dip. Or multi-dip. But yes, mining is among one of the slower skills in the game. Mostly because there's not really mining routes per se. There are a few. But they don't really have routes like Forager to do. Also, why on earth did I bring so many of these potions? I guess because I bought them all and I didn't put some back. We're going to despawn these at some point today. On accident. It's more so a matter of when and if. So it's almost one of the reasons I don't even want to do femurs. Yeah, that potion stack's going to get despawned at some point. Oops, I went to the wrong tile. I forgot you have to manual click that one. Not easy. Hello, Bone Spikes. I might be returning to you. After I get like 100 femurs or something. Because yeah, I much prefer Bone Spike over these. They're 900 less gather XP each. And like what? a couple hundred less bone rate XP each. But for how long you have to spend banking? Yeah, mining gains a lot of benefit from having an upgraded tool. Because it works for pretty much everything. It has a higher percent of what it works for than any other skill in the game. Because it works on nearly every passive activity as well. And the only actives it doesn't work on is minecart and blast mining. So I think I got a plan. I'm going to keep that mining boost potion on me and go bank it. We're going to get a 200% meter. And then after we get 200% meter, I'll then go back and get the XP pots for Hope Forest. And then go back to doing Bone Spike, I think. Putting it into a Gatherer rather than into the other thing. But then we'll do Gather all the way. Because I don't really need those Fear Potion thingies. Maybe I'll grab 23 of each just to have them. But beyond that, I don't really plan to. Because I'd rather get more 7% boost for Chapter 3. Oh, where am I going? Some go as if I'm going to bank. Nope, not quite yet. Need more femurs. Yeah, that's gotta be the game plan. I'm gonna bank all this. Camp these until we have 200% meter. Go and double use that on Bone Right when we do. And then the rest will be 5%ing into Gatherer as we do Bone Spike. And then we do that all the way till 197. Which is not a small number. But that would make it go quicker since we'll use the 5% boost and then the knowledge points on it and everything. The 5% boost I don't need to be chugging, but the benefit of it is it goes straight into our knowledge when we do it. So what's nice now is I don't have to worry about juggling the potion. That's the main reason I banked it as well. But now we'll just go to 200% meter. Then we'll go grab a 5% mining pot from the bank. By then, who knows, it might even be the next time to go check our cooking contract. Not to actually do them, but to go check them. And then we go grab all of our 5% for Hope Forest, and then just dump it all into Hope Forest then, afterwards. And switch over to Bone Spike. And by then we should have way more than enough femurs than we need. We should also have about 186. Definitely 185 Gatherer. Maybe 186. And then we do that to 189 and figure out if we're going to actually do the other activity or not. The downside is no alchemy XP, or not alchemy. I mean no bone rate XP. The upside though is we don't have to spend the rest of today doing gather, which we pretty much already are. But it saves like over an hour, if not 2 hours, at the cost of 0 bone rate XP. But that's what knowledge is for. They have the knowledge mechanic for a reason. So we actually can skip if we want. That's one thing that's really nice. Like, you're not forced to have to do the grind if you don't want. Like, even though bone, you know, you need bones to get bone right, you don't actually need bones to get bone right. You can just use knowledge and just ignore it. So you can kind of do it based on how much you want to do. It's a nice feature because in many other games you would still have to do the entirety of the grind. You wouldn't be able to, like, skip it like that. Like, if you need to train, like, smithing in another game, you know, you'd have to do a bunch of mining. You wouldn't just be able to skip that mining or that smithing grind by just putting, you know, some kind of point thing into it. Or at least normally you wouldn't be able to. That's one nice thing about Brighter Shores. You could literally just use it selectively to skip grinds at given times if you want to expedite something. Or just use it simply on something that's slow to train. Oh, I thought we could make it in time. One tile off. I haven't needed any walk-unders for these guys yet. Well, technically the other guy did, but we messed it up because I didn't even bother. Thought we could make it in time. But yeah, I think that's our full master plan then. Currently, we do femurs until we get 200% meter. Then we go get the 5%, put it into bone right, grab all of our Hope Forest pots. Then every other knowledge past that we put into gatherer. And then at 189, we consider the stop doing bones pivot. And try to take a peek at, at the other gathering activities. I'm not sure if dandelions are worth it if we bank them. Let me double check something. Where are dandelions? I know where they are, but right there. Yeah, I guess they're worth banking. They're pretty close. They're not, like, right on top of a bank, but they're close enough that they're probably worth banking. Especially if you gotta wait on their respawn timer anyways. Because I don't think there's any trees in those rooms, oddly enough. Yeah, there's an AFK activity, but there's no tree, so you can't get some tree value while doing them. I believe they're only used for 9-minute fear potions, though. Or 8-minute, or 6-minute. Wait, what actually one is it used for again? It's used for whatever one's before the 9-minute. Yeah, 6-minute then. Duh. Oh no, they're not that good, though. 6-minute fears are kind of bad. Just because 9 and 15-minute fears are so free to make. Like, beyond getting one inventory for a first-time bonus, they're almost pointless. Like, the 12-minute ones might be good. Assuming that's how you make 12 minutes is the upgraded version of that. But 6 minutes is basically 0 minutes. For how much more you'd have to be chugging them. Oh, I got a fox event. This is the 4th one. In what, 6 hours? In 4 hours. Oh no, we're actually getting 1 per hour. That's not too bad. I wish it was always that many. Let's see if we'll get our 1 in 45. It's today the day, finally. The answer is probably no. Gosh, multitasking this is super not AFK though. This is exceedingly non-AFK. Like their path is good there. Nice, we got lucky. Did we get it? Nope. Wonderful. What's new? Alright. We're back, we're back. But no, we didn't get it. One day. Oh no, to some degree I'm tempted to camp these to 197. Oh no, I feel like we need more bone spikes though. Even if they're like ever so slightly worse. They're just so much more convenient. I suppose you could queue a drop all. If you only have one object in your inventory, it doesn't let you click a drop all on it. Only lets you drop all if you have more than one. Which in theory would make sense, but it means you can't like right click preemptively wait on a drop all until you have a second object in your inventory. So in situations where you have one but need to drop two, it's really weird. Because you can't drop two until you have two in your inventory. Or you can't use the drop all function with a right click until you have at least two in your inventory. Like right now I can. Because we have wait, why won't it let me click on it? There it goes. Like right now we can because we have more than one. But if you have exactly one of something, it only lets you drop, not drop all. You're trying to focus on getting everything to 80 or 100 since you won't make it to 200 before the update. But the combat update, that's still a really nice milestone. Trying to go for like 100 all. We did 50 all not too long ago. Like a couple weeks ago or whenever that was. Went over pretty well. It's pretty fun. Get to do a nice variety of everything. Right now we're kind of doing 200 all one at a time. Or two at a time if they have synergy. Which most of them do. Right now we're working on Gather Bone Right. And then our next target is probably just all in Alchemy and just ignore Forager. I do plan to eventually do Forager, but I'm ignoring it for a while. Because we don't actually need it for anything we plan to do for 200 Alchemy. Which is something I only realized in the last week or two. That you really don't need Forager at all in order to get 200 Alchemy. Unless you're like a Hammer Mage. If you're not a Hammer Mage, you don't even need to worry about it. It's kind of funny, is we're almost going to gain a woodcutting level from this grind. Currently, we got to do oaks into, well, just oaks. Not into anything, just oaks. Technically oaks to carpentry, but you know. One oak item to another oak item. That's wild. The poll's gone exactly to 50% after 36 votes. 50% of people saying they always remembered to do their ventures every single day. Or not ventures, wrong thing. I mean, 50% of people mentioning they always remember to do their passive activity before they log off. They have a 100% rate of always doing it on my main account. The only one that hasn't is, what you call it? The two alts, there was a glitch one day that actually made me not get XP on them. But that has been fixed like a day later. But as far as the main account, we've been able to keep it up the entire time. Dogs barking at the neighbor's dogs. They're communicating. Yeah, the neighbor dogs went crazy when I was walking by the other day. Not sure why. They normally don't make much noise, if any at all, when I go by. Oh no, I did the wrong tile. Mistakes have been made. The misclick. And again, because the diagonal. No! If I would have moved to that tile, we would have been fine. But I went to his diagonal. Ah, we get double caught. That is awful. One was a misclick, one was because I didn't go diagonal. We'll get him next time. I'm still gonna lose one tile on the one, but it's fine. I already started queue. Can't really undo it. Every time we ever come here, it always reminds me how quiet it is. It's some of the only rooms in the game that have no music playing. These several right here. On this like little circle right over here. They're all musicless. I wish I would add like a unique track to them down the line. I know they were going for like the whole ambience thing, but I hope they eventually get like their own unique track. Just for like this area over here. Maybe don't play it immediately so you can still have the ambience, but still it comes in after a little while. But yeah, today's the second to last day we ever have to do Gather for a very, very, very long time. Which means whenever we did the 200 Forager grind, we don't really have to do anything again until we go do Delver to level 200 or 500, we'll see. Still not sure what my Chapter 5 plans are yet. Realistically, it's day 1, just have fun with the new chapter. Day 2, try to complete every quest and work towards them, as well as day 1, we'd probably be doing some of those requirements. But by day 2, I want to try to see if we can get most of the requirements. Day 3 is, if that's still not done, finish that. And then every day onwards, or not every day onwards, but the next several days after that, probably 200 Armor Maker. And then after that, it really depends how much you need the gathering skill for Builder. Is then we probably have to do 200 of the Gather, 200 of the Builder, and then like 500 the Combat. This the Combat also gives building supplies, which means we'd also have to 200 that first. So it's hard to know really our route until we know the drop table and everything. That's what the first few days of exploration will be for and finishing out the quest. Because then we'll have all the quest XP good to go. We'll have an understanding of the chapter, the drop tables, everything like that by then. And then from there, we could just go and grind whatever seems worth it. Because the order we don't really know until the chapter comes out. What order would be best to go through them all. And then we just focus 1 to 500. Not to make rank 1, but it'd be cool if we make top 20 out of it. I don't plan to really rush them, though. But if Builder's good, we're pretty much R500ing all the chapter. Because we'll likely need the Worm Wrangler skill, the Delver, in order to feed Builder. So if you want 500 Builder, you basically have to get 500 for Delver. Combat we're going to do regardless, which also probably gives us Builder supplies. And obviously, eventually, we need 500 Armor Maker regardless down the line. For the same reason we need 500 Smithing. Except it covers our armor instead of our weapons. Yeah, we're almost at 200% meter. What was that, 2 more inventories? Like 1.5? It's gonna be weird because it could be like a partial inventory. Guess we want to keep doing it while gaining 0 knowledge. Oh, we're gonna get caught. Yep, saw that coming. Should have just clicked under him. We got greedy again. So I said we'd get to about level 186. We almost did. It'd be 184 and like 3/4. Close, not quite there. What I should actually go do is get the rest of them off a bone spike. Would make the most amount of sense. Because we're already going to be at the bank. And then we go teleport over, double boost into bone right. And then grab our green potions. And then go do the power rush off of probably bone spike. We don't get a good option until what? 189, I believe it was. This is the next big one. Or the next anything. I don't feel like bitter fruits are going to be worth it, though. I don't know, we'll go try them. We'll touch them and see what their XP drop is like. It'd have to be pretty high, though. It would have to be at least 3k, if not higher. When is Chapter 5? No official release date. But it seems to be roughly 3 to 6 months from now. Could be later, though. And is likely towards the later end of those dates. Like, we're talking, like, early, mid, late summer. Alright, now we'll bone spike until 200%. Yeah, we're getting an armor making skill next chapter. It'll require leatherworker, which technically also requires merchant. And is likely to also require some of the material from these other 3 skills. Like cryonite armor, for example, would likely require bars from blacksmith. As well as leather. It's one of the other reasons I've been hoarding all these bones and everything. In case they do get used for it. Unless they're adding some kind of new currency that you use through the gathering skill next chapter. In which case getting that gathering skill to 500 is exceedingly important. What will Builder be? We have no clue. We know pretty much nothing about Builder. As far as, like, exact specifics with it. All we know is you'll build things. With the Builder skill, you're going to build things. That's, like, as much as we know currently. Out of anything coming next chapter is the thing we know the absolute least about. Like, at all. Like, what kind of utility it's going to have. Oh, come on. We're 1% short. No way. There we go. Now we're there. Alright, so a few things that we're here for. The first are all the potions we need. The second is the other one potion we need. And then the third will be checking our cooking contract. Oh, for a second I thought this said 190. I was like, wait, how do we get so high already? No, it's only 180. Oh, contract hasn't been reset yet. Never mind. Well, we're out of here then. Oh, here's our oak trees. We still haven't touched them yet. The precious oak trees. I went the wrong tile again. I meant to click on his tile. That's the tile after him. We're switching back to Bone Spike for now. So we'll do Bone Spike from now to 189 using all of our knowledge points onto Gatherer. So for the rest of the stream, we now use knowledge on Gatherer. And at 189, we test the fruit. If the fruit gives at least 3k without a boost pot, then we do the fruit. I just drop them on the ground. As the amount of XP for them outweighs the bone rate XP. But they have to be 3k or higher without 5%. Oh, excuse me. Ah. Big ol' sneeze. Tried to go away from the mic, but as far as I could possibly go. It's not that far. Ugh. Oh, so these aren't worth boosting every single time, due to how long, or they're actually perfect cycle because how far they are from each other. It's basically XP neutral to use them. And because you're giving up some knowledge, you're basically losing XP from using a XP pot here. It's an issue that a lot of things have due to the potion delay. Like, I think you're getting like 1% more XP per hour, but you're losing out on the knowledge. As well as just the product of getting an extra bone within that time. Which of course is bone rate XP as well. So anytime we ever use this is when we actually need to use knowledge. Which we will be putting into Gatherer. Just to expedite it to our 197 goal. Because this stream does not end until we're 197 Gatherer. And then we save the big 200 for tomorrow. Since we're going to have a smaller stream tomorrow. Then we'll probably still be dunking some bones tomorrow as well. Because I still need to go dunk everything we're gathering today and tomorrow. Though it won't be that much if we start doing drop method at 189. If we start dropping at 189, there's not that much we really need to go bank. Like, we have, like, maybe a few hundred. Maybe several hundred by the time we finish these bone spikes to 189. There's not gonna be anything too crazy. Like, today we ran, like, almost 2,500. Tomorrow, at most, we'll have, like, an hour's worth. Like, 700-ish. Which should be a perfect amount of time, then. 3 gathering levels and however many bones are in our bank between that and everything else today. And then we're done with Gatherer. Until we do post 200. There are a couple reasons we have to do post 200, but most of them are ignorable for now. Plus 80 boost potions for Cryo is not needed until Boston comes out. And better bones for Bone Right isn't needed until we have a need to actually do Bone Right above 200. No, Carpentry is not used at all for Builder. Based on what they said so far. Oddly enough, you'll need Merchant for Builder. Because there's some ventures you can do to expedite some things for it, like bricks and tiles. But no, Carpentry, to our understanding, based on what they said, has absolutely zero tie-in at all to Builder. You will not need any carpentry supplies to do Builder. Or woodcutting supplies. You will be needing some stuff from other chapters, though. Like the bricks and tiles for Merchant. And you can also make cement in... those for an AFK activity. But you can also make cement with Bone Right. The first good cement is pretty deep, though. The first post 200 cement is at 264, I believe it was? Yeah, 264. Which is pretty deep into Bone Right. Guardians would have that. Most other classes probably won't bother going that high. Unless you're like a Minds of Matubin main. Alright, 3 more levels to go after this one. We will be dumping all knowledge here forth and together for the rest of the stream. Which should save about an hour of grinding. And we can just get the Bone Right later. It doesn't matter what we do, it'll eventually get up. By doing this into Gatherer now, we'll expedite our XP rate, since we'll get to higher XP nodes quicker. Whereas our XP rate for Bone Right doesn't actually really go up, necessarily. Because we're going to go past all the bones regardless. And we have a finite amount of them. It's not like we can infinitely do them, like with Gathering. There's a very finite amount of each one. There we go, 186, 3 levels to go. And then we'll go check the Bitter Fruit, and as long as it's 3,000 without a boost pot on, it should be worth doing compared to Femur and everything. I was not sure because it doesn't get the Rake bonus or anything. So it's 0% bonus, naturally. But there it is, the 189. Oh, we could do the Better Egg soon. Not sure what those eggs are even used for, though. I assume one of the other AFKs. Oh, you know what? It's probably for making one of the potions for alchemy. It's probably one of those alchemy pots. Which one, I have no clue, but it's probably one of those AFK alchemy pots. Oh yeah, that's something else too. When can you make the first Stone Mall Hill AFK potion post 200? There's an 8%. Oh, don't tell me that's the first one. Oh no. That's not good. That's another factor. Yeah, that's unfortunate. No! Those aren't worth making, I don't think. Yeah, you're just gonna have to buy the 5% from the shop. But yeah, the first 8%, or the first post 200 one forward is all the way at 306. We're not getting 306 alchemy anytime soon. Not even close. To be honest, because this thing's so close to a bank, XP rate's not awful. It's not as good as like a drop all method. But we are banking a lot of bone rate XP per hour. Because I believe every bone was over 1,000 XP, and that's not even counting the final product. That's just dunking them. Is over 1,000 each. Oh no! I thought that was the bone. You can stop doing that by disabling movement when you're doing a Q action. But then you gotta use like a different key. I just find it annoying how to click like middle mouse or something to move. So I just don't disable and just hope I don't misclick. They did confirm that there's no player-owned housing coming in next chapter. They have no plans on doing it anytime soon. It is something that will probably eventually come to the game. But with how they're talking about it, it could be like 3 to 5 years from now. Because they have no immediate plans for it. Which would be kind of funny because that's actually when it came in the original RuneScape 2. It was 5 years after launch. I assume Brighter Shores will be close to like 3-ish years. But it'd be funny if he does 5 years again. I know, we'll find out. Though even though we're not getting player-owned housing, there's a chance they do a fort mechanic. Like what RuneScape 3 has. Where you kind of build up your own base with a builder skill. That works almost like a little mini hub town. But you get to customize it a little bit with buildings. Using the builder skill. So you can put a few facilities there that you really want. And with higher builder, you could probably put better facilities there. Which is not quite player-owned housing, but it might still be like a little base kind of thing that you can make. Almost like building up a little part of town. What those facilities might be, we don't really know, though. Or if that's even going to be a feature of it. But I'm still really looking forward to Chapter 5. I know it's like so far away. The main thing to be hyped for, I guess, is the combat rework then. Because that's a lot more like soonish. Like that's measured in number of weeks rather than number of months. Most likely. I'm curious to see what their immediate plans is after launch, though. Yeah, Chapter 5 is coming out pretty much almost the exact same time the game launches. Might even launch with the game, who knows? Or, 1.0. But, We don't really know what their immediate plans is after launch. Like, they mentioned sometime later this year they'll probably add the first bosses and stuff like that. But we don't know, like, their immediate plan the second after Chapter 5 releases and 1.0 releases. We know a lot of things they're doing prior to that, but not really after that. They have a lot of long-term generalization stuff, but we don't really know what their immediate priority would be. Like, right after 1.0 launch, after Chapter 5. Our first knowledge point to gather is almost here. Should be able to get about 3 of them in. And that saves us almost an entire level of grind. It's gonna feel so weird seeing so many 200s there, I just realized. We got like a whole block of 200 now. In a few days from now, when we have 200 bone right, we're gonna have like a 4x2 square of 200. In that area right over there. Only thing that'll look a little mix match is the 100 Mind Fighter. We're probably not doing that until combat rework comes up. Yeah, 200, 200, 200, 200, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Quite literally, 2 to 2. That'll be 8 200s in a 2x4 square. Rectangle, I guess, technically. Actually, technically not rectangle. Whatever you call slanted rectangle. It has 4 sides, but I believe you call that something else. I do not remember what. A rhombus? No, I think that's what the curve the other way. Has a special name. It's like slightly slanted triangle. Has a proper term, though. And one nice thing about boosting something within the chapters, we actually get the 5% boost now. So every single one of these we're getting the little bit extra bonus. It's not worth doing unless we need to use a knowledge point, though. I'll only do it just free XP. There's the only problem with having a delay on the potion. Well, there's a lot of problems with it. But one of the main ones is if you're doing a perfect loop cycle for a resource, it's actually not worth drinking a potion. Because you're pretty much just breaking even. Only reason it matters a lot more with like production stuff, like when we were doing it bone right earlier, is because you have a really limited amount that you can actually end up ultimately using. Whereas obviously gathering is something you can infinitely do with no real upkeep cost. But yeah, how many more do we have then after these two? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 more 200s to do that aren't combat. After we finish the 2 that we're currently working on, they're almost done. That within the next few days will be done. It's not too many. We're actually a lot closer than I feel like we are. I feel like we're only halfway there. But if you ignore all combat, we're more than halfway there. You know, if you ignore the rest of the half, we're more than halfway there. I just don't see any reason to really do combat before the rework. We're gonna have so much more power, in theory. As long as you just don't nerf the XP per kill. Because that's something we don't know if they're doing yet or not. They never really specified. Because at the lower level range, you might actually get less XP per hour. Which is the only slight concern I can see with that. Because let's say they just do a flat, like, 10% nerf on all XP drops for combat. Without selectively putting them anywhere. They just simply reduce all numbers by 10%. That really nerfs the lower level range. Makes early game a lot worse. But that would also be too small of a nerf for later in the game. When you have, like, absurdly broken builds with Obelisk. Because they'd basically have to nerf every section separately. Like, anything below 50, they would have to have, like, a 0% nerf on. Anything from, like, 50 to 100 would be, like, 10-ish%. Anything from, like, the 100 to 200, like, 15, 20% less. Anything beyond that, almost, like, 25 to 40% less. I'm not sure how they're going to do it. Because if they keep all XP rates the same, it is going to be so quick. Like, we're talking, like, quicker than merchant XP. Once you hit, like, 300, 400. It'd also probably be the only skill in the game where you actually get a higher XP rate as you go higher. As your XP rate at 200 would be lower than at 300, which would also be lower than at 400, which would be lower than at 450. It would just keep going up rather than stagnant. Which is actually rather ironic. But that would pretty much happen if they don't touch it at all. Assuming there's enough power to get that much power by then. It might eventually even out because you've taken, like, every possible good buff. And at that point, you're just getting, like, durability or something. But up to, like, 300, 400 something, you probably would still be getting more XP per hour as you're going higher. Just because your build keeps getting more and more refined. There's not much you can build out of, like, level 50 and then level 100, because this is only going to be a level 20 obelisk. This will be a level 60 obelisk. You can do some with that, but you're not going to be able to do a lot. Whereas something like this, you'll be able to get absurdly good XP. Having, like, a, you know, 190, 200 obelisk. Or even higher. But something like a 20 obelisk, there's not much you're going to be able to build into. Your power is not going to be much better than it is now. But it scales a lot better to the higher level ranges. Not sure why I banked only 8, but there we go. I can't be bothered to juggle this potion. We've seen too many potions despawn to juggle them. Staying in my inventory. I just realized, why do I have so many skills that are like right next to a level? I just now realized that. Why do I have so many like almost filled bars? Like detective's nearly there, watch person's like halfway there, leatherworker's more than halfway there, smithing's nearly there, stonemason's pretty much nearly there, bonewright's nearly there, mining's pretty much like teasing the bar. Why do I have so many levels in that area that are like right next to a level? I can go in like a whole level in Gauntlet. One level for each of them. Yeah, there's something else that would look kind of weird down the line. You're never going to have a white bar around stuff once you get a 500. Because I believe once you have a 500 it has a fully grayed out bar. Like how this one almost is. You won't see like a bunch of white taking up the space around it. Or maybe it does the inverse. I'm actually not sure. Because we don't have a 500. I never really paid much attention to other people that do. I'm pretty sure it shows a grayed out bar though. Kind of like how the Mine Fighter is right now. Minus the little dot there. But yeah, I don't think you ever get to see a full bar again on it. I still hope they eventually do something for post 500 XP though. Especially for tools. They actually mentioned during the Q&A they have no plans to really buff the tools. But tools after you reach level 500 are literally pointless. Because there's no XP to be gained. And their whole benefit is just to give XP. So there's no point upgrading a tool once you have 500 in a skill. Obviously it takes forever to get 500 in a skill, but once you do, whatever your tool is at, you would never need to get it any higher than that. Alright, another level about to roll in. 2 more to go. And then we'll try out the other activity. Which we're probably going to be doing. We got to give up some bone rate XP, but it's worth it for how much gatherer we get per hour. Our gather XP rate will go up by like 60%. Which is probably worth it. We don't get any bone rate XP from it. But our gather XP would go up about 60% more per hour. Which is a bit of a jump. Well, it's because we're going from a 166 activity to a 189. Oh, that's used for the wealth potion. Unfortunately, it's a pre-200 thing, so it's not worth it. But that's interesting. That means post-200, you would get an egg that's used for the really good wealth potion. Ooh, I wonder what level that is. It's probably way too high. Interesting. Let's look for an egg. Looking for an egg-shaped object. Worms. What level do you get it at? Where's the egg? Is there not another egg? Does the other wealth potion not use an egg? I skipped it. Let me go double check. As I'm not seeing an egg over here. That's used for the detective potion, I believe. Worms, no clue what that's used for. Bug. Beetroot. Yeah, it's not a post 200 egg. Interesting. Hey, what do you need for a bigger wealth potion then? I kind of want to go check. It's not really that relevant because you can just buy it from the shop. But if you were going to do both the AFKs at some point. Because that's the way that you make like really good money off of combat when you're doing the AFK thingy. If we're going for a lot of 500 combats, it'd be nice to utilize them. Oh, good, we're already on the page for it. Perfect. I'm looking for the better wealth potion. Like the best in slot wealth potion. There it is. Best in slot wealth. You use a sea potato and shadow louse. Oh, those are both forager. Ew. That's not ideal. Yeah, they're both a forager item. That's unfortunate. They're not gatherer. That means the 400% probably is, though. Is there not a 400%? Oh, that is for the 400%. Oh, no. That's pre-200, though, so it's not worth it. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, I believe both of these are just normal forager. One's at 237 and the other one's at... Oh, actually, that's not too bad of a level, though. Only 237? And then the other one's at... Oh, if we ever do post-200 forager, we definitely got to get those, then. What's the other one at, then? 118. Ooh, those you have to buy from the shop, then. Honestly, you're probably just buying both of them from the shop. If you're bothering to mass use wealth potions, it's probably better just to be making the wealth potion than to be gathering the little components you need. That's one thing that a lot of multi-component stages need, or have a problem with, particularly when it comes to potion making, is that it's pretty much not worth using multiple different AFKs to go make something out of it, when you can simply just buy it from the shop. It makes a little bit more sense with some of the synergies, like, you know, mining to smithing, wood cutting to carpentry. These are going to need both of them anyways to support each other. But, it's really annoying when it comes to potion making, because you're getting an actual final product that you need, but that final product is an AFK pot that you'd be needing to do at a different one anyways. So normally it's better just to buy it, especially when it comes to alchemy, more so than any of them. It's better just to buy the supplies and skip the gathering part of the AFK. It just simply gets to the potion making part, so you can then cash out your potion on actually doing the activity, rather than having to do a 3-step instead of a 2-step. And even if you have to pay a premium for it, it's still better to skip the whole set. Even if it is a little pricey, it's still worth it. It's not even that pricey. I know they're going to get price hiked later, but the best wealth potion in the entire game costs like 27 silver to make. Because you need these, which costs 12.6 to buy until the price hike. And these, which is only 15.6. So for 28.2, you can make infinite money. It's not like infinite, but you do get a lot of money from it. It's also cheaper than buying a normal wealth potion, which is really funny. What did I just say? 28.2? I'm willing to make a bet the normal wealth potion is more than 28.2. We're pretty close. Let's see. Alright, the first one is cheaper, but the second one definitely is more expensive. Oh, it's exactly 28.2. That's funny. But yeah, you get 150% more gold from making it yourself than buying the pre-made one. Honestly, that's another potion that might be worth buying up before the price hike. The 300% wealth potion. Because you know you'll eventually be able to cash it out for money. So spending your entire cash stack on it doesn't even matter. Because worst comes to worst, you're going to be able to cash it out later anyways. Or in the case if you already have a high combat immediately. I forget what level range they're worth using though. Because I don't think they're good until like the late 300s or early 400s. I'm not sure the exact point where they start making profit. Because I'm pretty sure at my current level range, it would still be a negative. Like if I was use it for Chronopolis' combat. Yeah, there we go. 1.5 levels to go. then we can move on to something like 40-50% better XP rate than this. Actually, sorry, 50 or 60% better XP rate. At the cost of not being able to bank anything, though. Also, I just realized I haven't covered a Brighter Shores video since week 1 of the game. We really need to at some point. I kind of wanted to cover a tier list before all of these get completely nuked, aka the combats get merged. Or before anything gets too hard balanced. This is a snapshot of where skills kind of were around this time. Then I kind of want to do a 1,000 hour recap. As far as, you know, our first impressions on our first 1,000 hours. Maybe some of the mistakes we made. Some things we would have done differently. Because we're getting really close to that 1,000 hour mark. We'll hit it before the end of the month. Which will also be the quickest I ever hit 1,000 hours in any game. By about a week or two. As originally it was like 3 months, and now it'll be like 2.5 or roughly. Or 2 months and 3 weeks. Whatever it is, it's slightly less than 3 months. But, I'll definitely need to make some kind of video on it. Because I've been posting so few videos. The main reason is because the game is in early access. Anything that's like too guide heavy is just going to be kind of irrelevant by the time 1.0 comes out. Not like irrelevant, but you know. Like, imagine if you made a combat guide. I assure you, you will never need that again after whatever is happening with the combat rework. Like, stuff like that could just drastically change everything. Even queuable action pretty much changes how you do every gathering skill in the game. The fundamentals are still the same, though. And some of the pathing for some skills, like foraging. Oh, actually, foraging has changed now. They have double spawn. They added double spawn when they added queuable action. So there are some new routes you could do for Forager that didn't used to exist, that do now. As well as every skill, but it works best for Forager. But it can be applied to any skill. It's just Forager has the most open concept, so it kind of works a lot better for it. Yeah, 1.5 more levels to go. Come on, better XP. We're so close. Only gotta go through the slow XP rate a little bit longer. In the bright side, we get free bone rate XP later from this. We're banking like 2 levels worth, if not 3. That's 3 less that we'll have to knowledge later. Wait, what? Wait, I never. Oops. I thought I canceled the other one. What happened there? There we go. I think I've seen that before. Not sure what I did to misclick that, but there we go. Oh, they canceled the one and then it started up the other. Oh! 2 more levels. We got the mirror level. 2552. Which is kind of funny because that's exactly when we'll have our milestone to go move on to the other thing as well. Perfect. Oh, that reminds me, when do we get our next bramble for woodcutting? 94. Ah, we don't get the really good woodcutting until a while from now. I thought we were kind of close to it, but apparently not. I think we're kind of close, I guess. It's less than 20 levels. Still a lot of levels, though. Especially since you get, like, what, 3 an hour, roughly? Especially if you're banking your logs. Because that's the nice thing about brambles, is you don't have to feel guilty about not banking your logs, because there are no logs to bank, other than the Suavi that comes in occasionally. So how's our Hope Forest rank doing? It keeps just shooting up. We're almost top 100 for it. We're getting there. If we ever did a woodcutting carpenter grind, we probably would. Hopeport is like a 1.5 miles away, though. I don't think we're ever getting top 100 Hopeport. I think it's realistic we can have these other 3 all be top 100. I'm not sure if I'm ever doing it for Hopeport. I have no way of even checking to see what top 100 requires. I guess technically I can't do that for Hope Forest either. There's no good way to check, like, a specific number. You can't just type in, like, check rank whatever. But the problem with these two is they're both accessible to free-to-play. So they're a lot more bloated with how many people are doing it. Compared to the other 2 chapters. Also helps that we have plenty more levels than the other 2. They compare, like, the 5 to the 5 and the 4 to the 4. Like, we have 386 in Hope Forest compared to more than double that in Chronopolis. Almost triple. And actually, it's quite literally triple, almost, for Minds of Tubin. But it's 2 chapters with 5. One of them is, like, 600 higher than the other. Actually, more than 600. Because I've been really hesitant to do too much in Chapter 1 and 2. Just because free-to-play has access to it. Which means more people will have the levels. Which means anything trading-wise or anything like that. There's going to be a lot more supply of anything from Chapter 1 and 2. Compared to 3, 4, and onwards. And of course, free-to-play can't trade, but, you know, they can end up farming in free-to-play and then trading later. As well as all the bots. That's my other concern, too. I know this game isn't, like, too heavily botted. But, you know, once there's an economy and everything, if someone could even make a few cents per day, they're probably going to run a bot for it. There's one nice thing. Andrew Gower is, like, absurdly anti-microtransaction. So we're likely never getting the equivalence of a bond system in this game. Like what World of Warcraft or RuneScape has. Like, you're never going to be able to buy membership with in-game currency. Because otherwise you could just buy infinite in-game currency for infinite power. So one of the main reasons I can never play, like, a main account in, like, either of the two RuneScapes these days. Because you just buy infinite power with a credit card. And the main reason I'm not concerned with it as much in Brighter Shores is he's never going to release a bond-like system. So there's never going to be a way to do it directly. And I highly doubt there's going to be enough botting in this game to break the economy in that way. Like, even if there's some, it's not going to be like old school RuneScape, where it's like 80% of the economy for some resources. Like, there are actual resources in that game that I'm pretty sure is like 98 to 99% bot sourced. Things like nail beast nails and stuff like that. Things that you literally have to go to a very specific skilling activity that almost no one ever does. Other than Iron Man. Because that's the only way you get them. Like a normal account would basically never do it. Because there's better ways to be farming. But bots do it because you're constantly in an instance and are never seen. So your bot never gets detected by other players. It could by the server side, but player side it will never get caught. Alright, second to last level that we need to the better XP rate. Still gotta get another 10 from here. Well, technically 9 once that rolls in. But after 189, our XP rate should skyrocket. It should be over a 50% increase to what we're doing now. Which is a lot of bonus. a lot of bonus. The only reason we're doing this now is because of how much bone rate XP we're banking. The other thing will have 0 bone rate, but 1.5 billion gather XP. There we go. 188. One to go. And our next knowledge is about to tick in as well. There we go. The 189 tree are almost there. So close yet so far. Then after that, we should pretty much exclusively only have good methods. Like EXP rate wise. I guess the worst one would be Goat Horn from 197 to 200, which we'll be doing tomorrow. Because Bitter Fruit is great, or should be. As long as it's 3,000 plus each. And Dandelions, they're close enough to a bank that we're probably going to do them. We'll see, though. I think they're slightly worse than Bitter Fruit, but we do get some free Alchemy XP if nothing else. I might just do one inventory of them and go back to Bitter Fruit. I don't know, we'll see. It depends how much the XP difference is. Because I believe they both come out to the same if we're doing Daffodils while banking them. Guess we could do Daffodils while dropping them. How much is the Daffodil worth again? Like if you were to buy it from the shop pre-buff. Daffodil or Dandelion, I mean, not Daffodil. Daffodil, Dandelion. I always considered them the exact same thing. I know they're completely different though. How much does this cost? Yeah, they're like 7 silver each if you were to buy them, but you would never buy them though. There's literally no need to ever buy them. Oops, what am I doing? I need to go bank these. Didn't realize I have a full inventory. But yeah, they say 7 silver each. But the Fear Potion afterwards costs like 1 silver to make. So really, when they say 7 silver, they mean like 0. It's worth like 500 bronze. Even though it costs 7.1 silver. It's also only a 6-minute fear. Which is so weak compared to the 9, 12, and 15. Especially since the 9 and 15 are so free to make. They take longer to make, like how many you can make per hour is way lower. But the cost of the ingredients to make them is basically free. Oh, the guy who went for 500 Gatherer is going for 500 woodcutting right now. He's doing Bramble Suave while banking the Suave. Let's see, can we see him here? Yep, there he goes. I'm curious, what woodcutting level is he that he's doing Bramble Suave right now? Up, wrong skill. He is 242. Oh yeah, he just unlocked it, that's why. Okay. I was gonna say, I wonder if he's just camping it, or if he's actually at a level range where it's worthwhile. But yeah, he's definitely at a level range where it's worthwhile. He's at 242 and he's doing a 234. It's not even a better tree he could be doing. I wonder if he will switch to Juniper at 251 or not. I don't believe Juniper is worth it, but Polar is. I think most people stay at Bramble until after Juniper. Maybe get a few if they want to have a few banked for Carpentry. But then just skip over to Polar. I believe Juniper are one of those one and done logs, like the Ash log. So you get really little Carpentry out of it. So banking it's not as relevant. Bone Right does need it though. I believe that's one of those weird Bone Right only logs. And by bone rate only, I mean, yeah, bone rate only. Or, you know, guardian only, bone rate only, same difference. Well, technically not once they add the new skill tree. Is you'll be able to use other classes' equipment at lower proficiency. We don't know how much lower and how high you can get it up to. Needs to be at least 90% for it to be viable, though. Like with every possible upgrade. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. Because technically, yeah, you can't just call it guardian equipment anymore. Because technically it'll be every class equipment. I guess it's better to call it bone right equipment, blacksmith equipment, and stonemason equipment. Because no longer will cryonite be like, you know, cryonite only. The blacksmith stuff. You're still generally only going to be using it on that class, but as long as it's a high enough percent, you'll be able to use it on any. I really hope it's at least 90% though. Anything lower than that, I'm not even going to bother. We're going to build around not ever needing them. Unless there's just a special attack that is like so absurdly needed on a different class. I highly doubt this could be the case though. I assume every class would have every type of special attack. Like every single one probably has one that impairs movement. Every single one probably has a damage over time effect. Every single one probably has like one life steal one or something. Every single one probably has a physical one that hits for like really high damage. Like the exact degree that it does it to and stuff like that, we don't really know. And for every single category, one of them will probably do it a bit better than the other two. Like obviously Cryonite's probably going to be better at freezing something in place compared to Hammer Mage. Whereas Hammer Mage would probably have more burst damage. Particularly on its Great Hammer. Like, that's like the one thing we might actually need on Cryonite, aside from all the yellow melee weapons from Guardian. Is if we want to finish out the trifecta of yellow weapons, it would be Cryonite Mace, Cryonite Axes, but then Hammer Mage's Great Hammer. Because I think special attack is probably going to be so good as a finishing kill. Alright, as soon as we get that next knowledge point, I think we can finally go to the good XP rate. And then from that point, I think it should only take like 2 to 3 hours then. Only. Probably close to 3. Hey, that reminds me, I never did touch that one other node, did I? I never oh, or that bitter fruit, apparently. Or that Tangle Fruit. But I never got the 23 God plants to go with my 23 daffodils, or dandelions. I try to keep confusing dandelions and daffodils today. They're kind of similar. They both start with the letter D, and are both a flower. The one's a little bit more weed-like than a flower. Come on, Nod, you're almost there. 3 more sets and we should be good to go. Gosh, we're gonna go back to the bank later and it's gonna say 1,000 something bone spike, isn't it? That's a later tonight off stream and tomorrow issue. We're not dunking another bone today after doing like 2,500 of them already. Also, after next trip, we probably pot up then. So we can preemptively get the XP bonus we need. And that should get us to 189 then. After the next full inventory. And then we don't ever need to touch another bone spike ever again. For like until a year or two from now. We don't need to touch it again until level, something. 280. Until 280 Gatherer. Which we are not doing anytime even remotely soon. Maybe in 2027. Maybe 2026 if something pops up that we actually need to go do Bone Right for. The only exception to that is bossing might make us have to go get Thistle. And Thistle is at 248. And if we grab a bunch of those, we will technically reach Bone Spike. That's our best damage boost potion. No, I did not want to drop all. I hate when I do that. I want to deposit all. There we go. Come on, just a few more bones. Looks like, what, 5 more? Hopefully we make it before the end of the XP pot. That'd be kind of a fail if not. But we got plenty, so it's not too big a deal. One nice thing about this next plant as well is we actually will be able to do a pre-pot 5% every time. Because I believe there's enough downtime in the spawn for the 5%, unlike these, because these are so far away from each other. Oh no, we're not going to make it in time. That's fine, I'll just boost in front of them then. Because why not? Yeah, we'll just boost in front of the next plant. Let me go bank these. Let me just double check their location. I'm pretty sure I know exactly where they are. But I just want to reconfirm that this is the thing in question. If the game will let me. Oh, this is actually the other one. Never mind. This is what I thought it was. We still do it, though. I forgot. This is the other one. This isn't the tangle fruit. This is the bitter fruit. That is fine. Alright, anyways. Good thing I checked. Otherwise, it would have went to the wrong location, actually. So I wanted to check, because I had a feeling that was the other one. I always forget that there's 2 of them, not 1. The tangle and the bitter. It should be right over here. Somewhere's in all this mess. Alright, did I ever touch the other bitter fruit? Let me go double check. I don't think I ever did I? I don't think I ever first time bonus this one. Let's go touch it. Yep, first time bonus. And now we get to first time bonus it again. Oh no, that sets me off cycle because it doesn't respawn immediately. Oh, I thought it would respawn. Oh no. Alright, fine, I'll touch the other bitter fruit then. Oh, that's funny. It doesn't actually, that's kind of funny. I thought it would respawn. But they actually share the same cooldown, which makes sense. Even if you get the upgrade midway through. Oh, these are located really awkwardly, though. Ooh, but they are 3,000 each, though. Wait, where are the rest of them? Oh, there they are. Yeah, I guess they're okay. It's over 3,000 XP each, so... And there's probably enough downtime to pre-pot. And if there's somehow extra time, you can also grab a tree. But the tree's pretty low level. As I do not have the upgrade for it currently. Now we'll try one full cycle and see what it's like. Oh, you know what? I should actually start by taking this one. Our cycle should start here. Oh, but then you path incorrectly for that one, though. I don't know, is that incorrect? Yeah, because you'd want to be on the top tile of it. That places you on the wrong tile. We just have to make sure to manual move that. Oh, I also gotta remember there's a bitter fruit all the way over here. Hiding behind the pine tree. With this really weird forced camera angle that we can't change. Yeah, I don't think there's enough downtime to get a tree, but this is still better XP than what we were getting. It's like 3,000 each instead of 2,000 each. And there should be enough time to drink in between his wall. If there's extra time, we could even grab a tree. Yep, okay, there's enough time to drink. No, don't do that. Why would you walk there? Okay, we gotta do a couple manual moves. Actually, if I manual move this one, I don't think we have to manual move the other one. We'll test that on our next cycle. But yeah, these are definitely better than doing the bones, though. Unfortunately, we do have to drop absolutely everything, though. So we're not getting any bone rate XP, but we're getting 50% more gather XP per hour. Which is probably a good enough trade-off. Like, all the bone rate XP we would have been getting is being converted into gather XP. Now, let's see. Does it go to the right tile or the wrong tile? Okay. You just have to manual move the one. And that sets up this one to be correct. Alright, that works. Yeah, you gotta manual move that one right over there. And that sets you up in the right angle for the next one so you don't go to a bad tile. And there we go. Perfect cycle. And then boom, respawn. Nice. Alright. Yeah, this is what we'll do then. Until Dandelion. And then we'll see what Dandelion looks like. If we do Dandelion, it's probably just going to be drop Dandelion. I'll keep like one inventory. It's just not worth keeping a lot of them. It's a really bad potion. Look at that, already half a level. Amazing what 50% extra XP does. Not just 5%, 50%. We are using a 5% potion too, but just compared to what we're getting before, it's 50% better. Oh, so do you ever even need this watchtower? I feel like you do Spider Nest quests without ever needing to talk to that person. Also, I just realized something. What color is the first apple? Because I don't believe they're green, are they? Because I just realized the gather icon has a green apple. But what color is the first apple you ever need to gather? They're red. And the other ones are blue. Wait, the icon for gather is a green apple, but you never need to collect green apples. I never noticed that till now. The gather icon has a green apple as an icon, but at no point do you actually collect a green apple during the skill. Like, the other one makes sense, because you do technically do a starfish. Though, do you ever do an orange starfish, though? Because you do collect apples. Wait, did they do it twice? Do you never collect an orange starfish? That's funny. I guess that one kind of looks like it, the clingy one. Is there another third one? I don't think there is. That's funny. Yeah, you never collect an orange starfish and you never get to collect a green apple. The icons are a lie. That means next skill we're not going to be able to collect little mini worms. You'll be able to collect worms, they're just not going to be small. They're going to be big, hefty worms. But all three icons are a lie. You catch starfish, but not... Or you collect starfish, but not orange ones. You collect apples, but not green ones. And you collect worms for Delver, but not little mini ones like those. They're really hefty and, like, monstrous looking. Whereas the one in the image just looks like a pretty generic, small mini worm. And the main reason that brought it up is I was looking at the fruit on this plant, and it kind of reminds me of the green apple icon. Not the close-up image of it, but if you look at just the plant itself, it kind of looks like a green apple. If you pretend that apples grow on bushes. But they kind of look like a green apple. If you ignore everything that you know about apples. It's like the closest fruit I've seen in this area that looks like a green apple. Not necessarily that it does look like a green apple, but it's the closest one to looking like a green apple. Oh yeah, we're at 2552. We got the inverse number. Technically we got that as soon as we got to bitter fruit. Oh, that means we haven't gained a level yet. Yeah, I'm going to be putting all knowledge still into Gatherer, though. And then we worry about bone rate separately later. Also, imagine if you still had to drop items one at a time. You know how annoying that would be? Actually amazing how high that quality of life is. Now, if only RuneScape would get that quality of life. Not sure if their game engine can handle it. Or how much spaghetti code is in there by like 20-something years. Because this would be so insufferable if we had to drop these one at a time. We wouldn't have any downtime to even drink the potion. But now we could do it 100% for free. Actually, this would be so bad without Drop All that it would still be better to be doing Bone Spike right now. If Drop All didn't exist. But Drop All actually makes this quicker. Even when accounting for the Bone Rate XP. There's a lot of people doing pine trees today. I feel like this room never has people in it. Well, there's no one gathering with us, but, yeah, a bunch of people doing pine tree today. Must be pine tree day. I feel like it's one of the trees I never see people doing. It is worthwhile, though. It's good carpentry XP. And that is the room to do it in. That or room next to it. I forget which one. Yeah, I think that is the room. It's like a perfect 6 loop with Pine Tree. Not sure how it works since Cueable Action, because I've actually never done Pine Tree since Cueable Action. Because when we were level 27 doing it, Cueable Action didn't exist at the time. But of course, these days it does. So I've never actually gotten to try this room with Q. Not sure if it perfect loops or how the respawn thing works. But, it should still be perfect loop. Where you can just camp these 6 and do them 4 times over and then bank them. And there they go, banking it. I'm not a big fan of the forced camera angle, though. Wish I could still have the lower camera. Like, I understand why it does it. I just want it not to do that. We'll probably eventually have an option for it. There's some kind of weird one in options where it, like, changes it from your player to, like, the room. I never seem to be able to get it working properly, because it still tries to home in on the player, even though the option is disabled. All of our bitter fruit stacks. Because we got 39 in one stack over there. I'm surprised I haven't despawned yet. Oh no, did I accidentally miss one? Apparently. Oh no. Oh, it's that one right there. I'm moving too early. Hello, Alex. How much longer do I think until player trading comes out? I feel like it's within the next month. I wouldn't even be surprised if it's before the end of the month. Because based on the last roadmap that they posted publicly, not counting the Q&As and AMAs, the last thing they said, like every single thing on the list of things they said they were going to do has already been done. Except for one. And it's trading. Because they said they would add 200% knowledge meter, they did that. They were going to add the holiday event, they did that. And transmog system, they did that. And queuable action, they did that. The only thing that was on that list that wasn't added yet is trading. Last time Andrew Gower himself publicly said what they're working on. But yeah, the only thing from that list that isn't in the game yet is trading. So it's very likely to be the next, like, super big feature. It really just comes down to how long it takes for them to finish activating it. Or, you know, getting it all right. Make sure it's not bugged. Make sure that they get the rollback ready for when there's a duplication glitch within the first hour. You know, all the normal things for rolling out a trading system. But yeah, we gotta make sure we don't do any annoying grind on the day that trading comes out. Because there's like a 95% chance there's a rollback. Luckily, I don't normally play until like 6 hours after the patch, because he normally does it at like 6 a.m. my time. So hopefully any rollback they would have needed to do would have already been done. Oh, so the game was originally supposed to launch with trading as well. So if they don't get it out by the end of the month, it would be over 3 months without trading. But if they get it out before the end of the month, it will be under the 3-month mark. So I feel like they would want to have it out by then. Because there's a feature that was supposed to be in the game like 2.5 months ago. They did mention that you won't be able to trade the holiday hats or anything. You can still trade them 1-to-1, but you can't, like, trade them. So the best you could do is be like, hey, selling red Santa hat for, like, 1 gold, 1-to-1. There's so many people that would probably trade people for free that you probably wouldn't be able to ever sell them. But you can technically 1-to-1 sell them. But you can never sell them to someone who doesn't have them. You can only charge people for trading the one they need. Honestly, that would be something kind of funny to do, though. Someone who has a stack of like 100 Santa hats. It would be kind of funny if we were to like trade them for some amount of gold for their entire stack of Santas. I don't think I would care about that too much, though. Unless there's one that looks really cool on a given holiday event that I just want to get like 1 billion of. Has to be something unique, though. So for all the other ones, there's none that stand out enough where I'd want to get like 100 of them or 1,000 of them. Alright, when was Dandelion again? I think it was 194. I'm curious what his XP drop is. Because I might just bank them all. Oh no. It's really not worth it though. Because you're never going to be able to sell them to anyone. Like, who on earth is buying dandelions? Unless you sell them for like 1 silver each or something. Just because the other fear potion is basically free. I might grab 23 for the first time bonus, but beyond that, they're kind of pointless. There's a weaker version of what you get from Mines of Matubin. And if you buy from the shop, they cost 1 silver. Compared to those costing like 15 silver. For something that's weaker, not even stronger. It's 3 minutes weaker, yet costs like 10 times as much. I think it's slightly more than 10 times. And it gives less XP per hour. I don't understand their pricing at all. It makes 0 sense in every direction. It's a lower duration. It costs like 10 times as much to make, if not more. And it's less XP per hour. Like, it has no redeeming quality at all. It's just all negative. I guess the only redeeming quality is you can make more of them per hour. But that doesn't make up for the triple negative that it has in every other regard. If anything, you're just burning money quicker. I don't know, fair potions aren't bad. They're just very situational when you need them. The only grind in the entire game right now where I say they're required is if you're doing the monument pieces for Forager. There's the only grind in the game that I feel like they're 100% required for. That and if you're doing snake skills, if you're a hammer mage. Like basically, if you have to collect something in a constantly aggro room, like there's actually like 3 or 4 nodes to collect in an aggro room, that is the only time you basically need a fear potion. Is if there's 3 to 4 resource nodes in an aggro room that you need to collect for any reason. You're raw dogging monument pieces without fear potions? Yeah, after I did it some, I was like, okay, I'm not doing Forager anymore until I get fear. Like, it's actually quicker to just go get 104 alchemy than it is to deal with aggro all the way to 200. Especially if you're going to 490. But I believe you actually save time just from going to 104 alchemy. Compared to how much you would lose not using them for monument pieces. Assuming you're power grinding monument pieces. There are some routes that only grab a few. But if you're like power grinding it, like monument pieces only pretty much, then you really need them. Because you almost always grab aggro every single time. Though they will be less relevant once we get that skill tree out though. Because one of the perks of it is you can make your escape quicker. So if you only had to spend like... If you clicked immunity and it instantly worked, because your cooldown is so low on it, then that would actually be better than fear pots. Because it would take more time to drink a fear pot than it would be to just use immunity a couple times. If you only had to do it occasionally. But if you have to do it like every single time, it'd still be worth using fear. Use even 9-minute fears, like the really accessible one. 9 minutes is a while. That's at least like 5 times entering the room per potion. Of which 3 of those times you're almost guaranteed going to get aggroed. Hello, Stefan, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Not using any potions until they add a potion slot? Yeah. They mentioned during the Q&A that they're going to be adding it for a quest. They didn't mention what chapter it'll be in or what the requirements are for it. But yeah, we will be able to go get them soon. Well, maybe not soon, but They're likely working on a lot of quests, and one of those quest rewards that are going to be coming through one of the upcoming quests is the ability to wield potions. We don't currently know what skills you'll need to unlock it, though. My assumption would be to be in Chapter 1, it would require some amount of alchemy. But the way that they were describing it almost made it seem like it might not require alchemy to wield them. It would make a lot of sense if it does, but it doesn't mean they're going to do that. Just because it makes logical sense doesn't mean that's going to be the thing they're going to do, though. I don't know, we'll find out. Because the most logical thing would make it in Chapter 1 and have it require, like, you know, like 60 alchemy or something. Or whatever level they want to make it. Because that would make too much sense. A Chapter 1 quest that uses alchemy where you learn how to equip potions to your belt. Obviously, that's not the only thing you learn during the quest, but, you know, that'd be one of the rewards during the quest. Yeah, the way they were saying it made it seem like it wouldn't be a Hopeport quest, but how would it not be? Like, where on earth are you putting a quest where you get potion equipable? It basically has to be Hopeport. He was just mentioning it in a way where it seemed kind of ambiguous on if it would or wouldn't be. But there's no way it's not. It'd be really weird if it wasn't. Because to be able to put an alchemy requirement on it, they have to make it in Hopeport. I just realized that's actually one tile quicker, isn't it? Oh, plus I could probably click it without even need a pre-walk. Well, that might be double better. Wait, I need to start pre-walking to the top of that bush. Because if you do that, I don't believe you need to walk to the other one. Or pre-click it. Which saves having to manual click an entire time. You'd like to start seeing some higher requirement quests? Like 200 plus? Oh gosh. I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually do. I don't think they're going to go that high too soon, though. People were already scared away from the game from level 25 and 32 requirements. Imagine a quest requiring 250. We don't even have a level 250. I don't think we're getting any that high anytime soon. I do feel like we eventually will. Like around the 150 to low 200 range. I don't think we're ever seeing a number above a low 200, though. And we're talking like years from now, like 2 or 3 years from now. I don't think they're doing any soon. I don't know, we'll find out. There was one I mentioned that I would love to see. That would have to be a post-200 one, just because it's so broken. We were talking about like Blast Furnace and Old School RuneScape, and I guess technically RuneScape 3. But it's actually relevant in Old School RuneScape still. But Blast Furnace, it essentially allowed you to do a full inventory of ore at once. Basically 4 times the production you can currently do in Brighter Shores. So one thing we were talking about, because it's 4 times slower post 200, imagine if there was a quest that required like 230 Bonerite, Smithing, and Stonemason. But the reward for a quest was a Furnace, a Bone thing, and a Stonemason thing. That lets you do your entire inventory at once at the same time it takes to normally do 6. So in the time they would normally do 6, you could get 24 of them done. That would be so good. It would have to have such a high requirement, though, to unlock. Just so you can't abuse that early on. Like, it would have to be post 200 for all 3 of them. But a quest where you unlock a machine, or whatever it would be, that can do all 24 at once in the same time it takes to normally do 6. Would be so good. As it would make XP rates for making your bars and everything 4 times better. Like, you dunk your bones 4 times quicker, you make your bars 4 times quicker. You'd get your stones 4 times quicker. The biggest broken thing about that is it would also be 4 times more XP, though. Which would be kind of strong. Maybe it would have some kind of cost associated to it, of course. Like some kind of gold cost to be able to keep it running. Blast Furnace did that too, but its gold cost was pretty trivial. So you'd get like an absurd XP rate for it, but it would have a cost associated to it that would make it like not an obvious thing to do. You'd still use the normal method. But if you wanted to do it quicker, you'd pay the higher price of the better furnace. Well, there are a couple quests that have better XP rates that you end up unlocking. Because anything that unlocks a new activity to do generally also unlocks XP rate. Like, pretty much the best venture in the game is locked behind a quest right now. The mining one. And some resource nodes are also locked behind completion of a quest, or partial completion of a quest. Also, Merchant's XP rate is also locked partially behind a quest. Where to be able to get max XP rate, you need partial completion of Fortune Hold. Where the XP rate is directly affected by having the quest partly done. Actually, what is the strongest one right now for affecting XP rate? Probably Spider Nest. Spider Nest is actually absurd for XP rate. The second absurd outlier, though. But you know how much quicker XP rate is with that? Compared to if you were a bank without it? Obviously, you could just drop it on the ground. But if you were to bank without Spider Nest compared to having Spider Nest, it's kind of crazy. The XP difference between most activities. Like, that's over 2 times the XP rate for some activities, assuming you were to bank everything from it. Well, something like that smithing thing I was mentioning wouldn't be worthless at 500. Because you'd still be able to get your bars done quicker. And your bones and your stones. You wouldn't be getting the XP part of it because you know you already have max. But you'd still be getting 4 times as many processing done. Or, you know, the speed at which you'd be able to process them. Because that was their solution to the previous game, and it worked out really well. The only problem with it is it didn't have a high enough cost to use it. But in Brighter Shores, they can easily fix that by just making the cost really high. So you'd still potentially use the normal method, but if you don't mind spending the cost, you would go for the quicker one. You just got to scale the cost a lot better. Because in the other game, it was basically 60k gold an hour, which is like the equivalence of 60 silver in Brighter Shores, which is basically 0 per hour. Like, something like that would have to cost, like, over a gold an hour to use. As it's effectively 4 times XP rate. At least for the bar portion. You wouldn't be able to use it on the production part. But just for the bars and the dunking of the bones and the etching of the stones. Alright, 2.5 levels to go. And then we can see if dandelions are worth doing or not. I assume they will be. Especially if you're dropping them. They should just be slightly better bitter fruit. Do you foresee any crazy inflation problems? Is there enough suitable gold sinks in the game? They could definitely do with more. Because if you're not doing Enchantress, there's not too much. Because what are the biggest ones right now? Boost potions are a big one, but that's just XP. Enchantress is a big one, but that's just XP. And capes are a small one, but those are just cosmetic. So if you don't care about EXP, there's basically no gold sink in the game at the moment. I guess to some degree you can consider maybe bossing will be, in the sense that if you're buying all the ingredients for your boost potions and your heal pots by actually buying it from the merchant rather than collecting it. But if you're doing that, you'd probably just be buying it from other players. And unless there's a tax on trading player to player, there's no gold sync attached to it. Because trading money from one player to another isn't gold synced at all. Unless there's a tax on it. But yeah, there's not that many gold syncs in the game. If you care about XP, there is. But if you don't care about XP, there's almost zero gold sync in the game right now. As every single gold sync is either cosmetic or XP related. I do feel like the gold syncs work pretty well right now, though. But for people that don't care about XP, there's basically zero gold syncs in the game. Though in the current way that the game is set up, it's kind of hard to not care about XP. This whole game right now is number go up simulator. Well, buying people's gear is not a gold sync, though, and this is tax. Because trading from player to player doesn't sync any gold. It just changes who owns the gold. Yeah, I do hope that there's a gold sync for dying during bossing or raids. I'm perfectly fine with the main game having no penalty for death. For, like, basic units and everything. But when real bossing and raids and stuff like come out, hopefully it'll be a death fee every single time you die. Maybe at a certain amount of completions, you don't have any fee. Like, maybe before you have, like, 25 completions, there's no fee at all. But then after, like, X amount of kills on a boss or a raid, every death you have thereafter is a fee. Either based on what equipment you have, or what level you're running it at, or based on something. Though I feel like there should be some amount of grace period, though. Like, until you have at least, like, 10 kill count or something. Like, some small amount of grace period. Just so you don't get feed like crazy while you're learning a piece of content. Resources will still be buyable from shops when trading comes out, but they have mentioned they're going to price hike them, which would also affect Iron Man players as well. Because regardless if you're going to enable or keep trading disabled, the price hike will still occur. So before trading comes out, all prices on pretty much all shops will be going up. By how much and which ones exactly, we don't really know. But assumably all of them by some amount of percent compared to what they currently cost. Yeah, most gold will be player to player instead of player to vendor. Which means nothing gets sunk unless there's a tax on trading player to player. But if there's ever a tax like that, people will just trade item to item. If silver and gold specifically was taxed, but items weren't, everyone would just trade items for other items. Yeah, we don't know if they're adding a tax or not. They haven't mentioned that they will, so I assume they're not. Player-to-player trading is likely to never have any tax in this game. However, whenever they add the auction house, that might have a tax on it. Because they mentioned the Grand Exchange like system that they're going to be adding is more auction house-like. Like how Runner for World of Warcraft does it. So something like that they might put a tax on because it's automated. But player-to-player trading likely won't have any tax. You can't see them doing an auction house fee? You never know. Oh no, does World of Warcraft do an auction house fee? I'm not sure. Okay, so far all they mentioned is it's going to be like World of Warcraft system. But I have not played World of Warcraft in like 2 decades, so I have no clue what it is. Oh wow, it does have a tax? Okay. See, they're probably going to tax it then. Player-to-player trading likely won't be taxed, but auction house, when it does come out, likely will. Keep in mind, an auction house system is not being added initially when trading gets released, though. Player-to-player trading will be, but an auction house-like system or a Grand Exchange-like system won't be until later. But yeah, I'm curious to see what other gold sinks they add in the future. Because auction house tax, a boss death fee tax, or fee, well, that would really be a tax. I'm trying to think of what else. Probably enhancing armors will have tax on it, or you know, a cost associated to it. They're also adding a new cost gold sink coming in next patch as well, or not next patch, but the combat rework. They're gonna add a cost to tuning items. You can no longer tune items for free starting after the combat rework. You're gonna have to pay a fee every single time to tune them. It's likely not that high of a fee, but you're gonna have to pay more than 0 going forward to tune items to a chapter. This won't affect you too much if you're playing, if you're mostly just doing combat. But if you're making product for a given chapter, it will incur additional costs. Like if you're making something in Mines of Matubin and for like chapter 4 or 5 or whatever else. Or if you're making armor in chapter 5 for a previous chapter. Like, whenever you tune something to a chapter, it's going to start costing gold or silver, technically. It likely won't be that high, though. But for a really high-tier gear, it probably would be almost like half a gold to a gold. For, like, a level 500 4-star. Does that mean tuned items will cost more? They're doing it to reduce the cost of tuning items. Or, basically, the reason why they're doing it is you're going to be able to craft 60 higher for every production skill. So, for example, at level 0 smithing, you can make a level 60 item. And so on and so forth. Like, you can craft 60 levels higher than what your current level is. And to make up for that, all untuned items will now have a cost associated to them. The difference between the tuned version and the untuned version. Which is likely the difference of about level 60 levels. So whatever 60 levels where the value is right now is about how much the tunement cost would be. I still haven't bothered checking that. But if you look at an item that's like level, let's say 50 right now, and you look at another item of the exact same type that's in rarity that's at 110, the difference between those gold as a percent is likely the amount of tunement costs. Whatever 60 levels is currently. Which I think is like 20%, 30%, 40%. So if an item's worth, let's say 500, it's like 33% or so. You know, that'd be like a, what, a one, why can I not do math? It's like a 166.6 repeating. in that situation. But we don't know exactly how much it's going to be. But the percent between those two numbers should be about what it is. If you have two items exactly the same rarity and everything that are 60 levels apart from each other, the percent of their cost difference is roughly what the new tuning cost will be as a percent. Oh yeah, whenever you skill spec retree, yeah, that's true. Whenever you respec your tree, you'll also have a cost. That's another one. We don't know how much that would be. I would assume about 1 silver per point. But that's just a guesstimation. Obviously, we have no clue what it could possibly be in that regard. The reason we kind of know for the attunement one is they mention it's the difference between tuned and untuned. And because they're doing that in the beginning in the first place, because everything's going up by 60 levels, it's almost guaranteed the value from 60 levels is about what they're going for. But when it comes to respecking, we don't actually know what they'll charge for it. Because they never really gave us a parameter for it, whereas they did give us a parameter for about how much attunement would cost. But they gave us no parameter for what respecking would cost. The only thing we know is for the first few weeks it'll be free to let everyone get adjusted to the new system and try out different builds. But after that, we have no clue what the cost will be after it's done being free for a few weeks, once it does come out. Untuned items will work for all episodes. No, kind of. They will, but they will work as if they're not tuned at all. Like, they will, but it works the same way as if you use, like, a Chapter 5 gear in Chapter 4. Like, they're going to do almost nothing. Because untuned items you can wield in any chapter. But it's like if you're using an incorrect chapter weapon. AKA, they have almost no stats at all. Because currently you can't wield untuned at all right now. But that changes just to make it so you can wield it, if you just need something that's like scrappy like that. But the stats are going to be basically like a level 0. You still have to tune it to the chapter in order to give it the strength for the chapter. That would be something cool as boss drops down the line, though, and stuff like that. Gear that is, like, neutral to all chapters. Like, you know, equally tuned to every chapter. Instead of untuned, it's like a fully tuned item. Where it has 100% effectiveness in every chapter. But that will likely come from, like, bossing or raids or something. So where's that guy going? Is he really going there just for that one pine tree? I don't think I've ever seen anyone cut that one pine tree. This is in the absolute middle of nowhere. Of all the pine trees to go for, why that one? This is in the complete middle of nowhere, beyond like 5 different stepping stones. It must be like the furthest pine tree away from any location, and he goes for it. Hello, Lester! Yep, tomorrow's day 69. We are still going to be doing a few hour stream tomorrow for Brighter Shores. We're going to be getting 200 Gatherer tomorrow. Going from like 197 to 200. And yeah, it's pretty much our main goal. Then probably dunk some of the bones that we got from today. As well as technically tomorrow, because we're getting some more bones tomorrow. Though I might not be able to dunk those yet, because I might not have the bone rate level for it. But basically, tomorrow's plan is to finish 200 Gatherer. Because we're probably going for 197 today. As well as dunk every bone we got today that we didn't already dunk. Kind of like how we dunked yesterday's bones already. Or, you know, we dunked yesterday's bones today. And the same thing's going to happen tomorrow. We're gonna dunk today's bones tomorrow. Do we have a level 500 weapon crafter yet? Yes. Also, supposedly combining 3 490s makes a 500. I haven't been able to test this myself, but I've heard people mention that. Which means even if you don't have any of the crafting, you can still get a 500. You would just need 3 490s. And the main reason for this is because the highest level enemies currently only drop 490. So if you somehow pull a class weapon of all three, which would take forever, you'd have to kill a level 490 unit for probably over 100 hours. But if you were to, you can actually make a 500 weapon right now without any of the production. With combat only. It would take over 100 hours of post-500 combat, though. But it is possible, supposedly. If you combine 3 490s together, it makes a 500. Which means technically you only need 430 and a production skill to be able to make a 500. Because with the extra plus 60 at 430, you'd be able to make a 490. And if 3 490s can make a 500 still by then, yeah, you would technically only need 430 in a production. At least later down the line, once the plus 60 thing is in effect. I guess I might run out of potions. Didn't think we'd go through so many, but yeah. Going through about 30 an hour does go through a lot, doesn't it? And at current rate, you should take about 2 more hours. Roughly. And then we'll finish the rest of the grind tomorrow. On the little shorter stream. That way we have something fun to go do in the shorter stream. Get 200 Gatherer. But of course, today's goal being 197. Finish every goal today except for that. We're almost there. Our XP rate should go up a little bit at 194. It shouldn't be that much better than what we're doing now, though. But it will go up ever so slightly. Oh, where am I going? Going all the way over there as if there's plants there. Well, there technically are, but I like taking this one first so we can get the reset on them quicker. Do you generally, whenever doing gathering of any kind, want to take the first node first due to how the new respawn system works? As they all go based on the very first one you take. It's even more important if you're staggering them for some reason. Like to try to get a double spawn. Still ranked 19. Are they catching up? Oh, they're catching up. They're going to pass this by tonight, probably. We're finally going to be kicked officially off of top 20. Is it just me, or does the EXP from the Den raid seem pretty low? It gets a penalty pretty quick, because after 10 levels, it all gets penalized. But it's actually some of the quickest XP in the entire game. It's lower Watch Person XP than if you just trained Watch Person, and it's slower Detective XP if you just trained Detective. But collectively, the two of them together is more XP rate than anything in the entire game. Even more than Merchant, I believe, as long as you're not on too big of a penalty. It's less knowledge per hour, though. But the total amount of XP, as long as you're under 20% penalty, is the highest amount of total XP you get from any activity in the entire game. It's just individually for both skills, it's slower than training them both independently. But the total amount of XP is way higher overall. Because you're basically getting the full XP rate of two skills at the same exact time. Minus whatever penalty you're currently at. But starting next patch, or after the combat rework, there is no penalties anymore. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how raid dens work. Because penalties no longer exist as of the combat rework. Which means you'll be doing all raid dens at 0% penalty. Even if you're 100 levels above it. Because they just scale 10 levels below you. So you're never going to be at a penalty range. They'll be a lot harder, though. It'll make it a lot less AFK is the problem. It's the only bad thing about it after the change. Raid dens are going to be a lot less AFK. Because you have to keep constantly upgrading your gear while getting no gear upgrades. So without Armor Maker, it's going to be really annoying to do. What are raid dens? It's a detective activity in Chapter 4. You basically go into them, walk into the center of the room, and AFK for like 2 to 3 minutes, and your guy will kill all of them. It's really good AFK XP right now. But it really depends what kind of combat builds we can make. But the problem is the enemy will constantly be scaling harder and harder and harder while you're gaining no extra benefit other than the obelisk boost. So this obelisk boost have to outweigh every enemy. Because you're basically going to be in full 1-star armor. So those obelisk boosts have got to carry you pretty hard. Because the raid den will always be 10 levels below you. Whereas right now they could still be like way below you. Like the 219 when we're 237. But if that patch was out now, they would be level 227 rather than 219. Because they would upscale to 10 below our level. Which would make them far less AFK. But all the extra perks I would probably get from the skill tree would make up for it, though. It's just you have to keep going to the obelisk like every 10 levels or so. Otherwise, you're going to keep getting decimated since they keep scaling, but you're not scaling. Until you get your obelisk upgrades. If you get XP penalty or raid XP gets reduced too, yes, they both get reduced at the same time. Which means not only does the combat XP go up, but also the detective XP goes up after the combat rework. Because you're never going to get penalized for the detective XP. Because right now it does scale down. Like if you're at 50% penalty for a raid den, you're not just getting 50% less combat, but you're also getting 50% less detective. But after the combat rework, there's going to be 0% penalty because they keep scaling to 10 levels below you. So as long as you're strong enough to still AFK them, they're going to be more XP than they were before. The problem is you have to keep upscaling to them, which might be a little bit more difficult. Because that means you have to upkeep your gear better and everything else compared to now. Or you eventually reach a point where you could just AFK them for like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 levels in a row. But the max you'll be able to get after the rework is like 5 or 10 levels before you get outgeared by their natural level progression. And then you gotta go to the obelisk, you gotta maybe get some 1-star gear upgrades, you might need to get something else. But you'd still be able to AFK it probably for an entire day before you hit a wall. So you can still AFK it pretty hard. But at some point you would have to go and upgrade yourself. Whereas you currently don't with the current raid dens. Like, once you can currently do a raid den in the current state of the game, you will always be able to. But that's not how they're going to be after, because they keep scaling. But as long as you keep scaling with it, your XP rate should go up by quite a bit. Like, it's probably going to be at least 20% quicker to get to 500 detective and or watch person if you're doing it through raid dens. Come on, 1 and a 4th level to go. As soon as we get that knowledge in, 1 more level. And then we do dandelions for 3 levels, and then we'll do the other 3 tomorrow. As well as all of our bones that we banked today. And then we just gotta figure out how to do bone rate later. Because at most I have like 4 bone rate levels banked. If even that. So we still got to scrap together like 15 bone rate level, which is like 60 knowledge. Technically slightly less because of XP pots and everything, but it's basically a day and a half or 2 days worth of knowledge. Shouldn't be that bad. That means we should have 200 bone rate by Wednesday for sure. Potentially Tuesday if we really power grind it. Still not sure what our plan is on Tuesday, though, because we'll obviously have to be done with Gatherer. Still gotta scrap together Bone Right. I'm not sure. Are we ready for the Alchemy pivot? I think I might have to just do Leatherworker. Unless there's a patch by then that would make us pivot. But, I think Tuesday might have to be the Leatherworker stream. Just so we have the money to go do Alchemy. Alright, there we go. 193. 1 more knowledge point, and we are out of here. And off to Dandelions. Not sure how much better they are, but assuming we're dropping them all, they should be about 5 to 10% better. I will bank the first inventory, but only the first inventory. Also grab an inventory of the other thing nearby. Which is worse XP, but just to bank them for the one-time bonus and everything. Bank them all. The problem is, even though they're worth 7.1 silver, the potion above them is worth like 1 silver to make. So even though the potion costs like 15 silver total to make in product, or you know, stuff you need for it, the potion above it costs like 1 silver to do the same thing, and lasts for 3 more minutes, and is more XP per hour. So there's not really any point in keeping them. Even though they say they're worth 7.1, they're actually worth less than like 1 silver each. Actually, their sell price back to the shop is probably better than how much they're actually worth. It is 1.6 silver. It is actually better just to sell them to the shop than it is to use them. Compared to the next tier up. It is actually better value to bring 24 of them to the shop, sell them, and then buy the material you need for the better fear potion, you know, the 9-minute one rather than the 6-minute one, than it is to use them. It is actually more effective to just sell them to the shop and then immediately buy them from the shop. This is how much better the 9-minute fear potion is from a cost perspective and an XP perspective. Is even if we were to bank them, we would just sell them to the shop for 1.6 each, which isn't really worth banking. And then we would just use that money to buy the next tier up, which is even cheaper than 1.6. This is what I mean by if we go to potion, if we go to potion, if we go to potions, at some point we'll reach potions. Alright, fine, I'll go to alchemy. Let's see. If we go to alchemist. Oh, I got a Fox event. Wait, hold the presses, hold the presses. Wait. I got a Fox event in the other game. This is, I think, our 4th one or our 5th one? It's a 1 in 45 chance. Wait. This might be the one. Hold. 1 moment. That's the only problem with these. These are so non-AFK. That's the only problem with it. The rest of the woodcutting's still AFK. This, not so much. Don't do it. Alright, we're fine. Wait. Alright, there we go. Gosh, multitasking is kind of annoying. It's the only problem with forestry in the old school. It's very non-AFK. I basically turned woodcutting from AFK to not AFK. You still get it to AFK a ton, though. This is like the only event I still have left, though. And we're still so dry on it. Any moment now. Come on. Gosh, my brain hurts trying to multitask this. Too many screens going at once. Oh no! Oh no. Wait. I think we're fine. No, not that. I hope that thing doesn't die. I think it's about to. Yeah, I think we're about to fail it. Because for whatever reason, it didn't disarm the other one. No! We did actually fail it. Rip. Not back to woodcutting. Yeah, it's hard to multitask. Because they keep putting a random trap all the way in the middle of nowhere. They actually made that a random event a lot harder than it was before. Before you would take like 3 traps and would live forever. But now it actually has a health bar on it. Anyways. Alright, half a level to go. As soon as we get this knowledge point, we should be good to go. Oh yeah, I was gonna go check that one other potion. So if I check alchemy, this is one of the reasons why we're not picking up dandelions. If we go to fear potion, the 2 ingredients, not 1, the 2 ingredients cost less than 1 silver. Not one ingredient, both of them, in total, is less than 1 silver. That's the reason why we're not picking up the dandelions. The potion that gives better EXP rate per hour costs only 1 silver each. Whereas the one beforehand costs 5.5 silver worth of items. Which is why I'm only banking like 1 inventory dandelion just for the first time bonus. 1 thing of dandelions and 1 thing of glob plant or whatever it's called. It's not ever even took the glob plant yet. It's right over here. We technically could have taken it at 179. I'll grab 1 inventory of it. It's not the greatest XP at this level range, but just so we don't have to buy it later, just for the one-time bonus and everything. At the level range where we unlock it, it's not like the worst XP ever. It's technically the best XP ever at that exact level range. But it gets outclassed very quickly by the next potion. Hey, that reminds me, how much does the cryopots cost? Oh, only 2.6. Okay, that's like free. I think we pay almost more than that for a 40. And that's a 60. But yeah, whenever we do our alchemy grinds, we might be just doing it back to back to back. If we can get leatherworker done by like Wednesday or sometime around there, I think we're just gonna be having like the rest of the week just like alchemy, like Thursday to Sunday. Just power grind alchemy all the way. I think we can get away with it. And just go mega alchemy mode. And just power grind all the way from 65 to 200 in like 5 days or something. 6 days probably. Like I kind of want to start next week's Thursday and end the following week Tuesday with 200 alchemy. I've been making a hard pivot into like all-in alchemy. And of course we could take our cooking contracts in between since we're like right across the street from it. Which would also get us to an okay cooking level. Probably get like 10 cooking levels in the time we get 200 alchemy. Even a little more than that. And at 120 we get the stews. I believe it's the best stew you have pre-200. So if we really want some AFK cooking, we can start stewing all the way if we really want to. That kind of contract. We definitely wouldn't want to do that. But I'm pretty sure the strongest stew you get pre-200 is the 121. Or, you know, the 120. The one at 120. Because if we can get from what we're currently at to 120 cooking by the time we do 200 alchemy, we'd be able to go and then do like another 20 just off of stew. I'm not going to go all the way to 200 from there though. But I would guess to 140. Which will set us up nicely for everything. Oh no, unless I plan to stew all the way. Probably not though, it'd be way too slow. But it makes sense for like 10 or 20 levels after you unlock it. From like 120 to 130 or 130 or, you know, to like 140 or something. Like 10 or 20 levels is not bad. Anything beyond that would have too much of a diminishing return to bother compared to contracts. Unless they're part of our contract. And of course, whenever we walk into the room, we'd still bring in a full thing of stews. Kind of like how right now we bring in a whole thing of bacon sandwich. Just to get some free value while we're going in there to check the bounties anyways. I didn't realize we were still in a cycle with it. Whoops. I thought our potion was about to expire. Never mind. Not quite. Oh, so this tree is very inconveniently placed. It really does not want you to see this bush. Alright, next batch, and we are out of here and off to Dandelion. And that should be the final hour stretch then. The hour of Dandelion. As you should get us to 194, and then we do Dandelion from 194 to 197. I'll bank one inventory and then drop the rest. I do need to get one inventory of the other one too while we're over there. So we have 23 of both. But everything else we just drop to the ground. As they are 100% not worth making. Because around that level range, I'm just going to be making more of the other percent potion. We're going to be making the plus 60 cryo. All the way from 77 to 104. All that these fears will do is give us like half a level, if even that. Because we're only going to make 23 of them. But then we get to the real fear potions. Alright, that should be it. Boom. Alright. It's Dandelion time. Dandelions? Alright, let's go get them. Nope, not Hopeport. Alright, let me go get 23 dandelions and we'll go get 23 of the other thing. So we were getting like what, 3,100 something something? So this needs to be at least 3,200. Which I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. And here's where we bank them. And here's where they are. Oh, my potion's still going. What was that XP drop? I wasn't paying attention. Let me see. The big card got me distracted. Oh, the 3-3-98. Okay, this is better then. Nice, nice. So it better be. It's a higher level thing. It's not like we had a tool upgrade. Because that only works on the rake. It's not too much of an upgrade, but it's an upgrade. Like a few percent. Like 3-5% better. Assuming you don't bank them. We'll bank 23 of these, 23 of these, and then do Dandelion all the way till we get to our threshold of 197. Bank all... I don't know. Are they worth it? I don't think they're going to be worth it, though. The Fear Potion above it is just too broken. The problem is if I want to use these, I got to spend like 5 silver each. Like, how much does the other thing cost? Let me see. Like, it is absurd how much money we have to spend to go use them. I'd have to spend 2.5 silver each to use them. However, how much does the potion sell for? Wait. How much does the potion sell for to the shop? Oh, they do profit. Well, the rework doesn't matter because we're already going to have the thing beforehand. But yeah, we can actually sell them to the shop. Because we don't really care about 6 minute spheres. Compared to 9 minute. The problem with that is we'd still have to buy all the supplies from the shop, which is a bunch of back and forthing. Oh, so the more I do of these, the less cryopots I can make. Which, what's the XP difference between these and cryopots, though? Like, that's enough to kind of make it a little bit enticing. These things are actually really high, I'm pretty sure, compared to cryo. It's difference between 193 and 134. But we do lose... Actually, no, we break even if we bank one, but not the other. We make half a silver each. Which is almost nothing, but... I don't know, I guess it's something. We're already having to wait for this thing anyways. To respawn. It is wasting some time, though, because we could already be grabbing them now. Whereas right now, obviously, they're already fully respawned. Let me get one set of the other thing. I'm only getting one of this other one. I'm not going to keep getting them, though. These are the ones we're just going to buy from the shop. If we do bank all the Dandelion. Yeah, I don't plan to keep farming the one that we're doing over here. I just want to get enough for one set so we don't need to buy the first set. Oh no, I'm still considering just dropping them though. Because we're effectively making 0.5 silver per every single one we bank. Though we are getting a lot of free alchemy XP, so there's that upside. Of already having one that Kapoma's banked. You know what? One way to look at it, maybe it is worth it. Just because the distance from the shop. It is actually a shorter distance to go to the storage rift there than it is to go to the shop later. So you know what? I actually will bank all the dandelions. I only plan to get 23 of what we're getting right now, though. But yeah, I'm going to bank all the dandelions. Just because its distance is shorter to a storage rift than it is to buy it from the shop. If we were to buy any X ingredient at all. But the potion itself is awful. We'll probably still hold on to them though. But I really should just sell them out later. Oh, so wait, why is my number so weird? Did I forget some dandelions or something the first time around? Why am I at... or glob plant? Oh, no. I see why. Because they're in groups of 8. These pots will be reworked. Do you think they will be? I haven't heard them mention anything about reworking how fear works or the combat engagement. The only thing we know is that you'll be able to engage out of combat easier. Which means these are going to be even worse after the update. So they're basically getting nerfed. Even though they're already useless. But despite already being useless, they're getting nerfed. Not directly, but indirectly. But yeah, I will bank the dandelions just because they are closer to this than they are from the shop. Plus these are free where there's a shop, you know, anything we buy from the shop, even if it's only like 500 bronze, is still costing us something. So yeah, now we just do dandelions to 197. I actually will bank all the dandelions. It's not that much of a hit to XP rate. Especially since we're going to have to wait there slightly anyways to wait for the respawn. I don't know, so far every single potion in the game is pretty useful. It's just some are more situational than other. I don't think there's a single useless potion in the game right now. Fear potions are definitely the most niche potion. Especially because costing an inventory space to use them is not viable until you can wield them. But every other potion type other than Fear is used pretty commonly. And even Fear would be if you could hold them for 0 inventory space later down the line. Which we know for sure is a feature that's coming. Honestly, I don't mind them lasting 2 minutes if there was a way to auto-pot them and stuff like that. I think the biggest issue with their 2-minute timer is more so reapplying them. Has the delay. If there was a way to right-click auto-pot pot them, and you only had a delay for the first one and every subsequent one didn't have a delay, that could work out pretty well. Because that would get rid of the delay, other than for the first one, which is the main problem that they have. It would also make it so they last for infinite time. Assuming you have enough in your inventory. Or in your pouch, technically, by then. Because I keep forgetting, I need to skip that one. That's the one that's furthest away, I believe. When we're going for the final cycle. Because I can't be bothered to keep dropping this potion. So I'm just gonna keep it on me. But yeah, if I do make these potions later, I'm probably going to sell them immediately. This is the one and only potion pre-200 or even ever for the rest of potion making that I am actually going to sell back to the shop. And the main reason for that is otherwise we lose money on it. We either, if we don't, we lose 2.5 silver per pot. But if we sell them back, we make 0.5 silver per pot. Which is not a lot, but we're not losing money. Which is the main thing. It's actually in the green, not in the red. Otherwise, we're 2.5 in the red, even if we collect these. But if we sell them back, we're 0.5 in the green. So we'll still be putting this knowledge in the gatherer. Which means we should only need 3 more knowledge points then. Or even 2 more. But 3 will definitely do it. We're almost at our first one now. Yeah, 3 will definitely do it then. So one nice thing about taking 1 less, aside from us not needing to juggle the potion, is we should have less of a delay on this first one. Like right there, they just now respawned. So it only took us like an extra 3 seconds to bank. Like maybe 2 seconds compared if we just waited here. Yeah, that's not that bad at all. It's effectively a 2-second bank. It would take far longer than 2 seconds if we were to go to the alchemy shop. Into the cellar and back. Is that a ladybug? What is that? Oh, it's a grounded butterfly. I was wondering what that was for a second. It's a butterfly, but it's on the ground. Oh, this area also has grounded butterflies. That's weird. Why don't many of the other rooms do? Normally, like, there's a lot of rooms with, like, these other butterflies, but, not these ones that fly, like, right on the ground. What is our day job? No, we do this full time currently. Oh, I keep forgetting to go for the other one. No, it doesn't make full-time money. But it is our full-time job. No, it makes worse than minimum wage. And minimum wage in my area is $7.25. Like, we make about, like, effectively $1 to $2 an hour. Yeah, but we're getting it for, like, literally gaming. So, it kind of works out. And also, there are spikes. Like, at the beginning of Brighter Shores, we end up making a few thousand within, like, a month. And there's some other games that I sometimes cover that just spike like crazy as well. I think the most I ever made from one game was Age of Calamity, which was a Legends of Zelda, like, spin-off game for, like, Breath of the Wild. And, like, all the Zelda YouTubers, for whatever reason, weren't really covering it. And we're kind of just covering some, like, efficiency stuff with it. And I think I made, like, almost $5,000 to $10,000 from that game. From a $60 game. I think it was, like, roughly 5,000 or so. Give or take a little bit. It's hard to keep track of exactly. But no, in an average month, we make worse than minimum wage. Like, so far this month, though this is the deadest month you ever have on YouTube, though, because of ad revenue and everything. But this month is effectively like $1 or $2 an hour for anything we ever do. It generally starts picking up again around March. Do some quest videos. The current ones you used were bad. I'm really bad at making quest guides. I generally would make like boss guides or efficiency guides or stuff like that. I'd be really, really bad at making a quest guide. I also have no accounts that I can even make a quest guide on. As all 3 of my accounts have already done so many of the quests. I do plan to do efficiency guides. The only reason I haven't really been covering guides on Brighter Shores yet, well, 2 reasons. One is ad revenue is like horrifically bad in January and February, particularly January. But the bigger reason is I've been waiting until the game's like a bit further out of early access before we start doing that. Because they're making just such sweeping changes constantly. Like the combat rework coming in the next month or so. Do people donate the same way to streams on YouTube as they do on Twitch? Yes, all the same ways do work on here. And when it comes to the PayPal donation link, I pretty much get nearly 100% other than just a small PayPal fee. And all the same systems that YouTube has, YouTube actually takes a smaller cut than what Twitch does. Like, Twitch takes like 50% away from your subs, whereas here on YouTube, they only take 30%. Or something like the PayPal link in the description, I keep like, what, 97% or something? Somewhere around there. Like, you know, it's just a normal PayPal fee. But you do keep a higher percent on YouTube. Yeah, that's another thing too. I do have quite a few investments. Or not like a lot. But you know, enough to like offset the income a little. It's not like this channel's the only income coming in. As far as like what I'm actively doing, it's the only income coming in. But you know, I do have some passive income. Not like an exceedingly high amount, but more than none. Well, some videos have different lifespans on YouTube. Like, live streams generally don't last more than like a day or two. Guide videos, depending on what they're for, or what kind of game they're for, will last either for a couple days, a couple weeks, or a couple years. But eventually all videos pretty much stop getting viewership. And that's just like some kind of timeless video, but you'd have to do something really non-specific. Like not gaming. Because as any game gets less popular, any interest in any videos around it would also be less popular. YouTube also tends to prioritize newer videos over older videos. So if your video is like over 3 years old, it's likely to get very little viewage. And this is like a really generic video that covers everything. Like, you know, something that would appeal to like literally anyone, rather than like a niche. But generally most niche videos don't last more than a few years, if it's for something really, really specific. And not just like general entertainment. Yeah, I really hope this game's around for the next like 10, 20 years as well. I was always joking about when this game came out because the previous game I was playing, we still play this off stream and only on Mondays. But that game just had its 10-year anniversary, and I was joking that Brighter Shores would be our next 10-year addiction. And so far, it's going pretty well on that. 68 days straight. The quest guide for Waterfall Quest, but for Brighter Shores, that'd be funner. So far, this game doesn't have an equivalence to that. The closest thing we have is the Obelisk. As far as something that is just so free to go do, that is also a billion XP really early on. The Obelisk is the only quest like that currently in Brighter Shores, where it has basically no requirement whatsoever, and you get way too much XP for completing it, relative to there being no requirement. But Obelisk is the only one Brighter Shores has so far in that regard. I wish every chapter had one like an Obelisk. It would make getting into each chapter really easy. Hopefully chapter 5 will have something like that. Like an Obelisk equivalent quest. Maybe to explain the builder mechanic. Because the one in chapter 1 was to explain how obelisks work. So maybe something will be complex enough with builder where there'll be like a side thing, or a side quest, literally just to go explain some of the mechanics with builder. But in the case of chapter 4, they did that during the storyline. They explained how detective and merchant everything worked during the storyline, rather than as a side quest. Whereas chapter 1 uses the side quest to explain how obelisks work. Yeah, I'm really hyped for the builder profession. It's one of the reasons I was not joking about getting 500 all in chapter 5. As Shieldbreaker is likely going to give builder XP. Delver to some degree is likely going to give builder XP. Armor is not going to give builder XP, but it's armor, you're going to need it regardless. So it's actually really viable to do all 4 skills as long as builder is good. It's actually going to be the first chapter where all 4 skills are super, super viable. I guess technically Chronopolis was as well. Detective a little bit less so, though, but the other 3 are pretty good. Though Watch Person's only good because of the synergy that it has with Detective, though. So they're kind of conjoined. There's technically only 3 skills in Chronopolis. Because Watch Person and Detective are nearly the same skill. Not exactly, but they almost are. Oh, you played League of Legends for 12 years? Oh gosh. I still never really tried League of Legends. I was more so into Dota 1, then Dota 2 for a little bit, and then back to Dota 1, and now neither. I tried a few other ones here and there, but most of them died. And by most, I mean all of them. Oddly enough, Dota 1 is still played to this day. They just have a pretty small player base. At least comparatively to Dota 2. And I made a couple $1,000 trading stuff for Dota 2 as well. Back when the trading scene was a lot more active. Before they started regulating it like crazy. And I stopped bothering because it was just too much of a headache to bother with. I was doing that while I was doing flea marketing in college. It was actually the first time, it was the only time in my life where I was basically full-time school, full-time job, and still had a side hustle all at the same time. It was probably the most active I ever was. But I eventually hit a point where I didn't have the money to not go into debt, so I was like, I'm just not going to bother continuing. I only went for associate's degree. If I went any further than that, I would have to go into debt, which just didn't seem worth it. Never did use the degree for anything, though. The problem is, any of the fields I would want to go into as a job, like, don't pay anywhere near enough. As I would likely want to go into something under the psychology category. But a lot of openings for stuff like that's like, what, 40 to 60k a year? Which is not, like, nothing. But for how much more difficult that job is, it's basically nothing. It's kind of like if you get a teaching job. Like, the amount of pay you get relative to how hard the job is way uneven. Like, it's actually a pretty difficult job, yet you get, like, nothing for pay. Yeah, we're almost there. 2 more knowledge points, and the next one's about to roll in next cycle. But yeah, I think that's our game plan then. We're gonna get 200 Gatherer tomorrow. And then Tuesday we do Leatherworker the entire stream. And then, yeah, we pivot to Alchemy. Like, all in on Alchemy. Like, I mean, we start doing Alchemy, we don't stop until we get 200. Not all in one stream, obviously, that'd be impossible. There's not enough time in the day to do that. As it will take longer than 24 hours. But, that's gonna be our game plan then. Get 197 Gatherer now, which is our final goal that we needed. Get 200 tomorrow and finish dunking all the bones we got today. Well, other than the one that we won't be able to do because our bone rate level won't be high enough. And then, go do, excuse me. And then go do Leatherworker to 210, which will fund us all the money we need for Alchemy. And then just do Alchemy till 200. And then we figure out what we do from there. But that should last us all the way till like Tuesday of next week. I forget how quick Alchemy is. I'll probably be dumping Alchemy onto Alchemy as we're doing Alchemy, though. Like, I'll be dumping knowledge onto Alchemy as we're doing Alchemy. How does Knowledge Point work post 200 to unlock passive training? Do you just dump 1 KP at a time? Yes. Do you just jump 1 KP at a time until you're added to 4? Yes. You unlock 1 at a time, and then after the 4th one, it unlocks the activity. So the first 3 times it does nothing, and then the 4th time it does the unlock. They actually did some clarification text to that the last update to make it clearer to people who eventually get there. As the original text they had was a little bit confusing in that regard. But they actually changed the tooltip text, so it's a little bit more obvious as well. But yeah, you have to use, the first 3 points do nothing, and then the 4th point unlocks it. Your number still goes up. Like, this number right here, your knowledge number, will still go tick up by however many you get. But you don't actually get the activity until all 4 points are in. Alright, 1 more knowledge point, and that should get us to 197. Hope someone doing the AFK activity. And then we finish 200 tomorrow on the smaller stream. I'm not sure when we're starting tomorrow. I want to say around 2-ish, probably, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is like 2 hours later than normal. Monday's always our catch-up day. As well as the day we covered Gems of War, which is that other game we've been covering for like 10 years straight, though. Or I've been playing it for 10 years, been covering it for like 8.5. And then off-stream, actually, what do we focus on off-stream, then? Where's my off-stream grind? Honestly, I'm probably just gonna AFK the raid dens. And, put it all into bone rate. Because the only other thing I would have is to dunk some of the bones we have today. If the stacks seem too intimidating for tomorrow, maybe I'll do that. Try getting some of them dunked today. I'll be later tonight, though, in a couple hours after I grab a bite to eat and everything. And just rest my eyes from a billion screens. Yeah, it's the only concern I have when we do go do the alchemy grind to 200. I need to double check to make sure we don't run out of money. Because there's a non-zero chance we reach 0 gold even after do the 210 leatherworker grind. Because that would put us up to about 20-ish gold, give or take a bit. Like around 20-ish. I just need to double check that that actually can afford 200 alchemy. Given that I plan to keep almost every potion we make. The only one that's up in the air is, I'm not sure if I'm selling back the 6-minute fear potion. Like the one we're gathering right now. Because if I keep them, they're minus 2.5 silver each. If I sell them, they're 0.5 silver profit. But otherwise, we're losing 2.5 per every single one of these that we're gathering. And there's no one in the marketplace who would bother buying them. So I'd probably just sell them back. I think they're the only potion I actually sell that we're going to be making. Rather than keep. As you can make two... It's actually sad. You can make 2.5 9-minute potions for the sell price of the 6-minute potion. You can literally make 2.5 of the upgraded one for the same cost that this one costs. And this one costs technically twice as much as that. That's if you gather one the material. It's not even accounting if you didn't gather one the material. In which case it costs like 5 point something. Whereas the other one costs less than 1 silver. Are you planning on doing regular potent potions as you unlock? Currently, our plan for alchemy is the following. At least based on what we were going to be probably doing for it. At 62, we're just going to be going and making arbory potions and making those all the way to 77. At 77, I'm going to be making those potions for a while. Basically all the way until this fear potion. At this fear potion, I'll make however many we have banked based on what we're banking right now. And then I'll keep making the 77s. For whatever the rest of the gap is. And or use knowledge. Then at 104, we make 1.5 billion of these fear potions because they cost only 1 silver each and give a ton of XP. And are really, really good, as well as the main fear potion that would be chugging whenever we actually need fear potions in the future. Then after that fear potion, we go really heavy into the mining potion. These are also absurdly cheap, but also absurdly useful because you use it to boost bone right, mining, smithing, all those kind of things in Chapter 3. Many of which are really slow to train otherwise. So having an extra 2% on it compared to a normal 5% is really good for that. Also, they are cheaper to make, I believe, than buying a 5% potion. Not only are they 2% better, but they're cheaper than buying a 5% from the shop. So I'll be making a ton of these. And I'm going to be making all these, skipping Chronopolis and going all the way to Potent Stonewall Hill. I then plan to make thousands of Stonewall Hill all the way till 197. That's probably the weirdest one I'm doing. But it's mostly in preparation of Stonewall Hill. We will lose a lot of money doing this. This is where we lose all of our money. If you're wondering where the money loss occurs, it's right there. Because it's impossible to bank any of it, so you have to buy it from the shop. There's no way to bank it because Chapter 5 doesn't exist yet. But I plan to do Stonewall Hill from 158 to 197. Plus knowledge. Obviously, we'll be knowledging a lot through that. We lose 700 silver per hour while doing it. So we need a lot of silver. But yeah, every hour we do that, we lose 700 silver. Obviously, we're getting potions worth that much. But I don't plan to actually sell them. I plan to hoard them all. So every single time we're losing 7 silver per potion we make. Or sorry, not per potion. I think 6.5 per potion. Or we're losing 700 silver per hour of doing it. Which is very expensive. But we're banking like thousands upon thousands, like literal thousands of 7% XP pots. And that's what most people will be using, because if you want 8%, you need 470 alchemy. You know, that small grind, just weekend long grind. And then the very easy to obtain 490 alchemy. You know, basically max level. So we'll be sticking with 7% pretty much the whole time, as is, I assume, everyone. Which is one of the other reasons why I'm going so heavy into them. As it is exceedingly unrealistic to go for anything higher than a 7%. Unless you just plan on maxing alchemy at that point. So most people will only be using 7%. Including us. That's one of the reasons I'm also going heavier on it. Stonewall Hill prep. Unfortunately, all that money stays tied up, but they are only going to go up in price. Because the amount they cost is basically the amount they sell to the shop. So worst comes to worst, you could break even on them whenever you want. But best comes to best, they're like 40 to 60 silver each when player trading comes out. Or you could just use them yourself to expedite everything. The cheapest I think I would sell it for is 50 silver each. And if they go for any cheaper than that, then I'm just going to use them. Alright, we're almost there. As soon as that bar says 100%. Assuming these are given about 1% each, 2 more inventories, then we should be good to go. And then tomorrow we only have to do basically 1 hour of Gatherer. Maybe like an hour and a half because I will be banking every bone, and the bank is not closed. Because that's actually tier 5 bone. It's our first tier 5 bone. Actually, at this rate, we might actually get to a level before we get to the knowledge point. I didn't think about that, but it might actually happen. Oh no. Oh, I guess we're putting on bone right then. If that's the case. Might as well, given that we sacrifice so much bone rate XP for this quicker gather XP. But it did save us time. It saved us about an hour. I think that was worth it. It did ultimately make us get less bone rate XP bank though. But of course we could just offset it with whatever knowledge we need. Because we still got like 185, 186 gatherer banked. I mean, bone rate. It's not like we have none in the bank right now. We just don't have as much as if we were just camping Bone Spike the entire time. No, I canceled. No. I was trying to take the other 3 to save time, but then wasted more time because it got canceled. Oh no. Yeah, looks like about one more inventory will do it. Yeah, we actually are going to gain a level before we get a knowledge point. Go figure. I guess that works out. I'll just put it into bone right then. That's fine. Not right now, but you know, once we get the potion later. There is 2 things I want to go check though before we end. I want to go check how many what's it called we have. How many dandelions we have, as well as how many bones we have banked. And then I guess I'll do the mining AFK since I'm over there. Because I kind of want to get to 239 mining, so that my ventures start boosting above 239, because then I'm in like a really dead zone. 239 to 262 is rough. Because if I don't want to bank, if I want to skip banking stonemason and only want to bank smithing, we're in a very dead area to do that, as we have 3 activities in a row that are all stonemason XP. We gotta at least get to the 247 stone. I just sell them when trading comes out. Alright, here we are. Is that the level? Yep, there it is. 197. We got the goat horn. Alright, we're out here. Alright, let me go back to the shop thingy. Hopeport, Hope Forest, wherever, Hopeport. Alright, let me go bank all this. Get our XP pot thingy that we need. Get our other XP pot thingy that we need. But there we go. Every goal today achieved. Now, 2 things I want to go do before we end. I want to see how many of these things we banked, and I want to see how many bones we have left. So I know if I need to go do some more tonight. And then we'll leave our guy at the mining AFK. Because I kind of want to get him to 239 off the mining AFK in the next few days, and then go back to smithing AFK. Because the material we get from this, you use for the smithing AFK that we're at right now. Oh, that's not what I wanted. What I wanted to see is, how many of these thingies do we have? Oh, we actually have the lower tier one as well, really? Interesting. Yeah, I grabbed 23 of them. I can't remember what that's for. I think that's like the 3-minute potion? The 3-minute fear? I have no clue. It's used for something now. I got its corresponding thing, so we're good to go. We've got 338. I don't think that's enough to cover the entire gap, but it'll help more than none. The 1 singular scale. Anyways, let me go grab all the XP pots we need. So, what's everything we need? We don't need these anymore. I do need the mining potion. And I do need the AFK potion, but only a few. Yeah, that should be good. Alright, we're good to go. That should be everything. Alright, so now let me go check the other thing real quick. which is the mining area. Actually, while I'm here, let me go get my cooking contract as well. But let's go check our cooking contract, and then we'll go check how many bones we got today. So we cleared out the entire bank, so whatever we, whatever's in there is what we gathered today. Because prior to doing so, we cleared out every last bone. Took like 3 hours or something, but we did it. 10? Gosh. Oh, I should have brought some of the things with me. I could have done that for free. I will take that, though. It's 10, which is really annoying, but we have the other thing banked, so we might as well. It's not as bad as it seems. Anyways, let me go head over there. That way we can also do the sandwiches for free later. Whenever we go and get our next task set. Alright, what am I doing? I'm doing, mines, because I want to go check our bone bank. Because unfortunately, we have to manually go to the bone bank to go check it. And then since we're already there, I'm going to go do the mining AFK. Just to work it up to 239. Because I want my ventures to start putting XP into post 239. Just to get us through that dead zone a little bit quicker. Oh, good. We got the perfect straight line. They actually buffed this room. You don't have to do a bunch of zigzags anymore. You just do a completely straight line through it. This one you still have to do all the zigzags, though. If you want to max efficiency of this room. But the other one, if someone's fighting that one tentacle, you literally make a straight line. Otherwise, you have to do one zigzag one way and then the other. Before, you had to zigzag like 5 times. But now it's really straightforward. Okay, let's see. Every bone that isn't processed in here will be gathered today. Let's see the final verdict. 500 bone spike on the dot and 215 of the other thing. Not too bad. Yeah, those are all the bones we got today. Could have been a lot more bone spike if we would have camped it, but that's fine. That's still 2,805 for the future. Not bad, not bad. Femur keeps going down. Initially it was like, yeah, let's get a lot of femur. Then it's like, let's get a moderate amount of femur. And then it's like, let's get a little bit less. And now this time we have like less than 300. It's like, let's get almost none. Bone spec keeps going up though, because bone spec's so good. And because you need more for each level thingy. Anyways. Alright, let's go do it. Let's go to our mining AFK and then we'll call it there then. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm so bad at doing these rooms in reverse. I'm really good at doing them forward. I'm really bad at doing them backwards, though. Oh, we got it. Nice. Oh, this room's just free now with how much roomy they made it. How much roomier. Anyways, guys, we're going to call it here for now. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful upcoming week. And we will be back tomorrow. Not sure exact time, as Mondays normally are like catch-up day for the week. So probably going to be only for a few hours. Our main goal being to get 200 Gatherer finally, as well as process probably everything we just saw in the bank, which will take another hour. So it's like 2-3 hours tops to go finish out everything we want to go do tomorrow. Not sure the exact time we'll be starting, but sometime a little bit later than we normally do. And we'll go for at least a couple hours to go finish out 200 gathering and every last bone we have. And whatever other little mini grind we might throw in there, but those are the main two. That we'll be done with Gatherer and almost done with Bone Rate. And then Tuesday's probably going to be the Leatherworker grind. And then Wednesday, I think we finally start our all-in Alchemy grind. Where we do nothing but Alchemy until it's 200. Just in case they're doing the shop nerf soon, just so we get all the Alchemy done before then. Because we want to get it in before the shop nerf, that's for sure. Otherwise, it will cost us so much more to go do. And we don't exactly know when they're going to be doing it, but let's say trading comes next week. We got to rush right now. We got to be, like, done, like, right now. Like, go, go, go. But, yeah, we'll be doing that just in case. Like, it is probably going to be a while before trading comes out, like, at least a few weeks. But in case it is next week, I want to have it done. That's one of the other reasons we want to go all in on Alchemy soon. I just need to go do the 210 Leatherworker first so we can actually afford it. And obviously finishing our current grind. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks you so much for stopping by as always. Greatly appreciate it. And I'll see you guys later. Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching.